начиная свою карьеру в Team Spirit, за этот промежуток времени я вырос в индивидуальном плане и в коммуникационном с командой. Играя с Кидом, я понял, что должен быть план на игру, полный разбор, а не сидеть молча и играть дальше постоянно.
I think he's been doing pretty well. Nothing really changed. The team just evolved with him, you know?
I feel like these two are the make or break when it comes to team spirit.
It's all in the knockout stage now for them. Like to see their capabilities, how strong
Osman,
they can
hello.
really be. If that top 4 finish in M6
Ayush,
was a fluke
hi.
or not, it's up to them right now in the knockout stage.
As long as we're confident, as long as we believe in ourselves, then
Okay.
I'm 100% sure that
Кто
we will be able
suggest?
to win this
Madeo,
tournament.
Chideo, Chicago, hello. Black Noise hype. I'll just wait till the game starts. Let's just watch. Where is Sonya?
Onic Philippines are really good.
She's
but
not in my
I just
house
feel like
anymore.
This meta doesn't really suit well as M6. At the M6 World Championships, they were amazing. Here, with King Kong forced to use other assassins.
Hey, can you kiss me today?
Types,
Yeah.
Utility junglers
I
too.
kiss
He
you.
has really dropped a bit.
Para sa akin, sobrang laki ng difference ng M6 sa
Bro, you
AWC.
forgot to take a bath?
Dahil
I didn't
yung
forget.
M6,
I
confident na masabi ko
consciously decided not to take a bath.
parang sobrang dali ng
Raul,
run
hello.
namin. Super confident namin ng time na yun. Compared sa run nung Season 15 MPL papuntang EWC, masabi ko na lahat ng teams nakapag-adapt na sa current meta, tsaka sa mga naging bagong meta, sobrang bilis nila naka-adapt.
But in the group stage, for me,
Panther
it's good
King
that they got a
Kong
reality check
English.
very early in. Now in the knockouts, they should be prepared. They should have already found out their weaknesses, and it should be mostly King Kong and Assassins.
2 base turrets will fall. Onic again. Wanna end?
The damage from King Kong doesn't even allow the feathered
Thank you,
airstrike
Osman.
to be casted.
Hello to Turkey.
Yung isa sa pinakamalaking impact ni Keller sa team yung yung pagiging leader
Dazai
niya
counter
pagdating
of
sa mga
Lapu Lapu?
tournaments. Sa aming 5, siya yung pinaka-experienced.
Counter?
Sa mga past na naging teammate ko.
Like, you don't need to directly counter Lapu Lapu. But if you're just talking about laning, then Esmeralda is good.
Tapos dito sa Onic. Pinohope ko rin na magkatapat kami ng
Kelra!
lead sa Grand Finals. Para face versus face, patagal na kasi hindi nangyari yun.
Yes, I believe that this is the team that could win.
I can see
championship
Keller
again.
is happy in his
100%
life.
confident.
Dude, I want to complain about a long day, but it's been stomps, dude. What are we doing here?
You wanna complain? You wanna complain? And
Brusco
teams have gone
Zoja is
home.
different.
The dreams have been crushed for Mythic Seal
What's
and
with
Aurora.
Brusco?
It's very insensitive.
Hey, you're right. But, dude, Team
Bucks
Liquid
is
Dog,
good
they're
against
strong as
Lapo in
fuck,
XP.
Predicted it. I told you. I told you. I told you. Liquid, but
Big surprise, Philippines is pretty
hey,
strong.
I also predicted Onic.
Just a normal laning.
ID is really strong. But hey, talk about Onic though.
Kyrie,
Half man, half beast Kyrie.
the Queen.
The Queen Kyrie. Hitman Kyrie.
That's you can't use that. You can't use that. That's my nickname. I get.
Bro, that's good. But I got a better one. Okay. Hear me out. Is that a camera? Bro, is that a camera?
How long has that thing been rolling? They heard our whole cover.
Dude, that thing is... Bro, why are we here? It's day 2. Our shift ended like
18 hours ago. No.
Okay, you know what? Hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 knockout stage here at MSC in the Esports World Cup, where the games are amazing. Heck, we're gonna open up with SRG going up against RRQ. That's gonna be
Kairi or
simple.
King Kong?
I think the winner is gonna be.
No, Lafel, you're not allowed to do this.
Kelra.
You know what happens. You can't predict. You know what happens. No, you can't.
Bro,
Team Spirit. You like guys with a name with a K in the
The
name?
champions of Indonesia and the champions of Philippines have secured their slots in the semi-finals of the knockout stage here at MSC 2025 of the Esports World Cup.
Varokolo, yeah. I only stream on
waiting for
YouTube, yeah.
2 more teams. Once again,
Dazai. My name starts with a K. Shibuya. I am Dazai.
For today, joined by Trex and Gideon for the 2 best of 5 series. So we have, gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I mean, a little nervous, of
Jenny,
course, naturally going to be a little bit nervous because these matches are going to be
Bankai,
really important. If yesterday were going to be sweeps, I'm expecting today to really go the full distance.
I'm hoping that today it goes the full distance because I kind of agree with Lavelle.
It's funny because you like people which name starts with a K, right? And everyone called me KDA Zai because I was playing for KDA.
If you missed out on all the news, it was a stompy day. Power spikes were hit very, very quickly, and now we find ourselves here.
Do you play tanky junglers? Yeah, I play tanky junglers.
Be the heavier side of the knockouts bracket, but we'll be able to discuss about the matches.
Not often. I usually play assassins.
We have to go back and witness some of the top plays from yesterday brought to us by Kadia. No savages. Was there a maniac? Can't really that recall. But there were some pretty stompy moments and great plays by Liquid.
There was actually a maniac right here. Almost got the savage from Team Liquid. They were chasing down Rosa, but the Lord finished the game for it was definitely an epic finish for Team Liquid.
I think for the most part of it, we've seen what these teams are capable of. We've seen what the meta has finally developed.
Ready for my team SRG.
It's the refinement of styles, right?
Look,
teams who
my
don't
boy.
adapt have already been
I
eliminated,
think
but in the
that
best of 5
SRG
series, we've
gonna
seen that
lose.
If teams don't adapt on the very first game, lost.
Not
it's pretty much
3-0,
over. It's
but they
sweep.
gonna lose.
Yeah, it seems like game 1 really just sets the tempo now with how we find ourselves in the meta with the options available. And of course, it's still great to see smiles across the board, the intense moments with the reactions brought to us by Crunchyroll. A lot of smiles coming out from the side of Team Liquid, who I feel like there were a lot of people even then heading into that match thinking,
smiling.
oh, no, kind of scared for Liquid or look good in the group stage. Nothing
We
to
all
worry
know
about.
who
Same
wins
goes
this
for
game.
Onic, just crushing Mythic Seal, even
Dazai
though in that
not
game number
handsome,
1,
he's
Mythic Seal
pretty.
sort of like, made them play their game
Same
for a bit.
shit.
Speaking of storylines, I think the $1 million idea, I've already mentioned this before, I will say it again for our Crunchyroll reactions. When are we going to get the mlbb esports anime here? Because again, we've got amazing storylines on this format. After TLPH and as well as Onic find their own wins, we go to the opposite
Let me
side.
see
Defending
bracket.
champions of MSC as well as
Team
Team
Liquid
Spirit looking to
versus
make a run of
Onic.
their own.
Yeah, dude, it's RRQ, SRG, Team Spirit, Onic, PH. Trex, is there like one match today that you're really like, you're a little biased that you're most excited for?
I think the match
Interesting
I'm most excited
bracket,
for is
I like
definitely
it.
the second one today, Team Spirit versus Onic PH. We get the rematch.
Who are you? Who are you?
Like
Like
was a fluke, or we get Team
standing
Spirit showing
for,
that they're
standing
possibly
for Shibuya.
grand final finishers.
Yeah. I think a lot of the community
RRQ or
are echoing those
SRG?
statements. Even Filipinos are going like, for some reason, a lot of them are saying Kid Bob is from the Philippines, somewhere in Manila. He grew up there, but now he's
What
from
the fuck?
Germany. What about you,
I just
Gideon?
randomly started
Are you
sneezing.
more nervous or excited for RRQ SRG?
I'm definitely going to be a little bit nervous here. RRQ have been
Dazai,
such
would
a
you get
staple
more views
team
if you
every
were
single time
Smith?
they
Yeah,
hit
I
the
get.
international.
I
Sometimes they
would.
do really, really well and go all the way up to second place, or sometimes they just
My-
get
hello.
groups. It's really tough to say with some of these Indonesian teams, but RRQ seems to be the household brand that shows up every time. In comparison to like Malaysia, we've had Todak for a
Oh,
long this time.
did you
a
poop
couple
well
of
last night?
in-betweeners,
Yeah, I
and now
did.
SRG kind of look to take that space.
Finally, my
And
belly
let
is
us,
not hurting.
Allow us, to remind you of what they are going to be fighting for. You make it into the top 4.
Who first game?
Secured at
RRQ
least
or SRG?
$150,000.
Dazai,
Again, we
will
have
you
our
marry me?
third place match that'll happen right before the grand finals.
Maybe
on the
later.
4th and last day
Ask me
of
in 1
MSC.
year.
And as I've always said, second and first place finish ain't that bad.
That's a whole lot of cheese right there. Nothing bad to take home. And it's the second year in a row now. This has become, this is a regular. This is something I think all of us are looking for every year. All the teams are getting ready for. MSC is no longer an event just to like slouch on, or teams
I
aren't
don't know
changing
who
up their
am I
rosters too
supporting.
much
I
beforehand.
just think
They're
RRQ
really
gonna
honing
win.
down for this event at this point.
If youngsters coming into esports are like, Mom, Dad, I'm an esports pro, this is the cheese they bring back, they're like, yes,
Massive.
you are an
Hello.
esports pro, whether they get it or not.
Yeah,
they're gonna
nice
be asking
money.
you, are you an esports pro? When are you gonna play for MSC? Huh? When? Let us know.
Instead of throwing footballs, they're doing thumb exercises at home.
Yeah.
That's how I'll be with my kids.
So you're gonna get your kids into the esports side?
Possibly.
Okay, we're waiting for that. We're waiting for that the day that you wanted them to compete.
Marry yourself, Maya.
Compete.
It's easy.
I feel
Dodo,
like you're gonna need like 3 more slots here. First 2 is covered. You need 3 more.
You can be next. You can fill out the rest of the roster.
Hey, no, I'm supposed to fill up another 5, and then we've got 2 scrimmage teams.
Ooh.
Think about it.
All right, so as we make our own fantasy teams involving our potential future children, we actually made fantasy teams of our own via the Esports World Cup. And this is, I believe, mine going to be showing up first with Sawa's my fantasy roamer for today. Innocent in the gold, Super Fringe, King Kong, and Kid Bomba. Like, okay, I think the others are pretty clear for everyone, but I just want to put Sawa in here because I feel like the man needs a little bit more praise. I mean, there's a reason why Team Spirit is undefeated so far. Usually that's through the stability in the center of the map. And
I hit my nerve.
I'm with you, Rema. I feel like the majority of our picks are kind of similar here. I think the jungler's kind of like a give or take depending on the styles, but really the roamer makes a huge difference in a meta like right now because we're seeing people not, I don't want to just play an enchanter. You still need to be a playmaker, an active playmaker within the game.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to bring out the next fantasy lineup. Oh, it's here, it's Gideon, okay.
Exactly. Speaking of active playmaker, I think Edok is really suited for the meta right now. I think he's got a really good grasp on how to kind of pull teams apart, and more so understanding how to get underneath the skins and into the heads of a majority of members. You've seen him just mess around with EXP laners for fun.
Damn, I have some severe allergy right now. I can't breathe.
I like the list. I like the select. You know, Edok. I'm
really hard to breathe right
he's
now.
Going to fare up against SRG. I like the fact too that you got a little bit of a mix of the 2 teams that are going to be facing off. But the list we got to look at, it's a Trex list. Now listen, I can defend myself. I just couldn't bear taking my TLPH members off from yesterday, so we had to leave them on. Kelra as well. The guy's going to be a monster. But Sunset Lover, you mentioned Sabo needing some love. For me, it's Sunset Lover. The dude always shows up.
What was the scandal about King Kong Mai?
You have the big personality from Kid Bomba.
Super Tofu,
veteran. You have Hiko, the new kid on the block. But Sunset Lover just seems to be such a stable mid laner and has been able to get kills and lane up against some of the best.
Yeah, the man's a veteran. He's been here since M1. So I'm glad that you gave Sunset Lover some love here. And if you want to make your own fantasy lineups, you can go to fantasy.esportsworldcup.com so you can make your fantasy lineups similar to how we do it here on broadcast. But we're doing that every day, actually. So you'll get to see it updated, whether it's the Trex version where it involves teams that are players that played the day before, or where we want to focus a little bit more on the teams and players that are playing today, then go ahead and join that. Now, we're getting a little bit closer now to the meat of things with the very first series. So everyone right
volume
now,
up, guys. Is the volume okay?
Thank you so much for joining us. Our matches, RRQ and SRG, Team Spirit and Onic PH. First match, I'm seeing a lot of polarizing opinions online.
Well, it's about his messaging a girl and saying sexual things.
Real quick, maybe we can tease him a little bit, Gideon. What can we expect from the first one?
Honestly, even I don't know.
And I think he was on cool off with his girlfriends at time.
You look at them in the regular season, super stable. Then they come over into the playoffs. They're looking pretty good until the very end where we see the miracle turn.
I'm not well. I have allergy and I have asthma.
Extremely good
and it's really hard to breathe.
Season, not really changing up their compositions. They come to the playoffs.
It's normal
for
me during allergy, but it's kind of
start to show,
distracting.
Which is the worst
I don't
possible time for the struggles to show. It looks like they've come back from it, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, and that's why.
Can you tell me if the sound is okay?
SNB match of the day, RRQ versus SRGOG. Gideon has had to say his piece. What's your take on this, Trex?
I think one thing to look at here is RRQ didn't play as many games in the group stage. You could maybe even argue they didn't have it too hard in the group stage. One of NA's teams themselves getting completely demolished.
No, I mean, should I make stream louder or not?
Time to kind of maybe play against more meta, get an idea of what's more comfortable for them, have some time to really warm up in the group stage, whether it meant losses, wins, whatever it took for them to get here. I do think it gave them a bit more experience in the MSC meta.
Yeah, but that's off of the mistakes. Technically, if you look at both of their routes, they should have had the easiest routes to get to the other side in Group A.
But if you think about it like this, they've already already made all their mistakes. There's no more mistakes for them to make at this point. RRQ, on the other hand, could still have some more to check on the list. Oh.
Okay. Ooh, all right.
That's the last mistake.
Okay, that's the last mistake for the day for SRG, for Coach Arcadia. Can't drop the key that represents your journey here, and of course, as a defending champions. I saw a
Super
lot of
Tofu, I have 2
RRQ
streams.
fans actually
You can go to my
on
channel
ground in
and
the
find
arena
my
right now.
second
SRG
stream.
fans, I know they're there, but
It's
similar to how
normal.
the Filipinos felt in last year's MSC, where it's like, wait, why are there a lot of Filipinos here in Riyadh in the Boulevard? Why is it suddenly like
No, I don't
Philippine
use that
home
shit.
ground game? Now it feels that way seeing all the RRQ fans at the stadium. So I am excited for that. And I'm excited to hear what our players think heading into this match. We actually got an interview with Eterna, with Dyron.
Eterna here backstage with Dyron from RRQ. Now Dyron, back at M6. In this upcoming match, you're going head-to-head against SRG once again.
I mean, Team
Flashbacks to
Spirit is
M6,
not
you're
really
actually
from my
knocked
region,
out
they're
by
from
SRG.
Russia more.
So is this a little bit of a revenge match for you personally? Okay, jadi kan sekarang kamu akan melawan SRG. Pas di M6, RRQ itu di knock out sama SRG. Ini jadi revenge nggak sih buat kamu pribadi gitu?
Ya kalau dari
The
pribadi
problem
gua ini,
it is
ya
hard
buat
to breathe
revenge gua lah.
oxygen.
Kan di MC
Holy
gua
shit.
dikalahin sama SRG, ya semoga aja di knockout ini gua bisa memenangkan pertandingan inilah dengan berjalan dengan lancar.
I don't
So
treat
Darren
that
said
asthma.
it is a revenge
It's
match
only
because he does remember what happened at M6. So
I can only
hopefully in this
feel
next
those
upcoming match,
symptoms.
they can
They
be the
only
ones
come
to
when
take
I
them
have
down,
allergy
and
to
hopefully
cats.
the match runs smoothly.
Only.
Now, in social media, we saw that there was a S tier.
I just don't live
mid-lane
with
post
cats.
that
That's
was
how
posted
I
and went
treat
really
it.
viral. Because the funny thing is, Rins was not on that list. Jadi ada post di social media yang viral. Tapi lucunya tentang S tier mid laner.
RRQ
Sedangkan Rins
quit.
tuh nggak ada di list itu.
They're gonna
Tanggapannya
win.
dong, Darren?
Ya nggak apa-apa sih, kan itu pendapat orang. Menurut gua Rins tuh S plus mid laner.
He said it's okay because that's everyone's personal opinion, but he personally thinks that Rins belongs in the S plus tier.
Yeah, it's Mooney fault.
So in this
of
upcoming
course.
match, how are you feeling? Are you nervous? Do you think you're confident?
Ya, confident.
Confident. How confident out of 0 to 10?
Apa itu?
Dari 0 sampai 10, se-confident apa sih?
11.
11. That's how confident he is. Maybe with that level of confidence, dengan tingkat kepedean sebanyak itu, ada message mungkin untuk anak-anak SRG?
Pumba, hello.
Good luck, have fun ya.
Just good luck and have fun. Other than good luck, have fun, and hope the match will be entertaining.
Ya.
Selain itu, selain good luck, have fun, sama semoga matchnya entertaining.
Siap-siap aja.
Okay, he says siap-siap aja, which means, what does it mean? How do you translate that? Like, get ready? Yeah, I think it's get ready. So, there it is. Thank you so much, Dyron. Good luck for your next upcoming match. I'm going to throw it over back to the hosts.
Eterna, everyone knows siap siap aja means we will beat you. No, I'm kidding. I don't think that's the accurate translation. Don't believe me, I'm actually Filipino. Okay, so the RQ lineup. Dyron, Susajin, Rins, Edok, and Toy. And I want to call back to what they mentioned about Rins. After what happened to them in the M6 World Championship, it was actually him that got the short end of the stick on social media. A lot of flack for his performance.
To be fair, a lot of mid laners during M6
Insane,
got a
Mike.
lot of flack when you compared him to the current world champion Super Friends, right? Who was playing a perfect game throughout every hero he did. And I think Rins has been looking for that redemption arc. I know they've even been critical of him during the regular season itself. He's one of the few
responds
players
to me
who's
after I say
actively good
SRG gonna
on
win on
Eve, even
YouTube.
when it's off
Insane.
meta. So therefore, I feel like RRQ are personally for me in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think RRQ in general has just come a very long way. But enough about RRQ. What about SRG?
Yeah, well, for SRG, he's going to be going up against Stormy. I don't think they keep calling him a prodigy. I don't think he's a prodigy at this point. He's pretty darn good at what he does in the mid lane tracks.
Yeah, I feel like all of SRG last year was the hype, the buildup of this team that, you know, unbeatable, weren't dropping any games, then they finally proved themselves, and now we're at a point where we really know these players, we have grown to love some of them, and we've seen them already prove themselves, and against RRQ, a team that has kind of taken a while to get themselves back in a roster that really works for them, get back onto the international, I think it's a really good matchup between the two.
It's a good matchup, but I am a little concerned, right? The games that we've seen SRG actually lose really boil down to 2 out of the 3 members not performing as well as we were hoping for. Stormy actually, surprisingly enough, being one of them, being usually one of the pillars of the squad alongside with Cram. Both of them were crumbling the times that they were playing against Mythic Seal. So therefore, when we see them kind of come back into form, it's when they are feeling the most confident, when they are making the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah. So maybe we can contextualize what the SRG's feeling heading into this matchup against RRQ, because we actually had another interview with Innocent, the only man to get a Savage during the group stages. He talked with Eterna.
We're backstage now with Innocent from SRG. Now, Innocent, we got the chance to talk to Dyron earlier on, and he did mention that this is going to be a revenge match. For you in particular, what are you going to have coming into this match? Do you think also that you want to keep a one-up over RRQ?
For us, we're just focusing every match, and we just need to.
I'll
win
try to
all of
find
our
some
matches,
pills,
so
I don't know.
we can hopefully get back-to-back.
Because I ran out of
Okay,
my
so they're eyeing for back-to-back champions. Everything else does not matter.
antihistamines.
Now,
and
coming
I
into
need-
this, did you guys have
and
breakfast
I'm not
together?
sleepy, guys. It's just hard to
9
talk because I can't
9
breathe.
a.m. breakfast together. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. What did you have for breakfast?
Me, banana, them, they, I think bread or something.
Okay, that's important, right? Because the last time we talked, you said that breakfast together is important. So does that mean you're feeling 100% confident coming into this match against RRQ?
Yeah.
Yes? Dyron said 11 out of 10. How are you feeling?
10.
10 out of 10. Okay, it's still 10 out of 10. It's absolutely confident. Do you have maybe a message for RRQ for your next upcoming match?
Good luck, guys, and let's give our fans a good match.
Okay, good luck and hope to give the fans the best match possible. Any message for someone personally?
And for my girlfriend, just enjoy the match and don't overthink too much. And I'll call you later.
I'll call you later, okay? Thank you so much once again, Innocent. Good luck for your next match, because we're going to throw it over now back to the studio.
Innocent, the only man with a Savage so far, coming from the group stage. Also, most shoutouts to his girlfriend. That's the stat line he's leading as well. R for redemption for RRQ. Trex, you think it's doable for RRQ? Are you impressed with what you've seen from them so far?
Definitely impressed with what I've seen from them so far. I think this is a match that, for me, is very down the middle. Everyone keeps asking me who I think is going to come out on top, and I think it could switch every hour. So I got a feeling this could really go the distance. But RQ, the redemption is there. Can they take it?
I think that it's going to boil down to who's willing to show the entire playbook here. Most teams are going to be into this thinking like, oh, we got to save strats. But when you're pushed into that corner, you don't have a choice. And I think you always have to bring something new with each and every game, rather than saying, hey, just because I win, therefore I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, again, we have to remember this is going to be a crazy draft battle between the two coaching staffs. Looking at Coach Arcadia and Coach Kezcute. Coach Arcadia, of course, if you know your MLBB history, used to coach for RRQ at some point during M4 when they took them to, if I'm not mistaken, a top 4, top 3 finish around that. And then when Kezcute came over, he sort of like became the beginning of this new era for RRQ, who's just been so sharp for the drafts. So I want to do a little crazy advanced prediction here. At the end of game 1, who do you think will come out with a better draft? Coach Arcadia or Coach Kezcute?
Do we at least get to assume blue or red side?
Oh yeah, you can preface it.
I'm gonna go with Kezcute.
I don't want to bring song request back
RQ. I'm gonna
because
go with Kezcute. That's a cleaner
it
draft
will ban my
for
stream.
game 1.
And I told you this 10
For game
times.
1.
For game one. What about you, Gideon?
I'm going to have to agree, but I will preface it that at least for Coach Arcadia, game 2 onwards, I think we're going to see
took some
something a
pills.
little interesting if game 1
I
is
hope they will
Okay,
I hope they will
Very
help
quickly,
with time.
another hot question. We want to start things off hot here. Again, we look like we're on the heavier side of the bracket. Innocent, another Savage, yes or no?
If it goes to game 5, yes.
Oh, okay, very specific conditions there.
It'll take some time, you know, it's not going to happen in game 1.
Antihistamines.
I'm going to say only if he has a hero that utilizes
Serotonin pills. Yeah, cocaine.
He did get his Savage with the Granger. He was 1702. All right. E-Doc, will he get his Franco or not?
Definite. For sure. I'm feeling very confident about that at least. Franco for sure. What about you, Trex?
Yeah, once again, I think maybe not game 1, but we saw the Franco yesterday against the Lancelot. It almost did very, very well. I think as as the games go on, we'll definitely see some picks like that pop up.
All right, the final hot question, real quick. No context, just drop your prediction of the match winner.
SRG.
RRQ.
Looks like we're split here, and we are seeing the arena right now. Once again, the champions of the Philippines and the champions of Indonesia are waiting in the semifinals. While 4 teams, champions in their own right, teams looking for redemption and validation, fight out for 2 more semifinal slots. You have RRQ, SRG, Team Spirit, and Onic Philippines. Let's go to the arena and welcome our teams. This is the second day of the knockouts.
The urge to vape, you can see how he's controlling. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the knockout
It's time to throw the fucking cat out of my house. Not to stop vaping.
Yesterday was insanely exciting, but today is another day, and maybe we'll see some upsets. Anyways, my name is Rose, and once again, it is an honor to share the stage with my co-host, Milosh.
The honor is all mine, Rose. No two ways around it. Yesterday, it was a rollout, right? We had Team Liquid Philippines, Onic ID, smashing through their opponents 3-0. We had an early day, whether we wanted it or not.
Dazai drink alcohol, don't wait.
Tomorrow. That's a match to really look forward to.
Great
in
idea.
The semis. But another semi-final, potentially. We'll have to decide that.
It's not vape contributing to it because
Yes,
it's allergic reaction.
For our second days of the knockout stages, we will be witnessing 2 more quarterfinal matches. Once again, this is a best of 5. The winner will head on to the semifinals tomorrow, and the loser ends their journey at MSC.
It is a single elimination bracket. This is what it entails, as Rose was explaining. So how about we stop dilly-dallying and get ready for our matchup. Introducing our teams, the Res Regnum, the Kings of Kings, RRQ! With a legacy that stretches back to Season 1, their goal at MSC 25 is clear. Reclaim your glory and dominate your opponents. Vengeance, though, guides their hand today versus the defending MSC champions for ending their M6 run prematurely. The road to break the forever second curse starts right here, right now.
And of course, since RRQ was in the 2-0 pool during the group draw, they picked out the defending champions of MSC as their first rival. And it is the perfect way to get their well-craved revenge since M6. It is none other than Selangor Red Giants OG Sports. Kicking off the group stages with a hard-fought victory and falling to the hands of Mythic Seal, their journey hasn't been the smoothest. After bouncing back against CFU and qualifying for the knockout stages, can SRG, the team, get their dominance that they need?
If you don't mind, guys, I will not talk much.
Defending the crown and defending it for their nation.
Rose, once again, we're getting an equivalent grand final match in the quarterfinals, and that is an absolute honor to be part of. So please, RRQ, please, SRG, you may place your tablets, your keys, take your seats. Our game is about to begin, Rose.
Ooh. I love the audience today.
Yes.
The energy is there, but you want to know what? The battle in the Land of Dawn is about to be hotter. The games hasn't started and I'm already sweating.
Well, I can't even imagine what it's like to be players in this case. Let's send it over and get our match started. It's time to go to the Land of Dawn.
Really excited to meet RRQ because they want to take revenge on us. So we are really excited to face them again.
And that is one left, and that's a wipeout! Another
sacrificial savage for the beast.
Kalau dibilang perasaan gua lawan SRG kayak biasa aja. Apalagi kan ini juga pertama kalinya kan gua ketemu tim SRG. Terus juga sebelumnya gua sempat ketemu Innocent di MPLI dan itu tim gua menang. Jadi buat lawan tim SRG gua tetap confident sama diri gua sendiri.
I think RRQ chose us because they won the revenge from last year, and I'm not mad about it. I'm happy. So it's my team, so we can prove them wrong also.
Lock that in. That is the term you use for a gold lane performance like that.
Mungkin untuk perbedaan RRQ dengan SRG, untuk RRQ mungkin kita dari segi hero pool, strategi juga mungkin lebih siap, terus juga main untuk menangin setup turtle apapun terjadi, dan untuk tim SRG mungkin mereka untuk saat ini mengandalkan Innocent untuk tim play mereka.
The biggest deciding factor against RRQ will be the best disciplined team wins and the less mistakes going to win.
Untuk kunci kemenangan kita melawan SRG mungkin pertama dari draft, yang kedua mungkin dari team play kita untuk bagaimana cara kita dapetin turtle, terus objektif kita, mungkin itu sih.
So to RRQ, I'm excited that you guys picked us and let's have a good match.
Pesan-pesan gue untuk tim SRG, terutama Innocent, good luck, have fun.
I like how the beats that we hit on the panel for this match all came true. Trex, you mentioned you cannot make a mistake. It was Stormy himself who acknowledged, yeah, the least mistakes lead to the biggest wins for the teams. And then we talked about the hero pool, the draft. So good to see that RRQ is acknowledging that when you're going up against SRG, you really need a deep hero pool ready.
It's not only that. I think they're hitting the major pain points for SRG's side. The draft, the read on the meta. What is priority and what is not? Because if we're talking about raw execution, both of these teams are good at what they do. It will stall out to the late game.
You know, I think we could argue that almost all the teams are solid, but...
Yeah. Don't forget, you have the MSC 2025 chest available from August 18th to, July 18th to August 7th for only 20 diamonds. You can draw the luxury reward, returning MSC Skin Atlas Rune Sentinel, plus your first 3 openings guarantee you Crystal of Aurora and Banner of Morale. That's not all. Up to 1,000 MSC coins could be yours too. Buy the MSC Sport Chest now and cheer for MSC. Sorry, Trex, you were in the middle of a point there. What did you want to say?
Like I said, I think draft has been crucial yesterday. Even whether you argue the skill level was different between the teams, I really think draft was huge, and I think this is one of my worries for SRG coming into this. They have been extremely diverse in their draft. They've picked a lot of different things from gold lane all around the map. They have a much deeper unique hero pool than RRQ, and I think what's going to keep a lot of teams together in this knockout stage is maybe just sticking by the book, honestly.
Which is kind of interesting because last year during MSC 24, we saw a lot of the meta already figured out. It was pretty set in stone in how teams wanted to play. The question was skill expression and how to kind of attack specific players rather than a whole style of composition, which is very different to now, where I think there's a lot more fluidity, ways that you can kind of pivot on blue as well as red.
Yeah, currently the draft is paused. We will be coming back into that once it's ready yet again, but we already saw a blue side Fanny rush ban actually by RRQ. Yeah, the funny thing about Fanny is like she's still an option, but yeah, she's gone right now in the meta. But if she does come up, it's more on the red side if I'm not mistaken. So it just really goes to show how the priorities change. Now this is a good respect ban by RRQ, taking away the Kimmy for Stormy, who was actually great for SRG OG.
That's not the only thing, right? Getting rid of the Kimmy is just one part of the puzzle. Red side, we've seen a consistent amount of bans going over to Yishin, Shin, sometimes even Lancelot, but most of the time it's always that Wanwa, which kind of opens up the utility pool for junglers.
I also like the fact that SRG is focusing on the YSS, taking out some of these assassin jungler picks. Even though we haven't seen RRQ use any assassin jungler picks yet, there is still a possibility there. RRQ, even though they've had a smaller hero pool, we got to know that there's a lot of possibilities. But I saw your face, Gideon. The Granger ban, is that a direct target onto Innocent?
It's definitely a direct target, but also is it necessary, right? It's not one of those heroes that are like, oh, it's the ultimate scaling hero that we should be worried about. But first picks are already through, and it looks like they've already locked in for themselves the Zushin, who's been heavily contested within the meta so far.
Yeah, it seems like she's become the go-to mid mid laner once it's available. Zetian has dipped out. Kimmy is the next best option. So you see how RRQ are putting a lot of focus on the center of the map. And you gotta appreciate SRG for these next two draft picks. They picked up the Kalea to sort of match that presence and aggression in the center. And most importantly, they can just have Innocent go off to the side and split push.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I think they want to make sure they lock in something for Innocent quickly because you could see the target bans coming in. And if RRQ pick up the Moskov here, SRG wait till maybe second phase, Innocent has nothing left at this point. The Kalea as well, we've seen how well it does. I think it's just a solid upfront pick. They don't need to pick a mage right now because Jushin's already been picked. So if they still want something like the Farza to outrange the Jushin, they can do that as their third.
I'm not going to waste the efforts of our script writers here, but did you know that SRG, 100% win rate on Kalea, 0% win rate on the Moskov. So they're trying to balance it on both sides, but RRQ very smartly of them, the Badang into the Fredrin. They didn't go for the Arlot straight away. They might consider it later down the road, but they're keeping their options huge, which is why this is the genius of Keskute.
Okay, so here's the question. Do they pick up mage here? Do they go for something like the Farza here? Even though the Badang's on the field, I still like it against the Jushin. I like the range. I like the wings by wings. The problem is with jungler already picked on the side of RRQ, you know some bans are going to be heading in towards SRG in second phase if they don't lock that in.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement that the Farsa should be coming out here now for SRG or their mage, but something that deals damage, not utility mage. You need that raw damage output to help bridge for the Moskov to come in. They went for damage, but not in the mid lane. They picked up the Lancelot.
Okay, I think it's still fine here. Knowing Stormy's hero pool, I want to see whether RRQ have done their homework to kind of force him to dig deep, right? Because there's still the possibilities of, hey, as long as we have Kalea, we force our opponents to take a majority of their spells to be Purify over the Flicker. The only exception being the Badang, but he can build, things like Thunderbelt to kind of scale and protect himself later down in the line. I think that SRG have already taken that into consideration. Now it's about finding a winning matchup for Cram for Red 4.
I think you still have heroes such as the CC available. Those heroes like, we've come to agreement for Crab. He needs a hero that can stand in front, spam stickers.
Glue's also a possibility, something that can deal with the Fredrin here, something that can cause a little bit of crowd control to kind of counteract that. Masha ban on the side of SRG.
It's very nice. It's good. It's really good, because how many games have you seen RRQ just be like, hey, we're about to lose, what's going on? Masha shows up, double kill, triple kill.
Okay, good predicted ban there by SRG. And RRQ are now, as you mentioned, Trex, focusing down on the mid lane. They're gonna take out the even. I wonder if RRQ is within the line of thinking of, you know what? If they pick up the Farsa, we might just be able to deal with it. Is that safe to go down that route?
I mean, I think there's Farza's like there's so many counters to Farza, but also any good Farza player can always wings by wings away, either picks up the Purify, picks up the Flicker, something of that nature. But I like the E-Band. It's something that could kind of give the Fredrin a little bit of trouble, kind of lock it inside of the box. So I think it's definitely a well done pick. CC ban on the side of SRG. Gideon.
I'm telling you, R4 is for Cram right now. They're making sure they're getting rid of the awkward picks, right? You're getting rid of the CC, so even if he does have to play Phoveus into Glue, it's not the worst, but there's just no reason to do it right now. It's better for him to actually go into the Glue at this point of time, because RRQ have already locked in their mage, so there's no immediate counter pick to it.
Yeah, I think next in line we're all in agreement. Glue should be coming in for Cram and SRG later on, which leaves Dyren with maybe just wanting to match that. Farsa is gonna get banned.
Oh,
so Stormy, what's he gonna go into?
I think, okay, let's see. They go for the Phoveus here. Now, I think what he can go for are things like Nana, for an example, any form of strong disengage. There's an argument for Veil as well, but this really depends on how much backline access RQ has in the first place.
I want to see something with range. I was thinking maybe the Novaria, something of that nature, something that doesn't have to get too close and personal. The ZTN is kind of falling off, I feel like, a little bit in terms of meta, so I don't think it's going to pop up here, and it's not something that has a Flicker, and with an Assassin as your front line, you need to make sure your mage is going to be safe when this Lancelot goes and leaves the mage behind.
Yeah, I think whoever they end up in the mid lane for SRG does need a good amount of distance to can mess it up. RRQ go for the claw odd. And I think that's also them considering the potential Novaria or long-range mage option.
Or Kadita. We could maybe see a Kadita mage here in the mid. Could work. You get the Petrify, you get the stun with this big, heavy front line RRQ. Could work as well.
Yeah, no, this is really smart from KSQ's side. I was talking about backline access, right? This really limits down on the type of mid lane heroes that you're going to get access to. Because let's say you go for Kadita. Yes, you have iframes, but as soon as you come out of it, you're going to get jumped on by 2 to 3 people. Now that you don't have to worry about artillery mages, I think at this point, I want to say Nana, but it's so easy for her passive to break in the first like turtle fight. So we'll see. Depending on what mid pick, it really tells us where SRG wants to fight for.
Yeah, and they end up picking
I will
the
not talk.
Zetian, a little bit more utility based with all of the dive that they have. Again, Zetian has
I
struggled,
will
but at least it's
turn
paired
off
up with
microphone
the
just
jungle,
for
so
you
it's
not
not
to
an
hear me
overload
coughing.
on
And
utility. I think across
let's
the
just
board,
watch a
we're all
game.
vibing a little bit more towards RRQ's drafts.
Yeah, I'm definitely vibing a little bit more towards RQ's draft. I think a lot of things is going to come down to how this Lancelot gets played, how good it's able to perform in the pit, can they secure first turtle, etc., etc.
Yeah, so it feels like the SRG lineup is a little bit more complicated to pull off, while RRQ just has a very solid foundation. Play around the Badang, Lapu, Juicin, and Fred. Let's go, bring it in Naisu to call game number 1.
Thank you so much to the panel here. Yes, it's me, Naisu, and Brigida to bring you the action. It's our first quarterfinal match of today, day number 2 here, of course, the knockout stage. And it's an epic match we have ahead of us as we jump into the land of dawn. Will it be RRQ to move on forward with redemption, or will it be SRG OG Esports? Brigida, they've shared their thoughts over on the panel. I gotta say, I gotta lean towards the same sentiments here. I'm thinking RRQ's draft. I like it. What do you think?
I have to agree with them as well. There are just too much things that RRQ have already secured even prior to that game in terms of picks and in terms of battle spells, which will make things a lot more easier. And it does feel like Stormy was left with very little options in terms of the mid lane pick. And we put a lot of focus in terms of the mid laners in the current meta. So we'll see how SRG gets to actually pull off this entire idea. Because again, even just in terms of Purify, like Rins and Toy already have that. And they might have to bank on other ways to force it out of RRQ if they want to make the Kalei a bit more useful.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems here, nothing too crazy. A whole lot of tenacities, of course, for RRQ. They want to be able to go ahead and survive. A lot of brave smites. You know, they're going to rely on. Dyron's taken some damage, but that's kind of expected too with a Phoveus matchup there. He might need some help against Cram later on, but yeah, it's interesting because we've paid a lot of attention to the mid laners, for example, leading into MSC in general, and it's been in an interesting position. I mean, even the Zetian alone from Stormy, it's like we haven't seen this hero be maybe as useful as some people thought.
Yeah.
But she still gets picked up quite a bit, especially when you're thinking about the vision that it provides, utility as well. And once these level 4s start to come online, Cram's going to get pulled back.
Whoa, that's 4 members of RRQ actually trying to go for Cram. They force out the flicker though, so there seems to be an intention to somehow shut him down. But Sakai goes in, even using the Phantom Execution towards Rins, but he still does not decide to use the Purify.
Yeah, he doesn't have it. The turtle's up, and this is a battle for space right now. A lot of poking going on here. There's a jump in from Edok, but they just want to fight for it.
Okay, the ultimate's already committed as well. They somehow have a bit of control here, but that's the Dark Wave knocking up 2 members from RRQ. Dyren goes to the back lines though, and it's still Sakai who gets to secure everything. Razor's Wrath doesn't land onto anyone but Toy. He gets first blood. Sakai trades out to Jin, but on the top lane, Yums will be the next to fall.
Whoa, there's the fight everywhere. Sakai's in trouble too, Edok. He'll clean up the kill before going down himself. So at least amongst it all, SRG gets a double for Stormy. They also get the turtle.
I mean, we did say that the idea for SRG is somewhat utility overall, but it's nice to see them play it very aggressively despite that. I mean, even in terms of the ones who positioned themselves first in the turtle, it was just such great timing overall for RRQ because even Toy was in that fight, so who would have expected that RRQ already had that much damage, that much sources for damage. It just fell into place for them, but either way, you see how SRG is trying to attack this game, is trying to approach this game up against RRQ.
This is kind of what I expected, though. You know, I expected this matchup between these two teams to be pretty hectic in the early game. And we've already got that. And I think really when you look at both lineups, both just teams fighting out, like that's what they want to do. I almost feel like, for the most part, majority of the teams, this is how they like to play these games, especially you take in consideration this is a best of 5. We've had plenty of best of 3s, you know, so team strategy and the way they play it might differ from game to game. But right now it's mostly objective fighting around that. We heard that from the interviews coming into this too, that, you know, for RRQ, a lot of times it's like, yeah, let's just go ahead and focus on our objectives, secure those early turtles if we can, and that's why we saw them fight for it. But of course, they've got to win that retribution battle when it comes down to it. And so what it's been a lot of is just these kind of skirmishes, these fighting. I mean, even earlier, the fact that Toy went all the way from the gold lane up to that turtle to provide that blazing duet damage was great, because, I mean, with Innocent, he could have just joined the fight. Rins?
Yep. He was the first one to rotate out of his lane, but SRG are actually doing a really great job at holding this river side. Oh, Cram decides to burst or go in first. However, there's a Tsunami Slam already committed. Edok gets taken out. Sutsujin this time secures the turtle out. SLD will land onto Riz, and Innocent will be coming on from behind, but the fast execution will be enough. 2-man knockoff coming in from the Tsunami or the Tidal Strike, but Yumes, he will not be able to sustain all that, but it might just be all worth it for SRG.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get a couple kills off it. Of course, the turtle went to RRQ, but because of the extended fight and then Innocent joining in, I mean, crazy to see how this played out. We're going to get a look at it again with the instant replay here, brought to us by STC, but I mean, look at this. This was a fight that you think RRQ is going to win. Susujin gets the turtle, but then because of the spear, I mean, this is a very slow-moving Moskov, too, because this is very early on in the game, but, you know, they end up having more of that firepower in their favor, especially when you have a landslide to consider in the hands of Skies here. So it's still, I mean, either way, it's an objective trade for both of them now, 1-for-1 in the turtles, but SRG gets themselves a nice lead. A 1K lead at this point isn't anything too crazy that RRQ has to deal with, but it's starting to build up here. I think the main thing when you really break down those fights is fighting around those windows of crowd control that RRQ lineup has, but the same thing over here from SRG OG Esports. Like, they can do the same thing, but it's just playing around, for example, getting out the Tsunami Slams if it's going to be used, or Edok setting things up with the break and fist break combo that we're so used to seeing, especially when the flicker's available.
Because I think even the panelists did point out that RRQ just have so many resources that will be very beneficial for them when it comes to a team fight or a situation where SRG has to group up, especially considering that majority of the heroes of SRG, well, fortunately for their last pick, they did decide to go for the Zetian, so that gives them a little bit more of range. They literally have to coordinate and be together in order for them to maximize their potential, their capabilities. But Edok goes in with a flicker, gets to catch only Crab because Stormy still has the flicker, but the Fury of the Phoenix will be used to counter against RRQ. Yumes from behind trying to hold out some of the other members. Bravest Spider already committed by Dyrant as well. There's another fifth break catching 3, but Toy might not get to target anyone with the blazing duet. Sekai's this time gets the Turtle Praetor's Wrath, lands onto Yumes. Sutsujin holding everyone down all by himself, but SRG, they might want to go for it. Fortunately, RRQ are able to run away though.
Cram just took so much damage and bought so much time for them in that fight, and then Yumes holding on to the Tsunami Slam for the right moment is what really allowed them to gain control around that last turtle of the game and win that fight. It just didn't seem like RRQ was able to go ahead and get the advantage they were looking for. You know, there was a great amount of damage from the Appraiser's Wrath from Susujin, but still, they weren't able to win and out. Sekai's is going to be out just fine in that exchange, but what a good fight for SRG there.
All of the good initiations, you see them come in from RRQ.
Yeah.
But eventually, SRG OG, they're just so consistent in finding ways to bounce back, to counter-engage up against this team of RRQ, up against all those potential fist break, fist crack setups. We see that come in, but there's a conceal play coming in from RRQ. They don't fully commit just yet, though.
Yeah, good comms there. You know, they want to go for Innocent. Like I said, you know, leading into this, a lot of people are like, man, you know, SRG OG Esports has this kind of tendency to just rely on Innocent to kind of lock in, pop off later on. Again, he's the only one right now with a Savage for MSC. And so if you can put some pressure there, try to delay him out a little bit, then that might be one of the game plans for RRQ. But he's protected really well. You can see he just goes down to the bottom lane now. Yume's providing so much information. He might be in trouble.
Oh, beautiful counter with the Tsunami Slam onto Edok. Now he gets immediately taken down before he gets to do anything. He was right close under the turret as well, but Toy, now with that energy eruption, they find a way to deal with Sekai's. That was a bit too dangerous up against 3 members of RRQ.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Sekai's was like, I got this, and Toy said, no, it's all right. So this is actually probably going to get them the Lord here. There is a trade on the tier 2 turret on the bottom side, but RRQ now going for this. Oh, spear. Okay, yeah.
Oh, we've seen too much.
We've seen it too much, Brigitte. You know, you kind of hold your breath a little bit. We've seen too many Lords, too many turtles taken with the Spear Destruction from Amazkov. But RRQ gets themselves a Lord, which is going to be not too devastating, I feel like, again, but they did whittle down some of the gold that was building up here in comparison to SRG. It might help them get to the tier 2 turrets because you got to see it. They don't have any tier 1s down at all. You know, so they need to go ahead and start opening up the map to utilize this lineup that they have here.
Yeah, because I know for a fact that RRQ might be wanting to consistently push SRG to force them to a fight, but then SRG, the way they're dealing with it right now, was just really banking on the idea that Innocent needs to take his time, but the Lantern Flare stack will catch on to Sekai once again. Fortunately, gets to dash away with the puncture. There's a beautiful knock-up coming in from Yumes as well. They commit the Tsunami Slam onto Sutsujin, but on the other side of the map, Sekai is doing a great job as well, zoning out or actually dealing the damage towards the tankiest members, but he gets traded out too.
Toys coming to the fight. He's trying to set up the Blazing Duet, but he gets hit into the wall. He finally gets it off. He'll take down one, forces the flicker from Stormy. What a fight in the mid lane. Lord finally goes down. So after it all, they get all tier 1 turrets that they need, except the mid one.
So it does seem like SRG, despite the presence of the Lord, really wanted to force that fight, be the ones to set things up this time around, but then that caused them a turret, that caused them a bit of casualties here and there. So fortunately, Innocent was there to actually deal with it, but this is where you see that SRG, sometimes they tend to make these very bold decisions too.
Hey, we love these slow motion. Oh, Enoch! That wasn't slow motion. Enoch's taken out.
Okay, another Tsunami Slab will be committed onto Sutsujin. It seems like he's always the target. Now he gets caught. Innocent with a double kill once again, but Graham gets traded out. Yumes doesn't get to jump away. And now Sekai's in too deep with Magnetic. Might get the kill on Toy, and he's actually able to get the kill.
Oh my goodness, what a turnaround! And it was the same thing. Innocent comes in with a Spear Destruction. Dyron might get sandwiched into here. He's trying to get back to the mid lane, but Innocent's just like, I'm taking this turret. They win that fight. And I mean, look at all the bodies right there. And that choke point is not where you want to be. Good close up to it too, because that was a fight that's looking one way and then it quickly turns the other. And I guess that's the way it works when you have a Lancelot and then a Mozkov that can work in conjunction with each other here. So you're getting to that point now where a lot of the teams, once they get this, 12-minute plus, Innocent's got most of the items that he needs, he's starting to be a big threat. Not only that though, but if you throw so much at a Lancelot, trying to catch him, you can buy like these windows of opportunity with a Thorn Rose, with a Phantom Execution. Oh, there it is.
Another surprise engage. Fury of the Phoenix as well committed just to follow up, but the damage coming in from RRQ! It just seems too much. Toy doing a great job at dealing damage. Innocent all alone up against 4, and he won't be able to handle it anymore.
Oh, that was such a good kind of fight back from RRQ. Sekai's is still up. He might still try to delay them. It's only Innocent and Cram that are down. So as the 3 are still alive from SRG OG Esports, they can actually delay this and stop them from taking the Lord here.
Oh my goodness.
That's what they're going to do. They might just get a tier 1 in the mid lane for RRQ. They could start this up, but by that time, Innocent could join this fight with a Spear Destruction. Cram's already back up, so they'll do everything they can to stop this out. and this has been such a pendulum swinging game of back and forth that you can't clearly say RRQ's got this Lord. SRG will fight it out too. So now with everybody back up, they're ready to fight for the Lord here.
Yeah, they gotta be cautious. They gotta manage the waves down bottom first, and also be wary of the threat of a potential steal away from the last one. But they burst down the Lord. No steals whatsoever are gonna happen. There's the Blazing Joint once again coming in, however, and it deals enough damage against SRG. They're trying to chase after them. Lantern flares coming in from Riz, but will he be able to catch up? Innocent Humes and Stormy, they're just able to walk away.
As I said, Brugada, it's a pendulum for game number one, swinging back and forth. Yeah, the Lord went to SRG, but they lost 2 bodies off of that. So this could be cleared out, but this is also the power of Mozkov. Innocent rolls right up top, takes the tier 2 as well, because he knows RRQ's got to deal with this. Well, he throws the spear down, but he knows Susujin's there as well. So this is, and he's actually going to transfer on down.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That is a very brave move, and now with the Blazing Duo and Innocent bursted down. Riz gets the final blow as well, but will he be able to keep himself safe? He will. It's a double for Riz on the Jushin.
Hey, I guess they decided let's just go for it. I'm surprised he followed through, but he did have some information that at least Humes was there. But man, both Wind and Nature's coming in clutch. Toy picks up a Malefic gun now. This is still an even pretty much game across the board. Both teams really close in terms of turrets that they have, but RQ is going to want to start to go ahead and have these better fights. I mean, a lot of the fights are started up from Humes. Anytime he has a flicker, even if he doesn't, he can kind of just jump on in, Tsunami slam someone, and force RRQ to fight. And there has been some close calls where it's like, you know, oh boy.
Okay. Not even the orange buff comes for free.
He should get out.
He should, and find a way to try and get out, but that 4 members that'll try to pin him down. They definitely do not want to allow him to escape, and that's how many seconds? At least he will make it in time though, but I feel like those are things you should not be doing anymore if you want to, like, just hold on to whatever lead you had. And I said had because
it's gone.
It's gone.
They had one, but jumps on in.
There's the passive though. But it still doesn't keep Stormy safe. Humes might get bursted down next. Another double from Riz. Literally trying to work on that redemption that we've been talking about. At least Innocent is still there though, so they have ways to clear the waves, but RRQ, they'll just go in and take this turret away from SRG.
Do they still want to fight this? They're going to jump on in the mid lane anyway.
Energy Eruption used on Sakai, but they go after Grab instead. Innocent trying to deal with the other members, but it seems like they do not care about the damage.
This has been a compounding consequence for SRG OG Esports. It started earlier on with that Spear Destruction, choosing to fight, then Sakai's being in that side of the jungle around the orange buff, and now getting punished here. They lose the base turret. RQ's swung 3.5k in their favor, and the Lord is up. They're feeling confident about this. They'll start it up. SRG's going to get in position here. They will force this again, probably with Humes, but they're going to get caught here.
They find a target, and it's going to be Humes. Sakai's trying to find a kill onto Rin's. Fury of the Phoenix will not land, though. Sutsujin Energy Eruption will be used towards Sakai's. Edok is there as well to put some pressure, but that does not completely stop Sakai's from trying to contest. There's Edok too, once again, trying to block the way, though. But will Sakai's find another route? Oh, the fist grab actually lands onto him. Sutsujin changes target. A break.
Oh, that's a setup right there, but Innocent's pushing the base anyway. He's going for Rins. He's gonna be stopped. It's a 1v1. He throws the Spear Destruction and he'll get Rins anyway. Pops the Wind of Nature, going against Edok. He has the damage. He picks up 2.
That was a close call. Wind of Nature, SOD. All means just to escape. Even the Purify but then he gets taken down now more than ever when he's needed the most by his team.
They can buy themselves 25 seconds here. Innocent will be back up for this. SRG has to delay this Lord push as much as possible. It was such a good juggle from RRQ. They dealt with Sakai's so much, zoning him out from the Lord. Innocent pushes, he gives the call. He's up in 10, and they'll have to stall this out. Some of the base turrets might fall here, depending on how RRQ plays this out. But right now, SRG is okay. They'll deal with the Lord, they'll deal with some of the pressure, but they bought themselves enough time to stay in the game.
The pendulum is becoming too real for this game, and mind you, we're already at how many kills? Like, if you do the math, 26 plus 19, that's like...
quick maths.
That's, I don't want
35. Wait, no.
No.
That's
Wait, see, this is how it affects our brain.
That's 45.
That's how unlimited clashes actually affect our brain. BMI out from Toy. Okay, just to escape the Phantom Execution, so you have to respect the wave clear and the damage coming in from SRG.
Is your brain okay, Brina?
I hope so.
I hope everybody watching this one, their brain is okay, because if it's 5 games of this, that's going to be intense. Conceal's going to be used. Edok will lead in charge here. Will get stopped with the Dark Wave in his tracks. So right now, this composition is paying dividends here for SRG OG Esports. Like, they're able to stay in this, they're able to go ahead and clear things out relatively well and quickly, and it's actually pretty difficult for RRQ to start up a fight. If they have to do anything, it's on Edok. He has to use that conceal like we just saw him, or, you know, flicker on in and set things up, but that's why the majority of this game has all been a decision from SRG. They've been the ones starting the fights, they've been the ones choosing that route, and clearly that can work for them, but I feel like even for RRQ, you got to start to transition to be like, all right, how do we make sure we don't get just like pushed off the map from Innocent? Because with that base turret down now, that's something they can play into. Good thing the Lord is on that side and not the opposite side, so that alleviates some of the pressure. Oh, Edok!
But even in just the orange buff, they decide to pick a fight. Edok gets bursted down, however, Immortality already popped, and Sakai will be able to find the kill on the dead! But Toy might just save the game for RRQ. Deals enough damage with Blazing Do It once again. There's the stun coming in from Dyren. They go for Crab this time around, but Innocent is just chasing after every single member of RRQ, but still, they find a way. Another bravest fighter in!
And they go in, they get the slam on down as well. Innocent, Immortality's still gonna be popped. He finally goes down from Rids, and RRQ pushes and pulls their way to win this team fight. They'll get the wipeout.
Edok trusted his ability to sustain and get a shield. And now it's RRQ who prevails in game number 1.
The whole story here was the back and forth, a pendulum for both teams, and this time around RRQ gets game number 1. What a phenomenal match 1 in this best of 5. Again, if we get 5 games of this, I think we'll all go home happy, but this is a close one, Brigitte. I mean, both teams look so good there.
That was too close. I mean, you would think that RRQ would be the ones who were in a little more riskier position since they forced the fight close to SRG OG's base in a situation where they could have possibly had an easier way out to regroup or re-engage, but the way RRQ was just able to sustain all that, find the right timings to go in, especially for Toy. I must say, the timings Toy had using the Blazing Do It saved the team fights for RRQ multiple times.
Not only that, but Dyren. Like, Dyren, even in that last fight, I mean, he was doing this all game, but this was a lapu game of crazy proportions. Even that last fight, he had to be the guy a lot of the times tanking up a lot of damage, getting stuns off, even doing a decent amount of damage here. So between him, Edok, and Susagen, they were really able to go ahead and allow the team fights to be the way that they were. It was a great thing, you know, you see from the highlights over here overall in game 1, and it was just I mean, a lot of the micro decisions that were made on both sides were good, but I would say that SRG OG Esports made more mistakes here, and that seems to be, of course, the case of the game, right? The team that makes more of those mistakes is usually going to lose the game.
And it's weird because I feel like all those mistakes were magnified whenever they were clearly in the lead. So that's like for a majority of the first few minutes, no, not even, like the mid portions of the game, where it feels like individually SRG kept doing things away from the other members of their team, away from their teammates. So I feel like those are questions we might get answers later on.
Yeah, well, maybe the panel can answer that for us. We're going to throw it back over to Redmar and our boys on the panel.
Thank you so much, Brigida and Naisu. Well, as expected, RRQ, much better draft, easier to pull off, but SRG fought back until they realized the biggest problem that we acknowledged by the end of the draft, the damage output coming out of RRQ is just way too much.
Yeah, I think not just the damage output, Toy was able to come online, but for me, top 5 players of the match, Dyren. The guy was a monster, and even though SRG throughout the beginning of the match was able to kind of check RRQ, there was one player they weren't able to check the whole game.
Yeah, if Dyren doesn't get the MVP, I don't know what to say, right? Like, he came out swinging from the gates. He was the only person who was walking out of the mid game with any sort of lead whatsoever, second to only Toy, and even then it was by a very small margin. The only other person in terms of raw execution that was doing well was Edok. So it's wild how crazy and how close the margins were.
Yeah, if you remember Lapu Lapu, if he gets to snowball very quickly, he's the hero that shines and longer engages. As the game went on, you saw that SRG were able to drag things out in terms of team fights because Innocent was also staying alive. But then Dyren's happy. At one point behind the scenes, Trex exclaimed, "What the heck is that cooldown?" He just kept getting his bravest fighter so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, in the matter of a fight 2 times, and he saved the second one for a bit farther into the fight. So, I mean, it's definitely insane. And without Dyren, I don't think RQ would have been able to pull through on that series.
I agree. I think that, overall, Toy was playing a strong game. His first item power spike honestly felt when he got the Trinity, and as soon as he got the one where we saw his initial win over some pretty, I want to say overextensions from the side of Innocent, but he's doing it at a time where technically there's nothing to fight over in the map, and the Lord was kind of walking down on bottom side. Overall, this match was a lot closer than what most people would imagine, right? It was about how close can you execute and really how much value can the mid laners get out of their spells.
Yeah, it was 51 kills in 20 minutes and 36 seconds. It was definitely a close game because you also got to see SRG recalibrate a bit, and at some point they were just like, okay, these team fights are a struggle for us. Let's just see if we can get Sekais to get the Lord, get Innocent to split push, which was unfortunately just checked really well by RRQ. Real quick though, I want to look at the Sekais here. Do you think this was more of he had way more mistakes than he had good moments for Sekais, or was Edok and even Susujin just checking him way too good?
I wouldn't even say that. I don't know. I don't think Sekai's made too many mistakes. In the beginning of the game, I was literally honoring him with how well he was sticking close to his team, even though he was Assassin, playing around Innocent. SRG played their composition very well. Better than what I thought their draft was going to do, honestly.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few examples of an MLBB game that is by far the most exciting because both sides understood what their compositions wanted to do, and trading is a top priority. You never kind of want to walk away saying, oh, I lost 3 for 2, right? You always want to be 1 for 1, 50-50 every single time you engage your opponent.
Well, these two teams have set the bar not only for the series, but I feel like for the day with that monster 51 kill game in game number 1. RRQ or SRG, let's see what adjustments will be made when we come back from the break for game number 2.
I don't feel like it's better right now. Not much, but better. Dazai, change your clothes? Man, great idea.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Welcome back to the panel here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025 of the Esports World Cup. Still here with Renmar, Gideon, and Trex. And before we head on over and continue this series, we kind of need a bit more info and context as to how RRQ and SRG ended up together. Let's watch this.
Innocent. So against RRQ, what do you think?
It's like with other teams, it's normal.
It's becoming better, I guess.
Maybe it's for SRG. For strategy, I think
These fucking random allergy things. Midday.
The interview, kenapa pick SRG?
Just nothing happened. Mooney was here for a week already and just randomly starts suffocating. Easy.
Sujin, what's happening now?
Oh, now we are doing device setup.
What's interesting, my nose is not clogged. I can breathe through my nose.
Rahasianya kami akan main. Nice.
We're doing the rehearsal, guys, because so we know what we're gonna do in the match day.
Can you bring me around?
Yes, let's go. And this one is Innocent.
Your manager.
Say hi. And our manager, guys. Yes. Then this one is Sky Twins, Dallas.
Yeah, just coughing and hard to breathe, that's all.
This is something good.
This is our key, and we have different colors because we are the defending champion, right? So we have the crown in the middle. Good, right? Stop. Stand up him. To perfect the storyline, we need to win. Confident can win.
Ya, insyaAllah dengan doa-doa korang kita orang boleh menang. Can you?
Semoga dimudahkan.
Amin.
For Yums, do your best and let's give a good match.
The beast at the gate is Innocent. And in that game number 1, though he did have a fantastic game, he was somewhat tamed by RRQ. Or dare I say a little bit more controlled. They weren't able to completely rein Innocent
Let's play. No, I will just watch today.
Coming into this game,
I'm kind of tired to play.
Because it looks like Toy is up for the challenge. He's ready to go toe-to-toe in lane against Innocent.
You have to take care of yourself, boy. Stop waiting.
What's interesting about Toy is it seems like a much more
I can't can't even vape, I guess.
And not saying that Innocent's out of control aggression is bad. It's where we get to see those saves that we saw in that Lord right before that Lord push. Something that completely put SRG, kept them in the game for a bit longer there. But I think Toy is definitely ready for this.
It's a stat check, it's to keep RRQ in play.
Yeah, and if you want to be a beast in game 2, similar to our players, you can go ahead and grab the MSC 2025 pass. Again, it's only available up until August 7th. It's 20% off for the entire period. Don't forget to get Nathan's new Archon of Knowledge skin, one of my favorite MSC skins that we've ever released. And you can also get MSC coins, the battle mode, the returning skin of Atlas, the Jawhead Space Explorer skin, and many more rewards. You do not want to miss out on that. All right, so drafts for game number 2. We were unanimous that RRQ drafted a much easier lineup to pull off. SRG kept up with them mechanically, but I think now the focus shifts away from the center of the map. You're really gonna have to look now at what
guys.
Dyron ends up with
and
how well Cram with his
I just don't talk much because I have allergy. I cannot breathe really.
I want to agree with you, but at the same
really
time,
good.
what it really boils down to is whether or not the mid is going to get affected because of Dyron on the other side. Like, I mean, look at this quote from Rins.
Yeah, he did mention that during M6 that he wasn't like completely in the zone. There were a few things that was sort of like bothering him, but now that game number 1, it really didn't look like it. He was very confident on that juice in.
Cut to Innocent taking him out right at the base.
Fair enough, but that's Innocent things, man. Innocent can do no wrong right now. But I want to touch on what you said, Renmar. In terms of
Don't
draft,
push yourself.
honestly, SRG's draft won me over halfway through that game. I don't really think their draft was any worse than RQ's, but I will agree that I think RQ's draft was a bit harder to pull off. There was a bit more things that they had to do in sense of hit certain skill shots. The timing of that Fury of the Phoenix had to always be perfect, whereas RQ's draft was just a bit more straightforward for me. Everyone had a very easy objective.
I agree they had a very easy objective.
Dazai comment on drafting and predict their
every single
picks.
time for SRG, right? It's like I have to
Are
mechanically
you
outplay
retarded?
you, and so
I just told you I cannot talk much because I have allergy.
I lock down Sakai's.
As we head into the draft for game number 2, surprise, surprise, what I have been telling everyone should be the pick of MSC 2025, the Akai, is banned in the first phase by SRG.
So do we see a Fredrin ban as the last one from SRG? Pure target onto Sutsujin, because it's true, all we've seen from RQ so far is utility jungle.
Oh, they're trying to get Sutsujin into the assassin mindset.
Let's go toe for toe, ninjas in the jungle, baby.
I think they actually won't ban out the Fredrin here for the side of SRG. I think they actually want Sutsujin to be on the Fredrin because then it is more
in the middle,
straightforward as
very
what they want.
handsome.
And at least for the side of SRG OG Esports, right? I think even if they get the Fredrin at this point, it's also not too bad. Ooh, the Ruby ban for the side of RRQ.
It's because the YSS could have been open, and essentially you take out the Ruby, YSS is now sort of softly taken away as an option.
I think YSS is going to get first pick by SRG's side.
Yeah, it's something they picked up before. It's something we've barely ever seen. I think they have to pick it up. But how does it fare against the Fredrin? You get hit by that taunt when you come in? I feel like it could be something similar to the Joy, where if you come in too close, you're in a kind of a bad spot.
Well, I mean, it's the same problem that you have with Lancelot, right? You're basically trying to use your iframes to traceless in this case to kind of stay ahead of the game. But honestly, let's see, right? Because Yishin Shin has been picked up whenever it is open, especially when Red Side doesn't ban it for a majority of teams.
Yeah, and if they go YSS here, that means SRG could end up with a double carry at most. The double marksman strategy that we've been seeing all throughout MSC. So RQ still going to lean into the juice, and now Kalea combo at the center of the map with strong control. I think SRG, they need to take a page from RQ's book, and they might want to consider picking up the Badang now.
Badang could definitely be clean. Maybe lock in their mage a little earlier this time.
Oh, yeah.
I think that could definitely be a possibility as well. But now that they have something like the YSS, I'm excited to see exactly how it plays out.
I think right now what it's riding on is whether or not you can get a winning matchup for the side of EXP. I'm trying to think of synergies right now because that's what blue side, especially within this first phase, really set up for. Can we set up for second phase strong synergies or strong laners? And in this case, it's going to be strong laners for the side of SRG. The CC, I'm okay with. The Farsa, I'm a little worried for, considering that, Gatot hasn't been picked up as a counter engagement.
Yeah, really great pick here by RRQ, considering that you don't have to worry about the Fovisa on the other side and you needed someone to reach that Farsa, Arlot's a great pickup for Dyron.
Yeah, but at least I will say with them picking it up this early, there's not as many counters as RRQ had last time against some of those long-range mages.
Yeah.
So I think this could be comfortable. The CC, though sometimes we see the XP lane get pushed back into second phase, CC's just solid overall, right? She can't really do any wrong. You do kind of lack your crowd control here a little bit, but they can make up for that in second phase.
Huh. They take away the Granger, so they're taking away the reach as much as possible from Innocent, but then RRQ doesn't have enough pieces right now to actually make, if ever hypothetically, they decide to go Harith in the gold lane.
I mean, they don't have to go Harith, right? There's still Moskov available. They can still play Claude if they wanted to as well, all of which do pretty decent into the Farsa at the end of the day. We've seen that Toy is actually pretty capable of taking on, like, Innocence Moskov in a 1v1 scenario. And even then, I'm still a little worried about a couple of things. Number one, whether or not Gatot is a consideration for RRQ for banning, or whether or not SRG is going to completely take out the Fredrin at this point. There we go. Now, we're forcing them to go into an assassin section, which then again, let's say if RRQ get access to Lancelot, then there's a big question of, is there enough burst with the Kalia?
I think at this point, I think you still maybe ban out the Lancelot, maybe you ban out the Hayabusa, something of that nature. You're right though, lack of burst. They have the Jushin, they don't really have that on the side of RRQ. It's mostly chip damage right now. So, and then they ban the Granger against themselves as well, which could have been a really decent, you know, right away pickup for them, being first pick in second phase. Where does RRQ go from here, honestly? I feel like they're in the bad spot of this draft right now.
Yeah, excuse me, they banned the Phobius?
There's a possibility, because keep in mind, RRQ is the only other team that puts CC in the gold. Yeah.
Ah, so they're thinking that the CC might go into the gold lane.
And they did it last time they had the YSS. They went Ruby Dyroth against CFU, which yes, it's very different. But the point is with the burst damage of a Farza and a YSS, it is very doable. And they could even pick something that's a bit more aggressive that still output damage, something like the Dyroth. I'm not crazy about it, but you get my point, right?
Yeah. So for SRG's last ban, yeah, I think I'm on the same boat as you guys. Just ban out an assassin. It is the Hayabusa. One of the things you want to go for if you have a Farsa in your lineup, and considering where the YSS will be compared to the rest of the team, it's a safe ban. Then they do end up picking the Harith away from the side of SRG if ever SRG was looking for a more traditional carry in the gold lane. So are they gonna lean into the double fighter setup to supplement this YSS is the big question now for SRG.
I think it's going to be really difficult to actually go for this like double fighter setup at this point, because yes, they've got the damage, but at the same time getting picked off from the side of RRQ is also highly likely, right? They've got good ways of disengage, they've got a great pick-off hero in the Kalia, so sustaining through the damage is always a possibility, and I think the only one that we should be worried about was the Ruby, but it's already banned out. So it forces SRG, unless they've got some really deep pockets in that gold lane, to say, hey, Innocent, what other fighters can you play?
It definitely is something. They go for the Claude though, still need a roamer, and I think they need some crowd control. They do take the Gatot, solid, something that can still hold down the front line. On the side of RQ, they need some physical damage at this point. I think the Lancelot's probably their best option here.
They can go Lance, they can go Ling. I don't think there's anything else that's pretty crazy, but I think that SRG are banking that's like, sure, you could play Ling, but then you're late game. If you play Lancelot, the first two items are the most important, and we don't believe in your mechanics enough to get away with it.
Yeah, you need the raw damage. The Arlot and Kalea, with what SRG is looking like right now, might not be able to last that long. So they do go for the Lancelot. They get that burst. How are we feeling about these drafts? Which team are you siding with?
I really like the SRG draft right now. I think it's very straightforward. I think it's clean. I think it's a bit simpler than what they tried to do last time.
I think that it's still going to be a 50-50 between the two teams. We're going to see something very similar to the last game.
Okay,
a bit of a
let's
switch
go.
in roles, but I think SRG's lineup will scale much better.
I'm on the same boat as Trex here, leaning a little bit more towards the SRG draft. But let's see, maybe Dyron might pop off again for RRQ, completely throwing her predictions out of the way. So, bring it in, nice elbow. What about you two? What do you guys think about the draft for this game number 2?
Thank you so much, panel. I'll tell you what we think. I'm going to go with RRQ here. I think they had a great game last time, Brigida. Dyron was locked in, and he's got the Arla in his hand. That is a little more risky, though, because we've seen some final slashes change the course of games, either for better or for worse. So you guys can let us know in the comments as well what you guys think, who has the better draft for Game 2. Welcome to the Land of Dawn here. It's this best of 5 to move on forward. Brigida, what do you think? Are you going with the boys on the panel?
Okay, I think we're gonna be split in terms of what we think when it comes to the draft for game number 2, because as much as I wanted to side with RRQ as well, granted what they were able to accomplish in game number 1, and given that they had the Jushin Arlot combination that could be paired up well with their other heroes, the AoE that SRG has right now and the type of lineup that they have looks too good in terms of team fights. And if, well, they must be played to coordinate well enough to be able to make things work, right? And if that's going to be the case for SRG OG heading into this game, then things may be a lot more simpler and a lot more better for them, I feel.
I feel like the early game, especially when these level 4s are available, RRQ could really punish in the early objective takes for the turtles.
Like unlike first game, Lancelot here feels free. Not stunned with Bedang, Predrin and everyone else. I don't know.
The Arlot, that kit to go ahead and help you out. There's a whole lot that they can do in these early fights that gives them a advantage when it comes to early team fights. Now, where does SRG OG Esports come into that? They have just quite a bit of damage early on, which they can go ahead and do. Taking a look at the first blood rates here, this is how much these teams like to fight, as you can already see here. Yumes, he should be fine. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, literally fighting in as early as now, less than 2 minutes into this game, but
we've seen some early first blood. 30 seconds or so.
26?
26.
There has been one, which was at 26 seconds. That's true. That happened in the group stage, so we're yet to see that happen in the knockouts because teams tend to play a little more cautiously, and that's for sure, but that does not seem cautious at all. What a surprise setup coming in from Zyra. They get to burst down Rids first. However, Stormy trying to hold on to dear life, but he won't be able to survive that as well. Sutsujin freely gets hold of the objective for his team, but it's a beautiful curtain called Yo-Yo Blitz coming in from Cram. Finds a way to respond to RRQ, but Tyron, he buys some time for Sutsujin to steal away the orange or the purple buff.
Okay, a whole lot happened there. Suzujin should be fine. He's gonna throw Rose. Never. Oh, he's so close to dying. Again, earlier, even Sakai is getting that charge up, the shot in there, but man, so Turtle goes to RRQ. Yeah. That was a fight started from the final slash like we've expected to happen there. But even when you get that down, if you are in a position where you're kind of outgunned, outdamaged, that's what I was saying with SRG's lineup, they have a lot of good early damage. And so when you jump into that fight, and mind you, 2 of those kills went to Cram, so this might be one of the games where it's like Cram now has this lead against Dyron. He's got 2 early kills on ACC, which is going to allow him to go ahead and duke it out, but already up top.
And 3 members are going to actually punish him right there, so as you mentioned, they are looking to secure that early advantage for Cram once again. And I believe this happened earlier too. They just have to really keep it close, but the Diamond Force already committed by Toy doesn't get to actually fully answer back though. The BMI for the Claude has been such a crucial part as well in the way that he's able to keep himself safe. Has to be extra careful though because the other members of SRG OG are also down bottom as well. But going back, okay, we can't even say anything about what happens in terms of the lineup because for now RRQ will try to burst down you.
They really tried to kill Gato.
Sakai's actually pretty low as well. They're doing a great job at just sustaining and holding on despite all that early game damage you mentioned.
Brigada, it's still the same thing. Both teams going back and forth already in game 2, just like they did. They're looking to make a play up here on Cram.
Oh,
nice final slash.
That's a beautiful lantern flare, final slash, but now they get tied with the curtain call. Both Edok and Dyron get taken out right before the turtle.
See, that's crazy because like RRQ just ends up, you know, surviving that whole interaction in the mid lane. They could have just started probably the turtle. They go for a play up top, and now they're going to lose this objective over to SRG. Cram will go ahead and zone out as much as possible. Susujin, and they might get some more. I mean, they have to respect this. They flicker forward.
Such an aggressive decision coming in from RRQ. RRQ, and that cost Rin's his life. Dairen still decides to go in though, does use the final slash. Will he get the kill onto Sakai? He actually does. A nice follow as well coming in from Enoch, but the blazing do it from Innocent might force them to get away. Zaman Force already committed by Toy, but will he be able to find a trade? Enoch will fall next. Crab battling up against Toy, but finds a way to escape, but no!
Hey, if they want those kills, they're gonna go for it. So many aggressive flickers being used. Finally, Cram goes down because he was 5-0 for a second there. And RRQ had to get something. They had to get a shutdown going. We're gonna look at the instant replay here from STC. This was all started. Look at this.
With a flicker.
Rins goes forward. They get caught in a bad position, but still, it also brings it to a fight here where then Dairen can join. He uses the final slash, but this whole time, both gold laners also rotating towards this fight. I mean, if we had 51 kills earlier, I don't know how many we're going to have this time in game 2.
We might be exceeding that even if the pace keeps going like this, but even despite the early lead that Cram was able to establish, or SRG OG was able to establish for their XP lane, RRQ are actually the ones who get to convert into a turret first. There's not too much of a significant lead in terms of the other laning matchups. It's just mostly really on the EXP lane, and so RRQ, I feel like that's one thing you'd really have to look at, because they tend to overextend in a way. I mean, we're still in the 6-minute mark of the game, yes, but these are decisions that can immediately be punished by a single curtain call, and that applies to whoever decides to go in, be it Rins with the flicker on the Jushin and whatnot. So like, those are things you have to calculate a bit more if you were RRQ.
This is good though from RRQ, because again, you know, based off the rematch that we remember seeing, or the match we remember seeing from M6, RRQ definitely comes into this series a lot more aggressive. You know, they are a team that likes to be a little more foundational, a little more stick to the book here. A lot with these objectives, and they're going to have to fight for the second turtle. They are dealing with the pressure from SRG's lineup. There's a jump on in.
Oh, AOG curtain call. Beautiful call coming in from RRQ, but Sutsujin still gets the turtle for his team. Edok, though, will be punished here. Double kill for Cram. Riz just trying to scare away the other members from chasing them, but that was clearly somehow a bit more favorable for SRG.
Yeah, they get a couple kills off of it. They get some pressure. They dealt with Toy. Toy was starting to scale up pretty well in this Harris.
Whoa.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, those are very aggressive combinations coming in from SRG. And then somehow Dairen gets to cancel that feathered airstrike, but that was a close call for Rins. Okay, so going back, I know we did mention that RRQ, hold on, Sutsujin, will he get to escape this? Cram doing a great job at pressuring him as he tries to defend that tier 1 down bottom.
If last game we saw
oh my goodness,
RRQ's XP laner Dairen have a great game, now this time it's Cram's for game 2. 7-1-2 now. This CC is starting to be a really big problem. Actually, it's been a problem for the majority of the game, but whoa, hold on.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Stormy. The other members didn't even have to do much. They just stood right in front of them, blocked their way to trying to cancel Stormy out or answer back, and now that's a Zaman Force coming from Troy. Tries to burst down Cram, but he gets to bounce away. So not even, like, SRG can afford to do those kinds of plays because they have the mobility to keep themselves safe.
That's one of the things that the panel is really trying to paint the picture here too. You know, there's, in terms of damage potential from RRQ, it's a little bit more difficult because yes, you need the scaling from a Harith, but again, if Sutsujin hasn't been able to utilize much because of this zone potential that a Farsa gives. I know Gideon mentioned that he was a little worried about it, but so far it's working really well in terms of damage. And that's all the Farsa really does. Like, you are a big artillery setup for your team to play around that feathered airstrike. And they've done so well at catching targets. I mean, you lay that down, you have an Avatar of the Guardian, you get to jump on in. It's such a damage zone of that RRQ wants to stay away from because that Innocent can just come through with the Blazing Duet. So we're seeing a lot of these ultimates from SRG, OG Esports work really well in conjunction with each other, and it's RRQ that's trying to scramble and be like, how do we approach these fights? What do we do? Because a lot of that is this final slash.
Oh, Phantom Execution doesn't connect, but they still get the kill on Stormy. However, one man down for SRG OG. And that is one way you could also also use your resources in conjunction with one another for RRQ. Like, just take them by surprise like that.
They want to take down one of the biggest damage dealers. They're going to be fine. There's the initiation, though.
2 or 3 man knockup done right there, but with the blazing duet, SRG OG are actually able to hold out. It's a triple for Crab, could possibly be a maniac, and he finds it on the CC 11-1.
Fucking CC so OP.
And he's going to get the Lord. Cram is right now the team. He is doing everything.
Yeah.
Look at this. The initiation comes through. But Cram is fine. With a Vengeance, with as stacked as he is, he just does so much damage to RRQ around here. And, you know, you're sitting here, he gets a Maniac, and then they get the Lord. Like, how do you stop this? And this is such an interesting thing because CC takes a very specific lineup for it to really work the way it has. But so far, it's been phenomenal in the hands of Cram for Game 2. And this is giving a huge swing in favor for them. RRQ doesn't really have an answer to deal with this. We usually see CCs do well in damage, but look, he's sitting at #1, pretty far ahead of a Farsa. That is insane that he's actually able to do that. And also, a lot of this has to do when he jumps on into this, he pops the Vengeance, and he's fine. He's also tanky and does so much damage.
Yep. That'll be a lot of bounty if ever they do get to find a kill onto Cram, but that might be something that will be a bit tricky to pull off if you're RRQ, because you have to pay attention to a lot of other stuff. Because the other members can decide to go in whenever they like. There's the AOG, there's the Blazing Duet, and right now you're seeing the Feathered Airstrike. They'll have to work on clearing and taking down the Lord first before they proceed with anything else. And looking at it right now, Dyren does have the Flicker if they'd want to decide to go for something, but you'd also have to consider, would it be best to actually use it as a means to cancel out the other members of SRG OG instead? But he decides to use it as a setup, gets the follow-up from the other members, and Sekai is the first to get targeted down, but the AOG denies such on the escape, and now Innocent goes in with the Blazing Duet, will find the kill onto Rinse as well, and the Feathered Airstrike will nearly catch up to E-Doc. But that was clearly a decision by RRQ. They wanted to force a fight right there.
That was a risk, if anything, Brigada. I mean, they chose to fight. They thought, you know, we clear the Lord, we can handle this, we're going to go for it. Now they're going to lose this base turret. And even so, it's been time and time again where we've seen this final slash used to start some of the fights, and RRQ ends up just losing it. And that's really tough because you got to think, who do you final slash? How do you win that fight? Because even if you slash Cram into the equation, again, he's going to pop the Vengeance. He's going to be able to go ahead and just kind of bounce around the team from RRQ. And that was also the window for Innocent to go ahead and come in with that Blazing Duet. So you're just in a really tough situation if you're RRQ to make this lineup work. And it's really showing that the draft difference here. I mean, from start to finish so far, SRG OG Esports has just been able to go ahead and capitalize on a lot of the decisions they made, but also just the way that this lineup works. Now it gets even more difficult to deal with Cram because he's got an immortality.
And he's still on that 11-1 KDA. Now we put a bit more highlight on him. Also nearly, or actually completed his build already on the CC, so that just adds up to the reasons that RRQ might find it a bit more difficult to deal with him, even if you want to
know which party is like Europe, so at least here can I witness people, thanks to you. No problem. I'm just playing chess here in the Witching tournament, that's all.
Innocent decides to go in as well with the Blazing Duet. They might actually try to go for this base turret.
They're going to jump into the base. They don't have any waves pushing in the mid lane just yet, but they can go ahead and wait for that one on the bottom to come up. They will just ignore the Lord, it seems. There's still 10 seconds on E-Doc to come up, so we'll see if SRG decides to end the game on this push.
There's a concealed play. They definitely want to look for something here. Final stack already committed by Dyren, but Innocent, he will just be targeting the turrets right here. Dyren buying a lot of time, but the curtain call is already committed onto him. Gets bursted down as well. There's a tsunami slam, but E-Doc, he won't be able to sustain. And now SRG OG, they equalize the series.
I won our bet.
No sweeps for this one. We didn't think it'd be that case anyway. 1-1 into the series now. What a dominant game game 2 was. I mean, there was some moments where it was a back and forth, you know, but ultimately, hey, it was Cram's game here for game 2. Definitely saw what Dyren did in game 1. He's like, hey, I can do that too.
You could forget everything that happened in game number 1 with that performance from Cram in game number 2.
Yeah. I mean, he's again, a maniac.
He got a maniac
on this CC. Top of the damage meters. Like, this is what we wish our XP laners in our own games would be like. You know? I mean, like, he was able to just go ahead and do so well with this. And again, I want to say, as we look at the highlights, a lot of it had to do with that early damage profile that comes with this kind of lineup, with the fact that the timings on a lot of this were also on point. They had to utilize the Avatar of the Guardian and that Feathered Airstrike really well with each other, but it also worked well with the YSS. I mean, this was the first pick in the draft because of the reason that you get some of that additional map presence. You know, you're able to go ahead and spot things out. So amazing game here for SRG OG Esports. We're going to be throwing it back to the panel to go ahead and see what their thoughts are about game number 2.
Nice, are you throwing a bit of shade towards me? I'm usually the EXP laner that you are paired up with when you're playing your Cho. I can play CC like this too, but yeah, definitely Cram was the guy for SRG, setting it up with Yumes, and you two have some very strong opinions about this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we came into this series focusing on gold laners, focusing on junglers, but right now I think the focus has to be on the EXP laners. After an amazing game from Dyron on game 1, Cram comes in and just completely flips the script.
I mean, just look at that end game score. He's 12-1 and 18 as we get into that final sequence, and then turns it into 13-1 and 8, which is crazy. But I have to talk about the big differences of game 1 and game number 2, because when we saw game number 1, right, we saw that the biggest difference was the fact that Dyron was having a good time on this Lapu and could carry that lead. So adjusting into game 2, that's where we see the big change. The question became, can we get Cram in a better position in the laning phase to start affecting the mid game, and more importantly, so how much can we squeeze the value out of Stormy, because he was playing Genius Wand first item on a Farsa.
And that's where we looked at the draft. The big difference was, instead of slotting those two at the end of the phase, they brought him in right away. They made sure they locked in Stormy immediately in the mage. They made sure they locked in Cram immediately on a CC, which doesn't have a whole lot of counterplay. We mentioned that no matter what, it's going to do pretty well, especially in the hands of Cram.
Yeah, let's not also forget the fact that this Gatot, I like the way that SRG kind of ordered, as Trex mentioned, ordered the draft, right? The final scores are listed there, ridiculous coming in from Cram, but just notice that everybody has some form of synergy with this Gatot,
finally normal
right?
build
If
for
Gatot lands
Yusen
ACC, it's basically over for whoever is taunted. But that AOG alongside with the Curtain Call, a really powerful combination. Let's not forget about the Turtle Bolt with the Mountain Chakra to not only get the information, but force opponents in a particular direction to guarantee the stun.
Yeah, and the really smart thing about Stormy rushing that Genius Wand is that it goes well with Yumes. Yeah, the Genius Wand helps reduce the magic defense that Yumes would be more than happy because he deals magic damage too.
What makes this draft even better is they weren't even at late game Claude yet. Like, they even had a cherry on top. They had a just in case, depending on how far this game went.
I don't want to play
that
right
you
now.
guys brought, because this is a snowballing effect, one after the other. Farsa goes to Genius Wand, and then Claude needs to get his items. The reason why we see Farsa picking up this Genius Wand, because she knows, hey, I need a cost-efficient item because I'm going to be rotating across the map. A majority of these 24 kills wouldn't have even happened if not for the fact that Stormy still provided good damage, allowing Innocent to pick up that mid-wave too.
You know, and I just gotta say, I miss seeing EXP laners in the carry, doing the most damage per minute. We all grew bored of just having these bulky EXP laners, these sustain EXP laners, and even though the CC was able to pick up tank items, still outputting an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and I think that goes to show just where the mindset of SRG and RRQ was in terms of their EXP lane picks. SRG, they went ahead and rushed the CC. That's them already looking at, they're probably going to pick up the Arlot, because that's what RRQ needed in the big picture of it all. While for RRQ, now it's like, okay, we have the Arlot, good for a big picture, but terrible in lane up against a CC. It's always just such a good time for CC and the rest of the team that has a CC on their side when they're going up against an EXP lane Arlot.
I think what Arcadia and Kescute posed to each other. They looked at each other and said this, hey, I believe that Sutsujin is not going to get as much value out of the Lancelot, and Kescute said, I don't think you're going to get as much value out of the CC. If not, the bans would have been a little different, right? We saw the Phovias get banned out, understandable, because Kalian as well as Arla were already shown in first phase.
I think another good thing about the bans was SRG banning out that Basha and that Akai early on, rushing the CC to kind of throw a warning out. Are you sure you want to pick the Fredrin? Are you sure you want to pick the Fredrin? And then by then we're forcing RRQ into this Lancelot. So I think the next question on my mind is, you know, are they going to be stuck in utility jungle? Is assassin jungle something that we're really going to see from RRQ in the future, or is it going to flop like what we just saw in the last series?
Your face gets stuck on your phone,
both of these
Dazai.
teams were already playing at such a high level. I can't even blame Sutsujin, right? The early game actually worked out really well for him. It's not like he mismechanicked. It really boiled down to, oh, I just didn't have one extra stack of War Axe before I went into the fight, which is why we're seeing, like, for an example, where is he? Sakai's walking away with 1 HP after the Thorn Rose.
And a little bit of a conspiracy theory here. I feel like for multiple points of the draft, it was RRQ falling into some trap set by SRG. The fact that you already saw the CC in the R-Lot, I mean, again, I'm still leaning towards the idea that RRQ shouldn't have leaned in on banning the Phovis in that second phase. At that point, I think SRG already had it settled in their heads that, no, we're going to be playing Claude here.
But I think that's kind of goes to the ode of SRG, and maybe even the advantage of them playing so many games in the group stage and showing some different possibilities that they could bring to the draft. Showing that Ruby Gold Lane's a possibility, you know, double fighters are a possibility. Maybe RQ just a little too much in their head there.
I think it all rounds back to the fact that we saw what happened in game number 1. We put our focus in both Sakai's alongside with Innocent, and that just wasn't a good draft pattern against RRQ. They seem very prepared for Sakai's in particular on top of Innocent. So let's now start leaning into everybody else. I think Kescute's next plan here is to make sure that he disrupts a couple of the synergies alongside, most importantly, Yums, who kind of is getting away with a lot more than he probably should in these past 2 games.
Yeah, and I just have to commend Yums. I was quite vocal about how Yums, it felt like he underperformed in that series during the group stage at one point before they faced off against CFU. I believe it was, were they up against again? Can't remember. But when SRG went up against that, it seemed like Yums was underperforming. But then now, he's making the most out of the unbreakable taunts. He's making the most out of the AOG. So he's really playing a fantastic game. And I think that's one of the picks now that RQ has to look into. Hey, if you have a Gatot Kacha on the hands of Yums, we really have to be careful.
And that's the great thing about the meta right now, where so many teams and players have talked about how open it is, how balanced it is right now. Is it's almost impossible to cover all of your bases in the bans. There's always something left that could fit into the comp, and as long as the player can use it correctly, they can pull it off. And that's something that really has been so enjoyable, I think, in general about these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think the only adjustment they could have made is get rid of the Gatot in phase 2, force them onto a choke. Maybe that could have been an option.
A lot of possibilities could happen here. Again, hello to everyone in the arena right now on site here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Boulevard. Thank you so much for joining us. We are about to head into the draft for game number 3. And I feel like a lot of the trades we're going to be seeing
probably
are
it's going to be like
EXP
full best of 5 series.
Now. But if anyone should bring out something surprising here, as we mentioned at the top of the show, wherein these two teams cannot hide anything anymore, they just have to show their hands, show their best cards. I think RQ needs to do that for this game number 3.
Yeah, I think, well, what we saw from SRG in game number 2 is they completely changed the way they approach the draft. And I think we definitely see the way that RQ approaches this draft. And that's when we know we're in some good MLBB. Both teams, every game, whoever loses, okay, let's not try to do the same thing over and over again. Let's switch up who we slot first, what we ban, etc., etc.
Yeah, things are gonna get wild in the draft, as wild as they are in game right now with the Dino Planet All-Star event happening all the way until August 5th. Remember, you can face off against Roar, the Pterosaur Lord. That's why they called him Roar. Okay, beat him and win exclusive rewards like a limited avatar border, and join themed events to unlock a free skin, the Popol and Koopa Proto Hunter, and if you're a creator, submit your clips to grab special battle emotes. Are you ready to roar?
Rawr.
I'm so ready for Popo and Koopa to be back in the meta.
I'm not. I am not.
Well,
I love that hero.
Stormy's staring us down. Stormy. Oh, okay.
Stormy's like, I heard that.
Yeah.
Don't bring Popo and Koopa back. I play Farsa. Like, please don't.
Actually, that's the hero I'm looking for. This MSC, this whole MSC, I've been looking for someone brave enough to pick up a Popple and Koopa.
Rome or gold?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
You're
Even
the
mid, man.
worst.
Even mid.
Even mid. I love it.
The fact that you're suggesting it as Rome, God, I remember the days.
Yeah, I used to play it. I used to play it, man.
Y'all the worst. Y'all are the worst.
It was a sure, 5-second stun and lockdown?
Yeah.
And then you try to get out. Nope, you can't walk out because there's a trap under your feet.
I still play gold occasionally here and there just because I don't know, it's a fun hero to play. It's just like, if I'm not trying to try hard, yeah, I'll throw in some Popo and Koopa.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. But I think the funny thing that we've seen from these internationals, every time an international quote-unquote skin comes out, it barely gets used. Like, come on, it's Natan this time around, and they're like, nah, ain't gonna touch it.
Yeah, even during the time where Farsa was a skin, she wasn't even that meta during that time.
Yeah, people preferred Valentina.
Yeah. Wait, was last year Valentina? Last year was Valentina, right?
Yes.
Last year was Valentina. We saw a little bit of Valentina play at least, right?
Yeah, we did.
We got to see a little Valentina.
Not as much as I would.
What do you think? You think they just like pump up that hero, buff it as much as possible so that everyone's playing it, right?
Well,
should be the case.
I mean, I wish they did, but there's there's too many case studies where they didn't do that. Like Yuzong, for an example. Like, come on, where was all that?
Yeah, but no, Nathan did get buffed, and there were people saying that Nathan should come in for MSC, but we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, that's what they said about, like, I don't know, Rafael.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Enchanter supports.
Because she doesn't have a skin.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully we get to see some more unique picks in the drafts here. And if ever, RRQ might need to pull that out to win this game number 3 against SRG, who I feel like they've... I felt like game 1 was a low-key kind of a draft download. Game 2, their adjustments in the draft were perfect. And then also a little bit coming from the fact that RRQ may have overthought some certain aspects of their draft with some bans that maybe weren't necessary.
So I think something really important to point out here with RRQ on first pick on blue side, SRG approaches the bans differently already, and I'm kind of questioning that, or I'm wondering at least if after this YSS we'll still see the Basha Kai. We'll still see that possibility of whittling down on RRQ and forcing them into one pick.
Oh, that's tough. Because what that relies on is the priority list in terms of SRG's head. Like, yes, I know that you are capable of playing both the Akai alongside with the Fredrin as well as the Baxia, but arguably SRG need to be able to play those heroes too. I haven't seen the Akai come out. I think that the Baxia and definitely the Fredrin probably is pretty high up in SRG's priority list, but I feel like Sakai's isn't that type of person where it's like, I want to be able to carry these games. I want to be able to kind of like be the driving force rather than putting some of my secondary engagers in the line of fire.
Yeah. So now another question for RRQ is, are they going to rush their juice in again, similar to what they did before? They respect ban the CC, taking it out in the first phase. That's a great call, but now SRG needs to start thinking in the back of their heads, okay, what's Dyron going to end up with? Because if they're not careful, we might end up with just another EXP lane trade that favors RRQ this time.
It's definitely tough. Honestly, with RQ on blue side, I don't think the Jushin's a horrible rush pick. The drafts are almost, I think they are a mimic of what we saw in game 1. We do see the CC banned out this time from the side of RQ. So if RQ rushes the Jushin and SRG doesn't lock in a mage and cram right away, then it's looking like a replay overall. They do bring in the Zushin. So I think this time maybe, do they steal the Lapu?
No.
And not let RQ take it up front?
No, Kalia Farsa right off the rip. I think the biggest problem was that they didn't have that initial burst and they put a lot of the eggs into the Sakai's basket, which is not entirely wrong, right? But they kind of need to alleviate the pressure, and that's what Stormy is really good at doing. He really squeezes out a lot of value from mages, even though it's supposed to be like late game scaling. Again, game number 2, Genius want early, rotate, give the rest of the farm to Cram.
Yeah, I'm also on both that when the Jushin gets picked, you take the Farza immediately, and there it is, Kalea Farza, good call.
Doesn't this mean RQ can rush all their crowd control chainers right now? They can go Gato, they can go Badang.
I fell asleep accidentally.
Gold laner now, or maybe
SRG 1-1 game.
Because we know
Welcome
that,
back to stream.
The gold lane for RQ does have a deep pool. Toy has a lot of options that he can go for. If he doesn't get his Claude, he can get an Irithel. to be even more of a menace for SRG.
I think you go Gatot Lapu at this point, right? I think you know for a fact that Dyron is confident, but more importantly, you need somebody to cancel out this feathered airstrike. And if you're going to lean into Dyron, you might be able to kind of pivot the idea for SRG to say, hey, you want a super safe R4? Well, guess what? You're going to have to commit a little bit more. But a Kai instead.
I think it's solid because the worry is if they don't pick up jungle now, SRG picks whatever they want. They ban out a Kai, Fred, take the Lancelot and leave nothing. Or they ban out, you know, they just really leave literally nothing with RQ. And I think RQ might be showing some cards right now that we need to get our jungle in early. This is something that, I mean, I'm starting to guess, is the pool small there?
I think it's not small. I think this is a cost-efficient way of not having to lock in the Gatot instead and still keeping Edoc's hero pool open while allowing him to maybe get Franco later down the road to punish Sakai's if he tries to go for Lance.
Oh, okay. Let's see what the possibilities we're going to be saving pose a lot. SRG do rush the Claude right away up against an Akai Moscow. That is a difficult pick to make work, especially with what's available for RQ later on. But I feel like that screams confidence. There's something that how Innocent played into how RQ were team fighting in game number 2 that made SRG go, you know what, we're feeling good about the Claude.
I mean, the Claude's never like that bad, you know? I mean, even though I feel like it's always kind of a skill matchup. Because of that BMI, you always have some ability to dance. You always have a way to come in. The Akai's not too much of a threat to it. I mean, I don't know, at least in my opinion. I feel like the Claude's always had, that's why he's been in the meta for so long. Even if he's not the meta, he's always pickable, I feel like.
You're totally right about this, Trex, because imagine if they wanted to lean into Harith, for an example, and that just sucks against the Akai. You get knocked out of the Zaman Force, and then you kind of don't have any damage anymore.
Yeah, as we're looking at the most used heroes for these two teams, should RQ or even SRG consider that a Masha might show up in the hands of Dyron? Because you just need that one quick burst on that Claude to put him down.
Yeah, that is something they could worry about because the Masha, at least you're not jumping in with the bravest fighter. You're not. It's not as hard. You just get close, hit the skill, and boom, Claude's gone.
I mean, there's that, but also I do agree with people's opinions on Dyron on Badang. He's a different beast, right? Especially when you have Flicker in his hands. I think it is actually a pretty good way to have a secondary means of engage rather than putting all the weight on Akai and then starting to peel for toy on this Moskov.
I think they got to ban the Lapu here. Personally, I think the Farza, it's the one thing that can maybe catch the Farza off guard.
Yeah.
Badang also, it could be a problem as well. Either one. They're going to go for the Matilda instead, though, which with the utility jungle, I get it.
Yeah, interesting. That would have been an overload on utility for the side of RQ, but that would have messed up the rotational speed for SRG. I think they're putting a lot of focus onto this Akai and what it can do to disrupt the flow of the rotations for the side of Selangor Red Giants. Well, for RQ, yeah, I don't think they need to worry about EXP lane picks because a lot of the EXP lane picks that you can pick up for SRG right now are looking at that Akai and going, oh, this is going to be a tough game for me.
I think no matter what, SRG is going to have a winning EXP matchup, and that's the most important thing for them on that red side.
Damn,
right?
I want to mate my enemy in chess, I don't know how.
Right now. And the issue is that they won't have access to sandbags. No matter what sandbag they have, there is a very clear response from SRG's side.
So what does SRG take here? Do they save the XP for the possible counterplay, or do they pick something up front? Again, Lapu could be a pick to make sure that they're not getting picked against them. They could just go into something. Lance is already gone. Hayabusa for jungle, maybe just lock in jungle first.
Yeah, might be tough. Although that could be a really good option. They go for the Lapu. Okay, they rush the Lapu right away, I think. Yeah, at this point, RRQ goes for the Badang on Dyron.
They go for Badang on the Dyron most likely. Because they're also worried about a potential Hilda from the side of Dyron too. I think that SRG are thinking whether util or whether
Best of
util or
5.
assassins, right? I think
And now
Hayabusa's
the
not
score
bad,
is
but
1-1.
they want to see the full lineup from RRQ side because they're forcing him into the Hayabusa.
Yeah, RQ though also kind of lacking in burst damage overall. What do they lock in here? Esmeralda and Cho. So Cho for Rome, Esmeralda EXP. Still kind of lacking in damage. It is all shred on the side of RQ. We're talking, I mean, yes, you have the pickoff potential to make up for that, but definitely, for me, a little dangerous.
God damn it, Kescute's too smart. He's both locked out the options for Fredrin as well Hayabusa. No matter what, these neutral objectives are going to be so hard to take. We've seen the classic matchup of Fredrin into Akai, you get pushed into a wall. What's worse, you go into Hayabusa, you're going to get kicked by the Cho.
Yeah, it seems like with everything RRQ brought to the table, whatever Sekais ends up with is going to have difficulty. If Sekais has an easy game, that's an MVP game for him. At this point, it's pick your poison for SRG. Will it be the Hayabusa as your jungle?
What was that? That was Xborg. Yeah, baby! This is interesting because now tempo can be wrestled with.
Yeah.
With the Xborg, you can kind of poke out your opponents. Any full commitment to break the Faraga armor is going to initiate all the ults from SRG.
And the fact that there's no big burst damage from RRQ means it's going to be very hard to get that Faraga armor down. Normally it's the Farza. It's heroes like that you want to use against the Xborg, and all of that is on the side of SRG right now.
How do you break down a front-to-back formation? You don't break it, you burn it down. Let's see if this Xborg pick will help SRG take this game number 3, or will RRQ take it? Bring it up, Naisu, you guys take it.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you so much.
Why are you not talking today? You like rope today?
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's me, Naisu, joined with Brigida to bring
I don't want to
this
talk.
third game in this best of 5 to move on forward to the semis. Will it be RRQ to get the upper hand sitting at match point if they get it, or will it be SRG? We've seen 2 very different games, Brigida, from game 1 to game 2 now, and it's been all about the XP laners. What do we think about this one?
Well, I mean, the matchup in terms of the Esmeralda versus the Lapo is kind of given.
I have allergy today and I can't really breathe much. Like, it's just hard to breathe in. That's why I don't talk.
Like my eyes are glued to this last pick, Xborg, that was brought out by SRG OG, because like this literally changes everything. It resembles that idea we saw earlier, wherein there are just so many zoners, there's so many playmakers, but it's not just that. The amount of burst damage from RRQ might not be that sufficient to constantly be able to deal with the Firaga armor, especially if Sekais is being protected really well by, let's say, the Federal Airstrike, by, let's say, just even Yumes on the Kalea. So if RRQ doesn't find a way to play around this lineup of SRG, it's gonna be looking pretty good for the Red Giants.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems too, you know, this is what we kind of expect here. You got a couple Impure Rages, of course, for the Sutsujin on the Akai, and then over on the Esmeralda for Dyron. The difference for the XP laner, I would say, for RRQ in this sense is how does Dyron utilize the Esmeralda? So far, throughout MSC, we've seen it struggle a bit, you know, for the most part. But of course, you want to go ahead and utilize the fact that you can also put some pressure to a backline if you need to, or finding Stormy, for example, getting that Wings by Wings or the Purify out from there. But also, it's just a sense that both lineups have a pick-off potential. We might see some action up here up top, or at least trying to get some battle spells out. This is a level 4 Sekai's too. They might force an initiation before this turtle. They're going to force him back. Edok not level 4 yet, so doesn't have the kick. So they got to respect that. They'll be zoned out for now from RRQ. But SRG, we'll see if they actually want to just give this one away.
Okay, they finally decide to go for the commit. This time around, Last Insanity already burned as well, literally burning Dyron down.
Damn, I forgot my camera is in the middle of the screen.
Beautiful stun coming in from Cram, doesn't allow them to secure it for themselves. However, there's the heavy spin as well coming in from Sutsujin. So SRG OG might just try to fight this.
Fucking tanky junglers, where are assassins?
But the way of the dragon is still there. They might actually find the kill on Sekai, and they will. SOG landing as well. Toy gets to participate in that fight.
Wow, I mean, like, so this has been the story so far in the series. It's like these team fights always break out, but then they're extended. We're gonna look at the instant replay here brought to us by STC. This was a good option for Sutsujin to be like, guys, I'm gonna bring them here. Come on, rotate. We got the kick soon. They go for that, and then they continue this fight in. You know, it's very interesting because then even Toy joins on in. So it was one of those cases where RQ ends up getting a lot more than they should have because of that constant pressure from SRG. Cram could be in trouble here.
Oh, the damage coming in from Sutsujin on the Akai in the early game. You also have to respect it, but Edok in the middle lane gets picked up as well. Sekais has been very aggressive in his use of the X-Borg, not hesitating to use the last insanity whenever he sees a potential kill.
Yeah.
And I feel that so far it kind of has been working for SRG, because even for Citizen, he's been playing the Akai very
I really
aggressively.
want to watch Onic Philippines
the Akai
game,
does
so
have a decent amount of damage
I'll
that
wait.
he gets to bring out.
And
in
if
the early
I'll
stages
watch
of the
Onic
game, which
Philippines
allows him to
game
kind of
anyway,
keep
I
up
will
in terms of
stream.
farming as well, mind you, but now it's Yumes who
So
might
I
just
can,
get stopped
like,
in
talk-
by the heavy
talk
spin, but
with
another
you.
last insanity coming in from Sutsujin, and Yumes is actually alive, so everyone's just working hand in hand to keep each other alive.
I felt like so much was thrown at Yumes, and Yumes is still able to survive that. Yeah, he burned the flicker. So that's something, that's a battle spell down, and RRQ has continued to put pressure where they can. But still, even up in this top side, Cram's going to be bullied out a little bit as that work's being done. But the turtle's up, so that's the focus now as both teams rotate for this turtle. Already at half health here.
Another last insanity committed. Better Dare Strike 2. Great control over the Lord, and somehow Sekais gets to secure it for themselves. Dyron doing a great job zoning out multiple members of SRG, but will be forced to use the Purify just to get away because he nearly gets caught in that situation. So despite how things have been going for the past 2 games, I feel like there's just as much action, but it doesn't necessarily convert into that much kills for this time around.
For now.
For now. For now.
This is just one of those, I mean, with both lineups, they're maybe a little bit slower to cook than the previous games. That's so far what we've seen. Edok, I don't think he's going to reach that. Not going to be able to set up the kick even with a flicker available. Doesn't want to take the chance, but that's the thing. These lineups need some time to go ahead and scale up, to build up, to get to, you know, that initial burst of the power spake, as they like to go ahead and say it, from our boys yesterday. But eventually they'll get there. But what it does is it puts you in the situation where the game is pretty much even, and the objectives are for the taking. Now, both lineups, especially when it comes to the gold laners, will be a little bit different, where you can put pressure with that Moskov still across the map, building up there for Toy. But the gold laners are keeping it even, and that's the main thing. The big part is once we get to maybe that first Lord, hold on.
No BMIs left, but there's a Purify. Quickly casts that Blazing Duet.
They pick Claude almost every game.
Almost a good call. I mean, it was.
That is like hidden meta or something.
But now there are multiple members of SRG who are rotating down bottom. Will Edok get to actually recall his way out of this? Doesn't have the way of the dragon anymore, but still decides to show himself just to add a bit more pressure there for SRG to not commit. So at least they get to defend their structures, and that's another thing. Like, we're already 6 minutes into the game, but both teams are holding on pretty well to their turrets.
I feel like this one has been more of a, you know, a respect in terms of each other's lineups, even with just knowing that Edok is on this show. Him showing up like just a little bit delayed them, or stopped actually SRG from being like, let's make a play on this tier 1, going for it. But Yumes will hold on to that Tsunami Slam. They're going to fight for the 3rd turtle though.
Oh, they get to force out the Crimson Beacon at least, but Edok still doesn't go for the way of the dragon on Stormy. In a sense, gets the last hit on the turtle, and it was a heavy spin committed just to get out for RRQ. So this is where you start seeing some of their skills that are meant for setups be used defensively instead, and that's when you know that SRG are getting hold of the better game so far. We'll just decide to trade things out, however, so at least they get 2 turrets down in the bottom lane.
RQ's getting
fucking Moscow and Claude all the
Even if they
time.
lose that turtle, doesn't seem like they're too worried about it. Again, this is a team with a Moskov. They'll go for map pressure instead. And yeah, you said it. Part of the game plan for both of them, as we take a look at the items, is again burning battle spells. We're looking at 3 Purifies for RQ. You've got 2 for SRG. So part of it needs to be, how do we get these Purifies down? Rins, you know, take us a couple shots here. Stormy's been doing work. He's got the glowing wand now. Cram's a little more defensive. War Axe and Dominance Ice locked in. So, you know, big part of this is that when that Lord does come up, both teams are pretty much on even ground. It comes down to that execution of the lineups that they have, and, you know, they're kind of contrasting in a way, because other than the setup potential on both sides with either the Cho or the Kalea for Yumes, you have these windows of burst damage with a Farsa, for example, that go ahead and set things up. And so RQ, if they want to get an advantage, they're going to keep going for these turrets. They might go for a kick. They kick Sekai's.
Oh, now they decide to burst him down, but he has the last insanity to escape and will actually try to get back to at least deal a bit more damage. But that's where you see how SRG OG are just able to use their skills together in conjunction so well, either to protect one another or keep one another safe. So even when RRQ decides to go for those kinds of engages, commits on the way of the dragon, even the heavy spin, they don't necessarily get much value out of it, and that's major resources that are burned on their side. So things will get to be a lot better for SRG if they decide to pick up the pace this time around.
I'm actually really, it's surprising that that was even an attempt, you know, because Enoch doesn't have the flicker now. That's actually a pretty big battle spell that the Cho needs to possibly set things up. That turret's going to be pushed down by RQ up top. They're going to go ahead and start up this Lord. SRG takes control of it. It's a half health.
I lost the game, I guess.
See if RRQ can go ahead and contest it. They're showing face here already in the jungle.
Fucking shit.
Better airstrike for Stormy, but still decides to join the fight here. Last Insanity taking down Edoc. Dyren zoning out the other members. Toy also works on Stormy from behind. Yums will be the next to fall. It's a double kill for Sakai's, and he also gets that turtle. Now Dyren is still alive up against 2 members, but Toy is actually making things happen. Finds a triple up against SRG.
Okay, they got the Lord for SRG, but hey, RRQ wins the fight. They get a triple for Toy. He's going to go 1v1 actually against Cram. He'll have to clear this out. Dyren is there too, but they'll hold it down in the mid lane, and Cram just going to go ahead and jump on into the air and just wait for the rest of the team to come back. So this Lord basically doesn't get much at all for SRG, if anything.
Yeah. They'll be able to take it down immediately before it gets any further into the map. They've equalized the score. It's both 7 kills, but the lead, the map, the way that Toy is just able to pressure it has been doing wonders for RRQ, and now they decide to work on Dyren in the bottom lane. Edoc will be surprising them from behind, however, decides to commit the kit onto Innocent, but there will be no follow-up, and now Innocent responds with the Blazing Dew. It forces out the flicker as well.
Look at Toy.
Look at how these teams just keep forcing things out of each other, but again, as you mentioned, Toy, he just gets the better trades.
Toy's doing work. Cram's gonna spot him out, jumps on in with Brayden's fighter. He's gonna go hand in hand, a gun versus a sword, gets the stun down, but Toy still has some space to work with. Last Insanity comes through as Sakai's will finally shut down Toy.
There's no way you could get out of that. Multiple members of SRG, and the way that Cram just decided to go for that skill which could deal a lot more damage rather than enhancing your sustain, because that's all he really needed to work on. It was just Toy all alone that he needed to take down.
Which marksman is saying better in late game?
Now somehow they've literally minimized the lead.
I mean, it depends more on draft.
At around 1k for RRQ, and now they might just be able to work on this tier 1 in mid. Tsunami Slap already committed onto Edoc, gets bursted down once
Probably
again.
the strongest late game marksman is Layla and Leslie.
Or it did not actually land.
But they are not meta because they're better early.
They put work in to defend the tier 1. They'll do it. I'm not sure if they still want to fight. Cram takes a little bit of damage. We'll go for the stun. He's got to get out of here, though. And RQ still staying around this mid lane. They might look to go for another play. They're going to be in trouble. Dyren on the run still holds on to the Purify, but still close as ever between the both teams here. So you're seeing a lot of these fights, a lot of the initiations that are happening, and this is what I was talking about with playing into the windows of the lineup. You can see between both gold laners, they are imperative for both the teams here. You've got already that try set up there with the items for Innocent. He is going to be doing a lot of damage with the Blazing Duet, but even so for Toy, he's got the Trinity, but he's also got the Wind of Nature, and that's going to be big in terms of these fights. There's been some instances where we see them going and just getting battle spells down from SRG OG Esports, and this might be one of them. You know, goes for the kick.
Oh, they get to isolate the jungler, but the last Insanity will be committed still. Better airstrike as well, somehow keeping him safe, but Cram all alone finds the stun onto Toy, but up against 3 might not be able to survive this. Edoc on the other side of the map gets traded down as well, and Sutsujin gets bursted down as the Akai. And then goes into the Blazing Duet, and now Toy definitely in trouble as he gets taken down. Flicker still available for Yums, keeping him safe as well, but Dyren barely surviving this fight. Innocent will not allow Rins to close in anymore, and they will freely get their hands on this Lord.
Oh, you can see the smiles here from Stormy. That was a fight that they needed. They got control of it, and it was started from Edok. This was all with the kick. Cramp buys time. There's two separate fights going on here, but they were able to go ahead and separate the right members to win the advantage for SRG OG Esports. Again, they get themselves to Lord. They'll go ahead and play into this. And that's always the thing, you know? It's always a risk with the setup roamers that we see, especially the Cho.
Yeah.
If you go in with a kick, and there isn't the follow-up that you're looking for, it puts yourself in a tough position to be in where you just end up getting punished. And now for SRG, they'll walk into this. They need the base turrets. They have to go ahead and even out the playing field in terms of map space.
SRG or RRQ win?
Now, they're not going to let up here.
How about just a title strike into the Tsunami Slam, forces out the heavy spin from Sutsujin already. Oh, look at these two guys just going at it. And again, going back to what you said, I feel like for RRQ, really, is Sekai still the best target to go for in terms of those setups if you're Edok? Because it's more than just the follow-up that they could provide. It's also whether or not that target can actually make it out alive. But now RRQ with a clapback tries to go for Stormy first. Won't be able to find a way out of it anymore. They know that they've already taken out some resources away from SRG OG. So now they get themselves back.
I'm not sure if that was all on the same mindset there on what they wanted to do around the Lord, because they got Sandwich in. There's a Tsunami Sam. They get the Purify out. They're still going to fight it down the mid. Toy is there, trying to clear that wave out to get this tier 1. Edok might still jump in on this. He's got to be careful as Cram locks him in.
Oh, gets to stun multiple members, and that's going to be a beautiful opportunity for Sekai to go in with the double. Innocent gets to shred down Sutsujin time and time again. Whenever the team fights break out, it's only Rins left. Another Bravest Fighter from Crowd. You's blocking their path, and the Tsunami Slap to finish things off as SRG OG in the blink of an eye seal the deal and take match
You
points.
saw odds for Spirit, they almost give them no chance versus Onic.
Match point now for Selangor Red Giants.
I didn't see. What is the coefficient to bet on the win of Team Spirit?
The thing they wanted to happen, but they chose to fight. They chose to win the fight, and that's all they needed. Man, that X-Borg too at the end there. Sekai is able to get the double. You can't win in nature. The flamethrower there, you know, it's a little bit too much. You're getting cooked at that point. So it was a interesting game, to say the least here. The decisions that were made, it was still probably the most even game, I would say, for the majority of this early to mid-game transition. But, you know, it's just tough to see because there was clearly some initiations that didn't go the way of RRQ. And I know our panel has a lot to say about game number 3, so let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
So the X-Borg did burn down the formation of RRQ. It felt like watching a city under fire, dealing double damage just for showing up.
Triple damage at that point. Yeah. You know, I am not always a believer of the X-Borg. I've always thought it looks good on paper, but it never seems to perform, at least for a lot of the games I see. But Sekai's made that thing look sexy.
It looked really good. And I think a lot of it just boiled down to, like, can you break the Firaga armor? Yep. I think we saw multiple times that RRQ made some pretty good attempts, but as soon as the War Axe after the BRB got purchased, it became really hard, right? Because Dairen already took 2 deaths prior to that fight, and then Sutsujin, as much as that heavy spin is such a powerful tool, they're kind of waiting on SRG to make that first initial move, which again, they held until the very end to make it happen.
And even when they did burst the Fraga armor, all of their kits were used up at that point, and you still got a Feathered Airstrike coming soon. You still have so many things that you have to worry about. And I think just Sekai's timing, even when he didn't use it for a Lord or a Turtle, he always made sure he got a kill. Overall on the map, just played an amazing job.
The biggest worry that I had in this game, it was mainly because every single time we saw a fight actually break out, towers, tier 1 and as well as tier 2, collapsing off of the second turtle in the game.
This guy can't mate me with King and Queen.
Still have its, like, quote-unquote armor and magic resist still in play. In that sense, we saw that Toy was walking away with a full item ahead of Innocent.
What
That
the
Winds of
fucking
Nature was
monkey?
supposed to be the big game changer during that first and second Lord, but it just didn't matter because he ended up dying over to the raw true damage from SRG side on a fully stacked up War Axe.
Yeah, and this is where we revisit one of the key ideas for drafts, especially here in MSC, your damage profile. Yes, utility-wise, everything looks great for RRQ. You're playing around the Moskov, but at the end of the day,
versus
SRG
Onic,
just
it's
had
3-2,
like
remember
raw
my
brute
words.
force damage
Okay,
across the board.
Yeah, just about every type of damage you could think of, from burst with the Farza to true damage with the X-Borg to shred with the Claude.
I don't know why you
checked
think
every
Spirit
single
can win.
box in the book, and that was something that we
This
saw
guy is
from RRQ in the
delusional,
beginning,
like-
is how are they going to deal with some of these heroes?
He's gonna draw now or
They were
what?
just lacking in certain departments.
I think a lot of it was just on Toy, right? Toy was the only person realistically who can kind of not only break the formation, but like hard carry these fights, especially if it's a traditional front to back.
Yep, true magic, physical damage, true damage, physical
Autist.
damage, magic damage, all now leading to emotional damage for RQ as SRG are now at match point. One game win away from securing their slot in the semifinals and eliminating RQ Hoshi, the team that selected them for this matchup. So we're gonna go on a quick break and let's see what will happen in game number 4.
Oh, I'm so fucking blind when I play chess, I don't know for what reason. Only team to beat Spirit in scrims was Onic ID. What do you mean? It's tournament, it's not scrims.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here at the key wall, and this is where all the teams' keys will be stored before
I don't
and
know.
after their match.
I think
Now, you
Onic
can
Philippines
see
will
here,
destroy
all the
them, but
keys are here for everyone to see whether you're still a contender
It's gonna
or
be 3-0.
if your keys have already been crushed. Before every match, each captain from each team will be able to pick up their keys to bring it over to the stage. As you can see here, RRQ's and SRG's keys are not available because that's the upcoming match that we're going to be seeing in just a bit. Now, after we figure out who the winner is, the winners get to come back here and place their keys back onto the wall. However, the losers, their keys will be crushed for everyone to see. So the big question now is, whose keys will be able to be stored back onto the wall? Whose keys will be crushed by the end of the day? And finally, whose key will be finally placed into the final totem to be crowned at the MSC 2025 champion?
Just a bit, we're going to be
Whose
heading
keys
into
will be
game number
crushed.
4, where where
Good it not whose ball's gonna be
the
crushed.
defending champions of MSC could potentially just end this series and secure their slot in the semifinals against a team that has been hungry for redemption against them, RRQ, the team that selected them. Selections is the name of the game. It was acknowledged earlier by these two teams that it's all gonna be about the draft. So what now do we expect for RRQ as the clap back? Where do they focus on? Is it the mid? Is it the jungle? Where?
I'm personally scared because I don't know which side it's going to be on, right? Because blue side, it seems like SRG has a much better read on the situation, but then red side, you're able to get those big power picks like we saw in game number 2 for RRQ, right? It really is hard to say because I feel like if I'm in RRQ's position, I think we might have to take red side one more time just to kind of
like
see
a team key, it's not like a real
and
key.
respond with our own sweet synergies.
Yeah, I think as RRQ, there's nothing wrong with having first pick there. I'm no longer... I don't think I was ever really on board with the Jushin up front first pick. I think unless they ban out the Farza first, I'm still a strong believer that the Farza outranges it. I think it just kind of outplays it overall. It also gives you burst damage, something that the Jushin doesn't, and it just makes your drafting phase a little bit easier. So I think that RQ can take whatever side they want. They just need to
chill idea
maybe not
about
be too
this,
stuck
yeah.
in one direction, because we've seen SRG be very willing to flex
I feel
around
better, my
and find answers.
I personally think that could
I
change,
took
right?
like
Because
20
so far we've
milligrams
seen
of
other teams get away with the
antihistamines
Jushin in
and
these
I'm fine.
2v2s. And how do they do it? They punish their opponents by letting them push
I'm a little
first,
bit
and
sleepy
then
now
using
because
the
of them or
Jushin to
what? I
really
don't know.
tax their
Is it
HP
side
as
effects?
they are leaving the lane.
But were those top 8 teams?
They were top 8 teams. TLPH did that.
Okay. Against who?
Finally, I'm not coughing to death like
Exactly, and that's but my point is you can no longer slide through the cracks just first picking
Dazai, when will you play?
You know, that's my point.
Oh, I guess I'll go sleep and when I'll wake up I'll stream and play.
Slightly weaker teams, you know? You have to really be ready for what SRG is going to bring to you.
Dazai sleep in
I'm all
stream?
for that, honestly. Just consider changing your priorities on the Jushin while we prioritize
I
getting
can.
sweet new skins in the game as the Metro
Do you wanna
Zero
see my
skin
gat?
line is coming
Did I turn
soon.
my
It's
back to
arriving at the
camera?
mlbb battlefield with a stunning new series of skins. What visual wonders await
Not
aside
coughing,
from
so
the
yeah, I'm
traditional
right now
approaches?
just
Stay
no,
tuned
my
for the
nose is
upcoming
clogged.
Metro Zero cinematic
And
trailer if you
but I
haven't
can
seen
breathe.
it
I feel I
yet.
have enough oxygen in my lungs, you know, in my blood.
I missed that one. I missed that one, boys.
I was waiting for your contribution.
Yeah,
man.
you're
But
talking
it's
about
alright. You already
yourself,
knocked
my
out,
wait,
the
I
best
didn't read.
contribution that we've had heading into this game number 4. Take that Jushin out of the picture for RRQ.
I'm one struggling now in exchange
they
of
were
you.
focused a little bit too much into one
Right,
direction.
right.
It's like they're insecure, and I don't know what for about their damage
Not
profile. They're
coughing.
leaning a little bit towards like utility, slow chip. We need to see RRQ bring out bursts.
Yeah, it's the same. Like I was coughing not because I was coughing, but because I was not able to breathe normally.
They had RQ. It was RRQ.
Sometimes I cough, sometimes I don't cough. I still cannot breathe. Like
What was their gold lane?
just right now, it was my throat was dry or something, and I was coughing too.
There. I mean, they did make it work in game 1. They are going to swap over to red side this time, but I will say SRG didn't have the
sleeping in
Farza
stream
game
back,
1.
then I was
SRG
like, for
quickly
real?
found some answers, I feel like. RQ though on red side on second pick.
Oh
SRG
no, I don't have
doing
acid
the same
reflux.
exact draft they did in game 2.
Terrible
except
thing.
This time their third
I
ban is a little
don't.
different.
Oh, now it's
Don't
on
like it.
RRQ's hands if
I
whether or not
rarely
that
have it, but
Farsa
I don't
Kimmy
like
trade
it.
will be committed, because if
My
it's open for
condolences.
SRG, they can lock the Kimmy first pick, then RRQ will have to pick up their Farsa in the first phase of their draft.
Did you drink
I'm also worried
acid,
about
bro?
YSS like Max mentioned here, right?
That's what SRG picked
What
first
the
up last
fuck?
time. That's why they banned out the Basha Kai. It's like, listen, we're going to make you do it. RQ does ban out the YSS this time. A little bit of a fun fact, though. Yumi now holds the most total assists in MSC history. Is that 418?
Yeah, is that your new nickname for Yums? You call him Yumi now?
I just said Yums. It's my American accent, I'm sorry.
That's pretty impressive because think of it this way, JPL has been playing way he has been a staple, but he has also been playing for a significantly longer time compared to Yums. But hey, first picks in the draft already through.
And RRQ do end up getting the Farsa. It's SRG telling RRQ to, you know what, you guys commit the trade, whether it's the Kimmy, whether it's the Farsa. I think SRG needs to lock down the Kimmy now. It worked very well for them during the group stages, especially paired up with the Kalea.
Yes and no, but somebody needs to make a sacrifice here, right? It's either EXP or jungle who has to make the sacrifice. At the end of the day, Kimmy unfortunately needs a frontliner to be good at what she does. The 2v2 is great, but it looks like they have locked in for themselves the glue early on.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned about the front line.
Yes, it's nice draft, I like it.
With the glue on the board, the Kimmy
Muni
gets an
running
excellent front
around
line
here.
paired up with it, and the Kalea as well, so it ticks your condition, Gideon.
RQ takes the Lancelot up front. Sushijin now going to be forced to prove himself on match point, letting us know, listen, I got this. I can run the assassins. I know I like to play utility, but I still have something up my sleeve, and I do like this against the Kimmy. Kimmy, yes, as a mid laner, doesn't have the largest range. You do have some dash, you do have some kite, but Lancelot is one of the few assassins who can.
Is it Monday today? What the fuck?
But doesn't this mean that RQ
No,
will
it's
have to
Thursday.
commit
I anyway
a
didn't know what day is
Fredrin
today.
ban? Or they're just willing to give the Fredrin to the hands of SRG, but it's a tried and tested combo. Fredrin and Kimmy together, paired up with the Kalea, just does so much for the Kimmy that as RRQ might not, that puts too much pressure onto the Pharsa and the Lancelot to make sure they get Stormy down.
I think that right now, with what RRQ is trying to do, is trying to kind of set the tone for the draft, right? Especially within this first phase. And with SRG, we have like sub-synergies.
Joey and probably Zay gonna ban
immediately, we are making sure that RRQ is saying, hey, number one, we need
Hayabusa.
to get rid of burst damage style heroes, right? That's why they're getting rid of the likelihood of Joy. I think they're also going to get rid of another assassin. I would assume Hayabusa in this particular case to not only protect the Pharsa so that it doesn't combo alongside the Kalea.
Marksman probably
I do like the
must.
idea of the Fredrin ban as well. Either could work out, especially with the fact that so much utility.
I guess SRG can even ban
SRG
Claude in this
also
draft.
needing some burst damage for themselves,
It's
like you said,
possible.
maybe something like the Hayabusa, or do they just go for the double marksman, tank front line?
Claude,
Wait it out,
Irritel,
take it slow. It's match point. They do have opportunity for that overall.
or
This is the
Muska.
tough part now for RQ because it's literally their choice, whether it's the Fredrin ban, which it is, or whether it was going to be a Hayabusa ban, which it could have been. Now, Hayabusa is potentially looking good for SRG. As we mentioned, a lot of the tanky fighter-style junglers are
Yeah, you
gone,
will end up like
so they don't
Mai,
necessarily
being
need to lean into the
Filipino,
double marksman, but I think
with
they will.
big
Now,
arms.
Granger still looks really good for SRG, unless RQ decides to take it away.
I think
Be
Granger is
careful.
Definitely a possibility. RQ could easily scoop that up though up front, unless our SRG says no, we're going to ban that out too, and that gets rid of more burst damage potentially. Get rid of the Cho, solid ban.
Really, really good foreshadowing coming in from, it's like not foreshadowing, but foresight coming in from Arcadia. Because now, because we've seen this 2 times already where Kesku is
Go
trying
ban.
to corner
Okay.
the jungle options. Unless they want to play something like Export again, right now there's a lot more burst coming out from RRQ.
I lose a lot of weight now, Dazai, not big arms anymore. That's good for you. You didn't want big arms anyway.
Of SRG, I think SRG wins because if that's a Hilda, good thing it wasn't. Because this pick for Edok only shows up when RRQ are on. All right, boys, game phase mode, game time mode. We can't lose this. Edok's signature pick in the roam.
This is so
The
good.
moment I hear Filipino, my mind goes to Ladyboy. It's Thailandino, not Filipino, bro.
Unfortunately, in this case, Tigreal works the exact same way, if not a little bit more precise with a scalpel rather than going for the big.
Not only
heavy
arms,
attack.
my whole body shrunk.
Something spicy here from SRG OG, something a little out of the norm. They've been able to surprise us with a few picks so far, and I think
I
we
don't
can
know,
keep it
is this
simple, go
bad?
for, like, Hayabusa,
If it's
Granger,
bad, then
Moskov
I'm
locked
sorry
in.
for
I
you.
am a little worried about. I'm kind of a little worried about Assassin up front, but also now with the Tigreal,
Does I
Assassin
really
isn't
need it?
looking
You
too
really
bad,
need to
something
go
that's
for
not just
gym?
gonna get bullied around. There goes
I could.
Hayabusa. Last pick for
But I will not.
RRQ though. Do they just go for the Granger?
Hayabusa
Yeah,
must
I
go.
think that
Yeah.
might be their best bet. They need to even out the range.
Nice,
Yeah.
sexy.
They do lock in the Granger. Oh, RRQ brought out their big guns as Edox, Tigreal, but SRG's lineup could be very good as well.
Winning formula.
It's 50-50 for me.
Yeah, it's a really big.
No, it's not 50-50, bitches. Winning formula for SRG is easier.
I think the problem is when it comes down to like first interactions.
It's
right?
like 60-40.
Going to happen because we need to see Edok hit level 4.
All right, will this be game number 5 or will it end here? RRQ and SRG, the fans in the arena, you need to show your love and make some noise for the teams you're supporting. Bring it on, Naisu, take us in.
Thank you so much once again to the panel for breaking it.
I think SRG gonna win right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard
RRQ will fly back to Indonesia.
SRG OG Esports as they move on forward. Or can we get to a game number 5 here? A maxed out series for this one. A trip, of course, to the semifinals ahead of them. RRQ's got to pull something up their sleeves. They brought out the Tigreal for Edok. Brigitte, do you think this is right? I mean, we heard the sentiments from the panel.
Yep.
You know, it could come down to some big plays coming out here from RRQ.
I mean, when it does come to these do or die situations, those clutch moments wherein you have to bring in these picks, your familiarity, your comforts, undeniably, we've seen it multiple times, but whether or not these will be the right calls, because I'm worried from the way we've been seeing the past few games that RRQ, Edok may have been a bit too decisive on these calls, but it has to be all of them being decisive and coming together to follow up. So maybe that's my biggest worry, but in terms of playmaking setups, okay, for sure Edok is going to be delivering on this Tigreal.
He has to. I think, you know, that's one of the main things. Like, anytime we see one of these series, it's always the case, you know, it's the team that's able to go ahead and overlap the ultimates better or have the better execution.
There's a medicine this finally kick in.
Less mistakes. But in this case, you know,
I
as we
feel
take a look
much
at the
better,
emblems
much
too,
better.
I think a big
Just
part of this,
ultra
once again,
much
comes to the
better.
hands of Edok. He's got to be able to set things up. Now, you sprinkle in some of that responsibility with Dairen, like the XP laners are to be expected so far in our current meta. But I guess one of the biggest differences here in specifics to Edok is the Tigreal. It's a little bit more, I would say, assured to get a setup instead of the Cho. You can see already the pressure, though.
Oh, fortunately, Rins gets to reposition, so won't get taken out just yet. But the Phantom execution gets delayed by a bit through that knock-up. Still, everyone gets to survive, though. Maybe not Stormy if the last hit still connects, but they just get to force out the recalls, and I feel like that's already something massive for RRQ. Dairen literally going at it. Fume's forced to flicker. Better Dare Strike also committed by Rins. So they've done a really good job already, even without
Look
getting
at this 1 HP boss.
Coming back. He's like, I have a flicker. It got to the dark wave.
Whoa.
He goes anyway. I knew he was going to do it. He had the flicker available, and they get the call to come back. So RRQ goes in, gets a double for Dairen and the turtle.
Okay, so not settle with just the recalls, with just the battle spells. They had to get the kills, because I feel like that's where RRQ literally gets activated, when they're able to just set the tempo and keep the pace. But now they seem to go after Toy. He has no way out of that. Storm or Innocent gets very low, however, but now they're gonna play it safe. They're already happy with what they got there. That's the trade. It's a bit delayed, but that's the trade for SRG for now.
Yeah, it's still the case here, you know, and like we've seen, oh, hold on, mid lane, Rins gonna be in trouble, wings by wings, flaps on around, and will still be alive. Susan and Sea Stormy so low, but I don't think he's gonna be able to cover the ground. So this is the thing, you know, you have this trading going on. The big part of this is now Cram has to go against a 2-0 Phoveus, and like we've seen, Phoveus, even without kills, will usually be able to just kind of tank up 3 dudes, you know, 1v3 if he has to. This gives him a little bit of the advantage, but Cram on the glue is still relatively going to be fine, at least in the lane.
Yeah.
But once these next objective fights break out, that's where, you know, it's going to be kind of important that Cram is able to go ahead and utilize the glue against Dairen's Phoveus here.
It just depends on their gameplay.
Look at the damage already.
Cancelled by the knockup from the title strike, though, but the Phantom execution just in time. time. Sutsujin gets to land it on Innocent. Now looking after Stormy. Doesn't land the Thorn Rose though. But still, that's a lot. They got the kill on Innocent and Yumes. And this is the time where Edok gets a lot more online because he's hit his level 4. So there are a lot more angles that RRQ can decide to play with. All aside from what you mentioned about Tyron being on an
Like
early
Hayabusa
2-0.
should
We don't even know what
lock onto Farsa.
We don't, but look at this, the fight for the turtle. Suzujin proven that he can play the assassins as well, of course. Turtle secured, a second one in the hands of RRQ.
Kalia
SRG might have a kill
try
on the board,
to
but other than that play they made on Toy earlier on,
save from
they haven't been able
Lancelot,
to
get
really do anything.
Lancelot.
RRQ is playing into the
Or just
composition
push
that they
someone
have.
under
This is
tower.
always the case with a Farsa. Farsa's damage
Gulu
is just
should
pretty,
sit on the
tough to
Granger
deal with
or
when you're getting set up in the mid lane, especially around this. They're gonna
Fovius.
go with
Just find the
explosion
kill
setup.
too, I
Tyron
guess.
goes in, but has the flicker to keep
Kimmy
himself
just deal
alive.
damage to
Actually went
front
the blade
lane.
armor first item, but oh, the damage from Rins already too much. Edok actually finds a setup onto Yumes
So
in the
it's
top lane.
relatively easy for Haya to find the kill here on Farsa or Granger.
What better way to establish
And it's kind of hard
this
to use
early
Tigreal
game
here.
for RRQ. Toy gets involved.
That's why I have faith in SRG
And
draft.
they've been very clean in terms of whoever they decide to go for in terms of setup so far.
He just got the Sky Piercer as well, so, you know, unfortunately he
At
didn't
the
have
same
earlier
time,
Boreas
one
skills, but now he got
Kalia
it.
is not enough
And
to kill
things for
Lancelot.
RRQ are gonna go ahead and set things up.
Especially
This is
Fovius and
why
Tigreal engaging
the
together.
positioning for the roamers are imperative.
So-
You can see Edok right now playing the patient game. He's gonna go ahead.
I
use
have
the
no
information.
idea
The
who would,
traction pulse is already gonna be used, and Edok
just
is
want to
waiting for the
sleep.
ultimate to be available. It should be up soon. He's gonna conceal anyway.
Sacred Hammer finds Crab, forces out the flicker. And they still get to hand over that purple buff to Sutsujin regardless. So now he's one level ahead of Sekai's. Not looking too good because it seems like RRQ, they're just so in sync right now. They're
This
covering
Mai
the
in
map
1
so
second
well.
turned into
And they
suicidal
know where
woman.
they just want to transition next. I mean, look at where Edok positions himself. One bush after another.
He's like, okay, I didn't have the implosion earlier on. I have it now. You know, so he went in with Sacred Hammer. That was fine. Didn't get anything. But ultimately, they're playing around this last turtle of the game. The turret in the bottom does go down. Traction Pulse going to be used again, but tanky enough to deal with this. They might try to go ahead and just set up for the turtle. Just focus on that.
Bye,
Everybody
Valiant.
from RRQ is here. Sakai's, I don't think he makes it in time, so that's 3 for 3 objectives now for RRQ. At least for SRG, they go and put a push on that tier 1 turret. That's about the best that Innocent can do, at least for now. But the eyes are set here for the tier 1 in the mid.
Yep. Yumes can potentially go in if he finds an angle, but he will be respecting RRQ for now. Innocent goes in with the SOD just to join his other teammates, as Dyred is kind of forced to respond as well to the pressure that is being applied by Innocent here. I mean, that's the most they can do for now. Not until they feel like they have sufficient resources in their arsenal. They're working on a double marksman lineup nonetheless, so I feel like the late game won't be that big of a problem if ever SRG OG are able to extend the fight. But does Innocent know that Rinse is there?
Well, they're going to know he's there anyway.
Oh, now they find out! Feathered airstrike lands onto Innocent.
Damn.
So unfortunate.
The question was did Rins know? You know, like, I'm pretty sure because he calls Sujin either to come clear that wave and then just spots him out. So Innocent going down there is really unfortunate for SRG. This is probably the biggest lead that we've seen so far in the series now. RRQ holding on to almost a 6k gold lead. You can see the difference here in terms of itemization. Toy has no problem taking down this tier 2 up the top side. So the map is pretty open for RRQ. Conceal's going to be used.
Okay.
I don't think they are able to catch anyone, but if they get a shield this early on,
wow,
that's great for RRQ.
Oh my goodness, that was a Purify already forced out of Stormy when all other members of RRQ weren't even nearby, but the Yogi Shadow Kill gets split up against 4 members. Somehow Cram also gets to mount on Edok, but they won't be going with the fight just yet. Title Strike
Mooney has some fucking zoomies, I don't know.
push him back a bit, but look at the damage and the sustain coming in from RRQ. Now Innocent next on the chopping block. That's 3 members of SRG just deleted. Even when
we thought they could actually find a way to fight back.
Such a clean
Oh my god, he's
game
fucking
right now
crazy.
from RRQ. Sakai's in trouble, forced off with a feathered airstrike, and this is an early base turret being knocked down from RRQ. SRG can't do anything but watch as the base turret falls, and meanwhile the Lord has been worked on and secured by Sutsujin, and this is going to be a big play now for RRQ to march into a base that is vulnerable for SRG.
When you said they secure the Lord, I had to check if Innocent had an SOD because of like the amount of times it happened. But yeah, I mean, there have been so many resources burned out here by SRG just to push back the members of RRQ, just to force them to walk away. And I mean, they did successfully do so, especially in terms of trying to at least push Edok away, but that didn't stop Dyron, that didn't stop the other members, but that's a Tsunami Slam already committed onto Edok. Won't be able to cast a setup just yet, but look at how Rince positions himself with the feathered airstrike. Sutsujin goes in with the fast execution, finds the kill onto Stormy, there's an knock as well coming in from Humes. But look at the Rhapsodies from Toy.
Fight started really good, but ended really bad.
The Granger.
Probably because there is 10k leads.
Play under the tier 2. RRQ balloons themselves to an 11,000 gold lead. Can they end the game here?
It seems like the kingdom is only after one thing. Sutsujin gets the kill on Innocent. Rin's great positioning just to clear the waves, and they will deliver indeed.
Damn, 2-2. Full M5, full best of 5 series.
RRQ felt the presence of the Red Giants at the walls, and they came out just swinging in this game 4. Absolute perfection of a game for them. A massive lead, the cleanest we've seen so far in the series. And it brings it down to now, yeah, really, what are we going to expect?
I guess they just playing bad. I mean, the draft was great. What was the problem with draft? It was fine.
We got to see a very great performance as well from Sutsujin and just the squad.
Not to lose like that in 10 minutes.
To make this composition work. Again, the Farsa proving how much of a threat it can be for a lot of this. But again, it comes down to, you know, that early start. These XP laners, I'm telling you, if they get an early lead, if they are built up, they are allowed to put so much pressure on early team fights, and then the team follows through from that. So again, amazing game for very one-sided for RRQ. Let's throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say.
Pretty much went as much as we expected, though 50-50 were our vibes after the draft. At the end of the day, RRQ with one great rotation bot side to start things off with 2 kills on the board for them. Completely broke the rotation and map presence that SRG needed from their glue, and we are going to a game number 5.
I mean, you were supporting SRG. They're about to lose, man.
I was a little worried after
I didn't think they're gonna win.
For sure, we were only going to see game 4, but RRQ puts on their big boy pants, they strap up, and they come in and take another win.
Oh yeah, Sutsujin played a phenomenal early game. I think.
But I'll check what is my cat doing.
Won by the 3rd minute, right? We saw that double kill that happened down by bot side. The fact that we didn't see Stormy hit level 4 on time, the fact that we also saw the punishment of Cram losing out on 2 waves because of that dragged out death. Really good read coming in from Rins. They took the risk of taking damage for the side of Rins as well as Sutsujin, and I think they won that coin flip.
Yeah, and I think with that, SRG taking some of those losses early on, I think it was one of the first highlights we saw in the mid lane. Yumes went for that Tsunami Slam, and I think maybe they overestimated their strength a little too early on there. They were unable to get the kill on Idok. They were unable to do certain things, and that's what you kind of pay the price for. Yes, the Kimmy is amazing mid laner, but early game, the damage isn't always there, and I think SRG maybe should have waited it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it would be a big struggle too, considering that your EXP laner is losing lane. Glue has a better map presence compared to, or excuse me, the Fulvis has a better map presence compared to the Glue. Sakai's jungle keeps getting invaded. The raw damage early on, much better for RRQ. They just played this to their draft strengths.
That's the thing. I feel like, honestly, I think that SRG had a chance if everything went even up until mid-game. But because of that double kill down by the bottom side pre-level 4, it spiraled so far out of control for the side of SRG, allowing RRQ to basically do whatever they want, right? It's the base rule of capitalism of the rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
I gotta point something else out. Last year, Rins, game number 4 on a Farza, came up short.
Yeah.
Game number 4, MSC 2025. He is the carry, most damage dealt on the way to redeem himself. That's poetry right there.
Yeah, you couldn't have written it any better way. The fact that that happened for him. So I feel like he's already gotten his redemption. But for him, redemption doesn't come until they get that win over SRG. And now I think moving forward, SRG are going to be looking at Rins and what he ends up with in the mid lane. And most importantly, what Cram ends up with. As good as the glue was on paper, it just didn't give the presence that they needed. Again, you also have to credit RRQ for what you mentioned, to be that really great rotation early on.
I mean, the brass tax was already paid, and it costed them everything. They could not break out of that poverty line for so long in the match, and you could tell because of the items that they had, they could basically kind of walk around and do whatever they want, right? I will stat check you each and every time unless I make a significant mistake, but it's really hard because we saw the snowball of Dyren, I get a lead, and therefore I will protect Rins. Rins gets his lead, now both of us will go down to Toy. Now Toy's protected by 2 people, now everybody's having a good time.
So I got a question. Do we think like the 2 most important lanes right now, the 2 most important positions right now to focus on in draft are mid lane and EXP?
Yeah.
Is that what are we on board with that?
I'm on that.
I think red side, best side right now. Red side, best side because the
it's tied though.
It's tied 2-2, but keep in mind about what the opening picks were, right? The Kalia gets shown on that blue side, or even the Zhu Xin gets showed up, both of which has a very clean line for the both drafters, Arcadian as well as Kescue, to kind of run it down on their...
Wondering, because that was going through my mind, do we think SRG will pick red side? They were able to win that one blue side game with kind of the cheeky draft that they pulled off, those 2 bans, kind of really catching RQ off guard. Is that plan spent now? And are they forced back to, because normally it's not so even. Normally it's not a 50-50 on red or blue side, and that makes this last game even harder in terms of draft.
Yeah, I think this is where we can marry your 2 opinions here, where yes, for me, it's XP lane, mid lane trade as your prio, but definitely SRG needs to pick red side here, heading into this game number 5. They do have that choice. Hopefully they do pick up that choice, because if they go for the same priorities again, similar to game number 4, there's not a lot of wiggle room in what you could adjust. Even let's say hypothetically you put the Fredrin first phase instead of the glue, so it's paired up with the Kimikaleya. Yeah, you have a solid connection already in the center of the map, but then what does Cram end up with? And RRQ haven't been shy with making sure that Cram ends up with a hero that does much better things for RRQ than it does for SRG.
I have to agree with that, which is why the pocket picks need to start coming out, right? I think that Terizla needs to be a serious consideration now that both, again, we've seen the Phobias happen a couple of times, but more importantly, the CC has been banned out consistently in the first phase.
I would say also for SRG, one of their, so far we've seen some of their greatest pocket picks is in their jungle. We saw that export come out, and I think if they slot up, I'm wondering if maybe the pocket pick should be elsewhere other than EXP, and maybe make sure they get a decent EXP and Mage early on, and then let your flexibility be around marksman, be around jungle, be elsewhere on the map. Because after that export game, it feels like Sakai's can literally pretty much pick about whatever they want and be able to win a game.
Again. Yeah, I'm planning on doing
the
that.
Usual Farsas,
Mental
Jusins,
health
and Kimmy,
is
we've
sucks.
been seeing really have a great time.
Something like that. Maybe just block everyone. Forget about everyone. Do not bother about anything.
We've seen a couple of games, even in wildcards, where Faramis comes in.
Maybe just fuck everyone.
Their opponents didn't expect it to come out. Suddenly, they're so aggressive in the early because they know they can play around the Nether Realm. And
watch SRG bring out interesting
Maybe
hero.
That's something these 2 teams might want to consider and lean into heading into game number 5. Are there any picks that you're looking for? You said you're looking for the Terizla. Is there a specific pick that you're looking for?
We need 24 hours stream with made out tweet.
Oh.
Bro. Right now,
I mean, it's always.
I can wear this maid
a
outfit for 5
possibility,
minutes.
right? Like just because of the utility you get from it. But I think in
And then I will
meta,
turn off the stream.
stationary mages are hard to pull off. ZTN gets the pass mainly because of the
I don't know why I suddenly get into mental health issues. You mean you have them or you talk about them? Because if you have them, no.
To their team, you know?
Maybe there is a reason.
The picks that we know notably from
Maybe
both of
there
these
is
sides
no
have
reason.
proven
Maybe
to
it's
work.
just a
Lancelot's
stage in
still a
life. Who
huge
fucking
problem
knows?
for either side, no matter who picks it up. I mean, we've seen that the Hayabusa is kind of meh, but Yishin Shin
You need
also
some
a very
rest.
large problem.
You look so tired
We've seen that
nowadays.
in the
Yeah, I'm
first
tired.
phase of both sides, 1-1 consistently gets banned out. We've seen, I would say, arguably,
Alexander,
the
do you
Farsa
know why
should
the
be
fuck you are so
considered part
stupid?
of that ban as well, if not at least the Kalia, one or the other.
Oh, okay, a lot of potential trades can come out here. We've mentioned some of the surprise picks to come out. Now, it's all momentum is on the side of RRQ. That SRG really
Did you see
needs
Mooney
to
jumping
even pour
behind
something
me?
out here. Do they go for assassins? I know we consider the Lancelot, but should they try to find a way to force RRQ to play back into just playing utility, playing a slower game? That there are times where we've seen SRG do play well around that as well, because Sekais can afford to be aggressive while at the same time not dying as much.
Well, let's start making the comparisons, right? What are the strong points of both of these teams? And I think the one thing that SRG knows that they are slightly better at compared to RRQ is when it comes to 5v5 team fights. In terms of raw macro, I think that RRQ is very good at kind of...
I'm scared, dude. Imagine I lost my temper and attacked the therapist.
Right? No matter what decision, you're going to lose something.
If you will attack him without a knife,
I think both teams bring
it's
it
not
into
a problem.
into the land of Dawn. I think a lot of it's going to come down to draft. I think it's going to happen.
If you can't
before the
control
game.
your
I think
anger,
SRG, one of their
that's
strong
your
points is their
that's a
versatility,
serious mental
their
issue,
ability to kinda
and they will help
play
you
a little
fix it.
outside of the box, be willing to draft things that other teams might not risk and make it work. To whereas RRQ, one of their strengths still is we can keep it simple and we know how to hammer that simplicity in very, very well.
Yay, you all
give us a
going to
straightforward
home
draft
today,
with strong
RRQ
picks,
fans.
and we're going to win the game with it.
Seems like the more we discuss this, if anyone's going to be showing up any surprise picks, this might be on the side of SRG, as we see the RRQ fans in the arena just dancing on and cheering on their team.
What's your command?
All right, okay. There we go. For a moment there, I was trying to process it. Wait a minute. Did we just go back in time? Or no, we're finally in the draft.
Penny
Game number 5.
SRG takes red side.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I was always looking for. Coach Arcadia knows what he's doing. And I think now that they've kind of played that mental chess
Which
game
team you are
between
supporting
Arcadia
this
as
time?
well
SRG.
as KSQ, they understand the power picks. I don't think RQ is going to change from their pattern in terms of bans, especially for the first two. Fanny's definitely going to go.
So here's the question for RQ. Do you ban out the Farza and look for the Jushin up front? If they still want to hunker down into that Jushin first pick blue side, I think they definitely ban out the Farza. We've seen them ban out the CC as well on the blue side, not wanting to let Cram get it on the swing back. I think it's something we could see pop up. YSS, though, getting banned out from SRG.
Yeah, I think SRG needs to reconsider. Oh, they take away the CC. Good respect there. I think I want to see Yums end up not with the Kalea, but something along the lines of a Badang, Gatakacha, something that can break the tempo of RQ to force out dashes, to put them in awkward spots where maybe they dash in the wrong position. Because if RQ can fight comfortably, as we saw in game number 4, they're just unstoppable.
See, but that's the thing, right? Every single time we see Kalia let through, SRG is more than happy to either build their synergy around the Kalia pick, if not lean into something else. And I feel like the onus is on RRQ to get rid of it in the first place. I don't think they will. I think this is a key pattern that they want to take advantage of.
We have seen, though, that RQ can deal with the Kalea a little bit. They were able to deal with the last game. I don't know if that's on the forefront of their mind right now, at least in terms of risk. There's ways to play around it. If they put something aggressive, they go for the Jushin ban first. So no, we want the Farza now. SRG now on the spot of do we ban the Farza? Because if you don't, I got a feeling it's coming up front for RQ at that first side blue, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that, dude. I'm feeling the same way right now. Juice in ban right away just signals as if RQ is trying to say, no, we want the Farsa right here, the first pick. Even more so now, though, RQ will have to think about, okay, my suggestion. What if SRG decides to put up a Gatot Kacha and Badang in the hands of Humes, or even for Cram, one of those two heroes? That makes the Farsa first pick all the more questionable.
You just get purified, man.
Well,
you just get purified.
I mean, we did see the last game.
Even the heroes that counter her just seem to not do that much. I think the laning phase you get from first pick Farsa. You got to. I think right now I've been saying this for the past month or two. She is the mage right now for me in the mid lane. She belongs in the ban pool or something like this. Now, red side, Kalea.
I think they let go of Kalea. I think you go straight into Gatot here, and then you're looking for immediate answer down by the gold lane, which I'm thinking is probably going to be Granger.
Oh,
talk Granger.
Granger rush. I was thinking maybe a Moskov rush.
Well, either a Granger rush or we immediately lean into Lancelot, right? Because again, you want to afflict what is going to be coming out from the side of RRQ.
I saw that moment, the symphony. I saw that moment.
Good call. Once you said Lancelot, I'm like, that's actually genius, because that's what RQ wants, I think, at this point. They do still have opportunity. They can still, because of what we know with utility, they can still pick up Fredrin here if they want. They have the burst damage behind it. Maybe they go for Granger Fred here and just kind of solid up. They have their damage, and then they can fill out the rest after.
Yeah, Granger Fred looks like two very powerful picks right now for RRQ. Do they lean into that? Sounded like a Granger. It's not a Fredrin. They go for the Phoveus first, which might come back to bite them, because SRG, if I'm SRG, I will be committing bans right
By the way, let's talk about more friendly topics before I become a toxic girl here.
Does SRG pick up EXP
Vitamin D.
Before we see what happened last game where they get
Vitamin
D or
D.
something against
Vitamin D's nuts.
They need something that's going to do okay in lane against the Phoveus, and with CC gone, it's like, what else do you have in the arsenal to really deal with that?
Honestly, if SRG has it, they can go a Kai XP for Cram. It becomes quite even in trade. Sometimes you could slightly beat it, but then you have the heavy spin to mess up the Phoveus in the first place.
I don't disagree. I think that Kai is okay, but glue is always the go-to in this matchup. I think Cram has played like thousands of games of glue into the Phoveus every single time, and that's the risk that SRG is willing to take here, right? But this opens up a couple of possibilities. Now that we see what Toy is going to be playing, SRG, I think at this point, are trying to figure out what is the mid pick that's going to be able to counter everything on the side of RRQ, and I think that's where we're going to see the flex pick. It might just be the Zitian all over again as a
Do you support Team Spirit?
But,
if no,
we
why?
saw how game one went. It's a little risky.
You mentioned the Valentina earlier. At least you get the feathered airstrike with that pick. Much earlier in this day, I mentioned something like the Novaria, something to at least have big range.
Oh, yes.
And at least poke, and at least not ever be in range of the Farza. It's not going to clear, it's not going to maybe rotate as fast, but at least you have range and you have that backline.
Because I don't like Team Spirit.
They banned the Selena.
Selena would have been another long-range great pick.
Yeah, it's a really good prediction there by RRQ.
That's really smart. That's really smart. That means he has to go even further down the list of potential things to pick.
Yeah, Team Spirit's still not playing because those guys decided to play full best of 5 series. Full best of 5 series. Yesterday 3-0, 3-0. Today full best of 5. That's insane.
Assuming he gets his first 2 items.
I will die waiting for that Onic game.
Either clean up the fight, which potentially either the flex picks coming up from
Dazai, by the way, one question.
Roger, or is he just going to double down and be like, all right, I'm going to play Claude again. That way I can kind of like cut down on the tanks and more importantly so kind of bypass the feathered airstrike.
I think they could save gold for last pick. Aerothel's maybe a possibility, but they're I think RQ's on the same track of me of like they need a long range mage right now, something that can pop up. Kadita also still open, another pick that we've seen depending, but it's like who do they pick first here? That's the hard thing for me for SRG. It's who do we want to try to get the last counterplay as?
I think RRQ is just going to end up with an Akai again, and then that will force SRG to go Valentina just so that they have the heavy spin on their side as well. So in a way, it's them getting an Akai Akai without having to pick an Akai. But then you don't have the range. You are going to be getting uncomfortably close to the members of RRQ.
I think the call is on Innocent. Yep, there we go. Innocent will have to make the final call here, because at the end of the day, Stormy understands that his role is to try to maximize his value. But with this Beatrix pick, it now comes to, I must fight and I must execute well. Instant response, Joy, and as well as the Gato to
Kagura Benta just says it. What the fuck is it?
That is tough. RQ this time, for my eyes, does seem a little ahead in terms of just predicting how SRG is going to approach this. SRG last pick, still need a mage.
Yeah, I think it has to be Valentina at this point. Not only can you get the feathered airstrike, you also get the ultimate of the Joy, as we've seen as one of the old responses to a Joy is you pick up.
Maybe they missed the bend. Maybe they accidentally bent Kagura.
But then you give up pressure over mid lane almost immediately. The 2v2 is not good in the earlier stages of the game, and it's like, oh sure, you survive, but Gato makes it obsolete, so they always get first move.
I wonder if they go something like Valir or Veil, something weird.
I'm thinking like Veil, Nana, I mean Ziltian's like okay, but there we go. They go for the Kimmy this time around, at least to try and punish, put a brass tax on them. It's still hard.
Kimmy is
Real
bad.
quick, your vibe, is it SRG or RRQ, Gideon?
Kimmy is bad here.
Have a much better lineup this time around.
Trex?
I like RQ's draft overall. Not saying that SRG's isn't possible to pull off, but once again, they're in a spot where there's a lot of pieces, and it kind of has to work out perfect for them.
Our analysts have spoken, and we are split. What does the arena feel like? Amazon
Probably
Arena,
SRG gonna win.
SRG, or is it gonna be RRQ? As we head into the decider, will the Kingdom get redemption, or will SRG continue their push forward to their title? Brigida, Naisu, let's go.
Thank you so much once again to the panel here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Naisu, and Brigida to bring you our final match for this series. It all comes down to this one game. It's been one heck of a series already, a back and forth and some one-sided games, but that can all go behind us as both teams focus on this last and final one. Brigida, it seems like they're all for RRQ. What do you think here? Who's got the better lineup for this game 5?
I mean, beyond the better lineup, I'm also considering momentum, because it does seem like RRQ are still riding off what happened in the previous game, and that reflects as early as 30 seconds into this deciding game. Yoon was already forced to recall and use the flicker, and if this happens time and time again, we might see another scenario of hesitation, which literally will be
Very
the biggest
nice.
hindrance towards SRG playing their
RRQ
game, because
win,
it was
of
already
course?
mentioned by our
No,
panelists
no,
as
no.
well. So
I
many
guess
pieces have to come
SRG is gonna
together
take
for
this
them
game.
to be able to pull off the better game.
It's been the case so far throughout the series, really. And a lot of that pressure still, you know, of course, like
Hello,
you said,
Wilden.
the XP laners doing their part, and even down to the roaming potential, but it's going to be a little bit different because, you know, even in the gold lane, like the fact that this is a Beatrix in the hands of Innocent, this is going to be a different game than what a lot of people are used to seeing in the sense of usually Moskov in his hands. So now the game
Yeah, I want to sleep, but of course.
This whole series has been about team fighting, and this is one of the
After I
lineups
check
feel
out
like for
Team Spirit
SRG
versus
esports to
Onic,
make
I
it
will
work,
go
They
sleep.
have to be able to find the right timing for things. I mean, that has been the case anytime a Kalea is there, but then as well, it might be an early fight already.
Edok went in with the Unbreakable. Phantom Execution already committed by Sekaiza as well, but he doesn't get to find a kill onto Edok. Only the Revitalize was forced out of RRQ in that scenario.
That's all they got. They might still go for more. They put some pressure here on Rins.
Oh, Thorn Rose damages Rins a lot, but Sutsujin Electrifying Beats also deals back enough damage to SRG OG. Such a good back and forth for both of these teams so far. No clear advantage just yet. It might happen here.
And a lot of this brings it to the first objective, the turtle. A charge up from Edok.
Oh, he flickered to go in, and the better dare strike. Things look so good for RRQ, but the objective falls into the hands of SRG OG. AOG also committed by Edok as well. But they might not get anything more out of that.
It's crazy how the fight up at the top side of the map turned into eventually that turtle. Nice little take there from Innocent. But again, it's nothing too crazy. Yes, SRG got the turtle. That's fine. RRQ gets the first blood though, and that goes in the hands of Dazai.
Score is 2-2.
The XP laners is once they get that advantage, they play into it. But still, we're seeing how both these lineups. So Ritz.
Oh, the Wings by Wings got cancelled, but still, he's alive. Like, Yums won't risk going in and potentially getting punished by RRQ because right now they're the ones who need to do a bit of the catching up.
Draft is almost the same this Symphony.
Fortunately, they're still able to somehow control majority of their lane. Not too big.
No real advantages. I see.
Members of RRQ just yet.
I can see that.
Things are going. It does seem like RRQ have
Lancelot is certainly better than Joy. Farsa is countering Kimi and Beatrix, so it's like
reposition themselves and get out, but now
50-50 shit.
Decide to go in and commit onto the kill, maybe on Sakai, maybe on Crab, but he still has the puncture to get out. Now there is the mount coming in from Crab. They will find the kill on Dyron instead.
Great job there from Cram to go ahead and bring Dyron back. That's exactly why you pick up the glue in some of these instances where you can reposition for the team to take favor of that. So good play up there. He's going to get a little bit of extra damage on that turret, that extra gold that he needs to go ahead and build in on this glue.
I will fall asleep right now, guys. I swear.
Shortly, but you know, going back to it, it's you got a couple purifies to go ahead and utilize if you're RRQ, and over on the other side, a lot of the work that they've been doing is getting those flickers down from SRG, and we could see the same thing happen from time to time before either team actually commits to the turtle. So right now, RRQ's got positioning, they've got that favorable option, but Sakai's on the Lancelot, can just kind of join into this fight, and that's why they make their way here. Cram's going to zone out Rins for now, and RRQ will pull off, and he'll go for the reset.
It could have been a 3v3, but now SRG, it seems
Dame
like they're
get
all
after me. You are Mooney, not Mooney.
Slight reset, but still Sakai gets the last hit. There's a penetration coming from Innocent as well, and they get to burst down Zyron. They have to walk away. They already lost a member. Now SRG, this is where it works for them, and Innocent getting that kill. Massive, already granting him the early Blade of Despair.
Yep, good for him. He rotated on up. And I thought both gold laners would actually join that, but totally decided to do some extra damage to that mid turret. And the fact that the kill and the objective go over helped that. Oh no! Stormy!
Such a well-coordinated attack from Sutsujin and Rins. The first hit from the Fettered Airstrike didn't land, so it wasn't an immediate stun, but Sutsujin was there either way to supply a bit more
Those
damage.
guys screaming Viva RRQ.
Really trying to work on is finally handed over to RRQ. That's the first turret that's taken down in this game, and if RRQ are able to keep this up, this is way too similar to how they were able to establish that dominating lead in the previous game. Here
we go, conceal from Yums. He's going for it.
That's the flicker title strike into the medic rage for Dyron. Gets bursted down once again. The Kalea Beatrix combo has been working too well for SRG
Dazai
so far in terms of
rank we
getting
do.
the pickoffs, even in the tankiest heroes. But now Yums still trying
I don't want to play.
I'm
I'm really tired right now. I don't want to do
but they might have to walk away now. These are 4 members of SRG OG who might try
I
to go
just
for the
want to
chase.
have
Now they
rest.
try to lock down onto Edok. Doesn't have a way out. No, actually has the AOG. Doesn't need a flicker or anything to just reposition out of there.
Well, they want this turret.
Yeah, but they might have to hand over this turret. Not unless they really want to fight for it. Now Edok pays with his life.
A great shot from Innocent. I'm not sure if they'll get more, but they've been down on this bottom side of the map quite a bit. Good clearing up there on top too. Aaron Cram in trouble.
That's a decent amount of damage, but another Bennett's Rage to burst down Dyron. Always the victim of the Bennett's Rage. Electrifying beats from Sutsujin, though nearly taking down Innocent, but he has a flicker. Phantom Execution doesn't land as well, and they just get a bit of information, but will have to let go of this turtle for now.
They fought really hard for all of this in the last minute. They spent so much time on this side of the map. Get the objective. They'll take a little bit more.
I'll go sleep only after Team Spirit Onic game.
And SRG, they're in a good position.
I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
Power spike for them is starting to come online. Innocent is starting to be a problem. He's got the 3 kills now as well.
Not just
It's these two guys up top.
anybody.
It's Yumes and Innocent. It's the boys. The way they're just so coordinated so far in this game, it's doing wonders for SRG OG. I feel like this is the
Dazai meditation after this. Oh, if I'll meditate, I'll really fall asleep.
Once again, there's the electrifying beats! Just barely touches the Thor Rose.
Hold on for a little longer because Sutsujin getting really close there. Endless battle now picked up for Sakai. So there's going to be a fight.
Oh, Tsunami Slam committed onto Iron again, but has the flicker. Doesn't get to receive the Menace Rage this time, but again,
I get even more sleepy if I lose a game.
To also get away. So SRG aren't
I can teach you meditation. I don't need meditation. I'm already sleepy enough.
Oh, decent amount of damage already coming in. Riz wings by wings. Touches the Renner's apathy. Such a close fight between these two so far.
I think they want more, but they're going to be focusing on Cram. Now they want control of this tier 1 up top, but it should be cleared up. Sakai's is here. He's going to go for it.
Doesn't land the execution, but has enough damage to deal with Riz. Okay, who thought? SRG, even despite the situation, they have other members to rely on to go for the surprise attacks. And so RRQ, they might have to consider that and not be too complacent in terms of grouping up together, in as much as that's how they really utilize the strengths of their lineup.
Big item pickup here too for Cram. A Radiant Armor
When
now
is here now?
available. Some of that magic resist going to play into the part. They're going to go for the slam.
Yeah, sleeping.
Is the target once more here. Receives the Menace Rage once again, and
nice
gets blasted by SRG OG. That's a successful pickup for their team, right as the Lord has spawned in the bottom lane. But if you look at the majority of the other members or the teams, it's just pretty equal. It's mostly really on the EXP lane, which I feel SRG OG was really keen on trying to shut down. Fast execution towards Rinse and Thor, but Siren gets bursted down once again. Sutsujin goes in, but might just have to disengage. Innocent, he flickered in. He knew he had the damage.
He knew he had it, but now they don't have a jungler. And right now, RRQ, even without Dyron, they could go ahead, set things up for their favor. Unless SRG does something about it. AOG in the mid lane, Cram.
AOG to the face. Enoch doing a great job at surviving and sustaining, but Sutsujin
Ooh,
might come from the side.
he got the
Trying to
Granger.
burst down a couple members here from SRG OG, but now Innocent with the Renner could only do so much. I feel like he just switched it a moment ago, so he couldn't dish out that much damage if he doesn't target it well enough. Oh, but he wasn't in the range of the Menace Rage. That saved Enoch.
Sutsujin looking for more, gonna go onto the turret with the beats, under the tier 1, but stopped in his tracks. And it has been a back and forth, all of this, between both the teams. But the positioning now for this Lord here is RRQ.
Yeah, I have to say the knockups coming in from Yumes have been very, very crucial though. Either in looking for the targets to set up with the Tsunami Slam, or just to literally deny RRQ from chasing down the other members of SRG OG. Similar to what happened with Sutsujin earlier right now. But there's the better airstrike, another 2-man knockup coming in from the title strike. Toy, unfortunately, is the first to fall for RRQ. You do not want
I guess I will not watch Team Spirit game, guys. I will go sleep.
From that backside, but he's gonna be
Nah, I watch this game and I go sleep. Holy shit, I'm dying. You see my face?
Will he cast his ultimate right now?
It's insane.
Here by Sakai as he goes in. AOG out for Enoch, but they find the kill on Tyron. Now Sutsujin might not find the right angle to go in anymore. He's only left alone here. As
No, you will watch with us? No, fuck you.
the Lord.
A great team fight, a great juggle around that Lord for SRG. They did lose the Holy Shield up top to the minions pushing in, but nonetheless, they won that fight. They get the objective. We'll take a look at the instant replay again from STC. This was really good. They zoned out the right members of this fight. Sutsujin didn't have an angle to go for it. I mean, he sees Cram and he's like, I can't go for this. And then they held that Lord from going into a complete reset to be able to secure it. And now they're at the base face of RRQ.
Yep. That pull yourself together for you is becoming such a problem. Like, he almost always has his flicker to threaten RRQ, to keep them on their toes, and for Rins to just not be able to dish out the feathered airstrike as often as he wanted to, even in that moment where he has the vision.
I don't know if I can stay awake for so long to watch the Team Spirit game.
Dive in at any given moment, and I feel that that's what makes up majority of the idea of their lineup too. It's literally formation breaking, formation breakers for SRG OG.
Man, if we look at this, the items too, you know, Dyron, what a roller coaster of a series.
Yep.
Like, this game, he's been pretty much just stopped. He is a punching bag for SRG OG Esports to go ahead and utilize, because he has been constantly picked off. He doesn't have much defense at all. You know, he's got the blade armor, but that's about it. And a little extra defense. Now, that might be somewhat okay in consideration he's playing a focus.
Let's end watching this game and I'll decide if I'll watch more.
Immediately deleted, then the value of you being the XP laner, being that kind of front body, other than Edok, puts Edok in that situation where a lot of times he's the one trying to get away, disengage with the Avatar the Guardian instead of engaging with it. So it's been a really good just decision making from SRG to play around the fact that, you know, they have this Kalea and even down to the traction pulse, but also the fact that Cram is just so damn tanky that you can't really deal too much with him. And he's built this glue up really well. He's also now got an immortality. I mean, look how much damage this guy has taken.
Yeah.
He can basically go 1v5 on the glue and be okay for the most part until RRQ gets to the point, itemization-wise, where they catch up. Now, how long is that? Probably another 5 minutes or so. Like, they need to get there. At least for Toy, he is on par with Innocent. And imagine, Innocent's got 5 kills. That's really good for Toy, but if he's taken out early, you lose a lot of that.
Cyclone Eye into his death. Dyron did not anticipate that, but
They got everyone.
To Toy as well, so Sijin gets to trade out Sakai's, but that's an exchange of 3.
It's a 3-to-1 trade, Brigida, right now. SRG, they know the shield is down. They're going to push into the base turret.
Oh, Purify already used there by Rins. He had to dodge the traction pulse. Conceal coming in from SRG OG. They only want one thing, and they're going to go for the end. The defending champions, the Red Giants, will remain, and they
Wait, I didn't see.
over the kingdom.
Redemption.
One thing. The traction pulse. Conceal coming in from SRG OG. They only want one thing, and they're gonna go for the end. From SRG OG, they only want one thing, and they're gonna go.
It seems like Sujin cares about not dying when the creeps are pushing his base.
Sportsmanship here between these two powerhouse teams. Unfortunately, only one can move on forward.
So many back and forths, so many times where we were just so uncertain as to who could get the better trades or to whom it would be a lot more favorable, but SRG OG, their composure, it was very commendable of them to stay that composed and coordinated. Like, I have to bring it up once again, because the way that the game played out from the early to the mid stages of the game, it was literally Yums, Innocent, always setting things up, starting things up, and you wouldn't usually consider the XP laner to be the first one, but it just worked so well for SRG.
Don't turn off stream, I want to watch Team Spirit.
About this series overall for both our XP laners, but you know, because even this, like, you look at these highlights, and Cram had such a good game here, and it's been a back and forth between their experiences throughout each game. You know, where we got to see Dyron do crazy things in game 1, then we saw Cram do it, and then they really solidified as a team as the series went on, and this time SRG just looked so clean with it. This was one of those games where they just locked in. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage though with Rose to hear for our winning interview.
Thank you very much to our casters, and there you guys have it. The defending champions will be heading on to the semi-finals tomorrow. And right now, from Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, I am with the mage prodigy of Malaysia. It is none other than Stormy. Stormy, how are you right now?
I'm really proud with myself, my team, and really happy that we won today.
After this win, you guys are practically one step closer to defending the crown. Do you feel pressure? Do you feel nervous, or are you actually really confident?
Not really. We're just in the middle right now, and we're just happy that we go to the next stage. Yeah.
I think everybody here is happy, as well as the fans back at home. Now, let's talk about the matchup with RRQ, because we know that the reason RRQ chose you guys in the group draw was because they said that they were kind of looking for a revenge up against you guys. Now, for the second time that you guys have met RRQ, SRG came out on top. Is there any message that you want to give RRQ?
To RRQ, nice try, I guess.
See you guys next time?
I hope so.
Yeah, I do believe that RRQ can come back stronger in the future tournaments, and who knows, maybe then they can meet SRG once again.
-1 in Indonesia on tournament.
It's a full best of 5, the full series that we've had, first full series that we've had since the knockout stage began. Now, Stormy, in the first game, we could see that it was a very 50-50 matchup up against RRQ. What was actually happening?
On the first game, I can't remember that much in first game, but I think we did one mistake and it turned everything around. So I just think that it's just a mistake from us.
It was a complete brawl actually in the game 1. Then you guys managed to regain momentum and came back stronger in game 2 and 3. However, for your match point, game 4, what was that? What happened there?
We did another mistake on the first turtle before the turtle, so it happens, yeah.
Was it the case of overconfidence or miscommunication?
Not really. I think we just like wrong mechanics, I guess. That's it.
Okay, now after this win, do you guys think that SRG OG Esports it's back to its perfect form?
What?
Do you guys think you're back to your perfect form or not yet?
Inshallah, yeah.
Hopefully. Okay, now the next match, the match after this, right, Stormy? It will decide who you guys will meet in the semi-finals tomorrow. Between Onic Philippines and Team Spirit, who do you want to meet?
I don't mind any actually, but I'm hoping that Onic PH because it might be a good story for us also.
Good story, and hey, we could be looking at another revenge matchup up against Onic Philippines, because in case you guys didn't know, Onic Philippines
so
dropped
cute.
SRG OG Esports to the lower bracket over at
Shibuya
F6.
Arena. I think you
Before I
just
wrap up
like
this interview,
cyber
is there
sportsmen,
anything you wanna
guys.
say to Onic Philippines in case you
Like
guys will be able
esports,
to meet
guys.
tomorrow?
Just good luck, have fun, and do the best, yeah.
Thank you very much, Stormy. Congratulations. And there you guys have it. SRG OG will be moving on to the next round tomorrow. With that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this crazy full series. Back to you guys.
It's not redemption, but it's devastation as the Giants just trample over the Kingdom of RRQ, lording over them to advance into the semifinals in Game 5 that I felt like at one point it was just a game of inches, man. The first one who would mess up or miss position will get punished, and that's what
I
we
will
saw in
watch
the
one
very
Team Spirit
final
game. One Team
Dude,
Spirit game.
My heart could not take it. Can this be like the new El Clasico? You know, we don't need EVOS anymore. Get them out of here. SRG OG Esports versus RRQ. These matches are insanely not only fun to watch, but on a technical aspect, I think every MLBB lover can really appreciate it. But here we go. This is the most painful part.
2 million viewers are having their key crushed right now. It definitely hurts. The fans of RRQ are watching this happen, and I mean, SRG deserved it though. That's the best part. The snap.
Yeah.
He's a cool man.
You could read that. At first, Stormy was looking at it kind of longingly, like, that was a good match between us. Oh, wait a minute. That's a bit violent. Oh! And then you see his reaction. Well, of course, again, the key crushes, people were looking for them at the end of group stages, but now we are seeing them here during the knockouts. We saw 2 yesterday, then we see the first one today. Again, thank you to RQ Hoshi, the fans, and of course the team for all your efforts you brought out here. There were a lot of people who were actually looking at this and saying, hey, I I think RRQ will get their redemption. I think they redeemed themselves in some way, but ultimately it was just SRGOG just proving why they became champions last year, why they're still considered one of the top 5, even top 4 teams in the world.
I think out of all, the fact is it's currently year two of a team picking SRG in this particular format and dropping the ball. I think, hey,
when they're gonna stop talking and start the
court
fucking
like this,
game,
I mean,
let's
next
go.
year, hopefully teams really consider like, oh man, should we roll the dice again?
I think it's also another good point. Last time what we saw from SRG, they win 5 games up against Aurora.
Actually, I don't know why I'm so sleepy. Probably it's side effects
forward
from
and
some
we're able
pills.
to make it to grand finals. What does this say for SRG? Because I think we came in a top 8 kind of questioning them a little bit this MSC, wondering how they were going to perform. They had a rough groups, and they just took out RRQ, which a lot of people were putting very high on the pedestal this year.
And someone we have to put on a pedestal now is our Sony Series
Waiting
MVP. In a game decided by so many trades for key heroes, it was in the EXP lane of SRGOG where they found their anchor, where they found Graham to help lead the team to victory.
Yeah, I think even in that very last major team fight, Cram was the one that got the double stun onto Toy, and that was the moment where it was like, it was kind of back up in the air, but Cram smashes the dream once again. And throughout this whole series, Cram has been so important to every single match.
Yeah, he's been absolutely disgusting, right? Every time we see SRG really start to falter is when he's not doing too well. And honestly, I can make the same comparison with Dyron from RRQ. I think RRQ put an amazing fight here, but the primer of SRG OG Esports with Cram to get those battle spells out, then let the super play happen. He kind of tenderizes his opponents, so when you see the showmaker himself just end up with Yums coming in with a Tsunami Slam, it's just perfect.
Yeah, 13-1 and 8 in that game 2 really helped set the tone for SRG heading into game number 3, which yet again, even though Cram played a little bit more of a quiet role in this game 3, it was the over-respect by RRQ and over-focus on him that allowed the X-Borg and then eventually the, I believe it was the Claude that they were with, or was it the Claude that they were with, to be able to operate
again.
freely because Cram
Real.
demanded so much attention from RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, if Cram has a good game, and I think it was not this last game, but game number 4, Gideon's going, why are you guys ganking the EXP lane?
Now, man,
That's why they're ganking the EXP lane, because you give Cram a good game, you give all 5 team members a good game, and I think both teams starting to understand that as those games move forward, but SRG were just able to deliver with it.
Yeah, but
I literally couldn't believe that. 2v3, somehow Dyron dies there? That's like, what? Why? How? That should not have happened.
I wanna see Onic winning
and
Team
I
Spirit.
think as a series on
I wanna see Kid Bomba face like
we just got to see the constant recalibration by SRG. Even Stormy acknowledged it in the interview. What happened in that game number 4, it wasn't miscom or anything, it was just pure mechanics. They messed up on some key abilities. They ended up giving the double kill, so it
don't worry, Rin, I can still keep my eyes open, it's fine.
Was more of them just
For one more game.
It was more of the first 3 minutes. We could have handled the lead up to the first turtle better, and they did, and then they were able to shine in that game 5.
They were like, run it back one more time, coach.
I think so much
You
of it
will
comes
not
back to
see
what
how
Gideon was saying,
Onic
where,
wins, bro.
I was more on board on the draft.
Okay, I bet Onic will win first game.
That's what really came down. Who could mechanically achieve these
Look,
things
if
better.
Team Spirit win first game, I watch all games of Team Spirit today. If they lose first game, I go sleep. Okay,
in the
deal?
end, SRG just played the better game, I would say. And even some of the games they won, that, like you said, recalibrated. Whether it was in draft, whether it was in game, but overall, I think SRG definitely deserved that Game 5 win.
Yeah, and what I like about the series is not just because of the action of what happened in game. Heading into this, we were already touting this to be a crazy chess match in terms of the drafts happening. I know we have chess happening in another venue here in the Boulevard right now, but we were getting our own chess experience with the drafts, and with SRG showing things like Beatrix getting picked up in game number 5 as the 4th pick on the red side. The X-Borg coming out of the last pick as their jungler for game number 3.
Dazai, don't be a gay.
Being able to pull that
I
off,
will be a
I
gay.
feel like that's a heat check to the rest of the teams, especially to Team Spirit or Onic, whoever they're
You're
going to be going up
stubborn.
against, because they're not afraid to show cards.
Yeah, they're really not afraid to show cards. And I think that coming into this particular form, I'm hoping that, you know, the RRQ fans are not going to be too harsh on their team, because we know how they are like every single international. Because again, it was a beautiful game of MLBB, and I think that this needs to be the standard everyone is looking to hit. If we're fighting for a reason. Top tier mechanics, top tier drafts. Only these two teams, when they fight each
Zay,
other,
please gay for a reason. Nah, not for you, not for you.
But now we have to hear from Toy from RRQ with Eterna.
We're backstage here after that match loss against SRG. We have Toy here in the building. Toy, talk us through what's going on in your brain right now. What's happening?
I think how much I will pay for plane tickets back to Indonesia.
Okay, so he's not really thinking about anything right now. He's just focusing on MPL. So coming into this, it was supposed to be a revenge match. Harusnya ini menjadi match balas dendam untuk RRQ melawan SRG. Tapi kali ini kalah lagi. Menurut kalian, apakah SRG mungkin punya sesuatu yang kita nggak tahu? Do you think that SRG knows something about RRQ that we don't?
Kalau gue lihat sih SRG ya main kayak biasanya, jago gitu. Cuman kalau dari kitanya kayak kebanyakan mistake sih tadi.
Okay, jadi so Toy mentioned that he feels that SRG played as well as they could, but it was the mistakes that were
I am
made
bisexual,
by
not
RRQ
gay.
that eventually made this loss happen. So, do you have any regrets picking SRG here?
Apa?
Ada ini nggak, rasa regret nggak pilih SRG untuk first phase knockouts untuk RRQ?
Gak ada sih. Sebelumnya juga kita kan pilih SRG ya karena kita pede aja sama draft pick sama strategi kita.
Okay, so no regrets. He still thinks that it's okay. Do you have any message now to the Indonesian fans in the building and at home watching RRQ? Ada message untuk fans.
Apa?
Message untuk fans, untuk Kingdom.
Ya buat Kingdom, makasih lah udah dukung kita, apalagi yang udah datang ke sini jauh-jauh. Jadi
HP Noel, hello.
Udah ngecewain kalian.
Nice one.
Thank you so much. You may go back to your manager. Thank you, Toy. It's an emotional day right now, and obviously the key crushings will still be happening. So we're gonna cut to that very, very
Trust
soon.
me, SRG champion again.
On their next international. We're throwing it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Eterna, and you can see that
They're gonna take second place, I
Toy is
think.
Compartmentalizing a bit. Like MSC's done instantly. He's
Or
already
third
thinking
place.
about the next league. The Indonesian Pro League starts in 2 or 3 weeks, and his head's already there.
I hope that he gets into the right headspace, and I think it's up to you fans out there to help him out. I mean, we need to set better examples for why the Kingdom
For
has some
real.
of the best fan bases in the world. They are loyal, they truly withstand the test of time, and I think RRQ fans out there, it's time to turn that hate into support. Make sure that these boys are ready the next time they meet at an international.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. I think that's what's... I think so many teams that make it to this top 8 spot are still amazing teams. So many fans just want to see gold, but just to get here right now, it is number 8 in the world. It is, it is a statement in itself. But SRG does take the win, and I think that has to also be a statement in itself, because I'm really excited to see how they do up against the next teams that they'll be facing.
Yeah, with the defending champions of MSC moving forward, we now look at the brackets to remind us who joins them. You have Team Liquid, the champions of the Philippines. You have Onic Indonesia, the champions of Indonesia. While now it's between the champions of EECA and the runner-ups of the Philippines, but the defending world champions, Onic Philippines, to see who SRG will face. It seems like as we get closer and closer to the grand finals, the bracket is looking more like what a lot of people expected, the champions of their respective regions. But now it's going to be up to the defending world champs to stop a potential plot twist in the making, as Team Spirit have been on an absolute tear. Will they be able to stop the rise of the Dragons of EECA, or will they falter, and will the plot twist of the century happen? I'm so excited for the next series, which will be happening when we come back.
If you are bi, what are your favorite handsome actors? I'm not really into actors. I don't know women actors. I don't know man actors. I don't have crushes on actors. I just not my thing.
Clear. Car 5. Clear.
I can't even remember their names. Oh, I know one. I know one that I like. Hugh Laurie. But when he was younger. He is now old as fuck. Jose, hello. Dazai, let me suck your dick? No. RRQ choked hard. Not hard like 3-2, but still fine. Yeah, Mooney is sleeping. What is your favorite male hero then? Aww. Male hero. Probably it's gonna be Fredrin.
Next stop, Evergarden Station.
I don't like those cute pussy boys like Amon or some shit.
Between Onic Indonesia as well as Onic Philippines, which is gonna be your opponent?
King Kong, time over.
You want Onic Philippines? All right.
Dazai, let's play Candy Crush Simulator. Simulator? Why simulator? We can play Candy Crush.
King Kong. Do you expect Team Spirit to pick you?
Not really. I thought RRQ or maybe Team Liquid PH is going to pick us.
We chose Onic Philippines because, in our opinion, they're not as strong as Indonesia from what we have seen, and we are more confident to go up against them.
It's not like huge difference, you know. They both so strong teams, but we just don't have normal choices, so we just choose a little bit different teams. That's it.
How do you think of this matchup?
Very fun match and exciting.
Atukit Bomba. Let's eat again in desert.
In one of the most surprising
Are you drunken,
twists,
bro?
the reigning world champs will
No.
now face off the Rising Dragons in an
Why?
elimination match for their first knockouts match. The throne shakes. Can Onic PH silence the doubts, or will Team Spirit ignite a new era? That is the questions on everyone's heads.
I want to remind you guys, if Team Spirit gonna win first game, I'm gonna watch all games of this series of best of 5. If they're gonna lose first game, I turn off stream and I go sleep.
I mean, Kid Bomba's about as Filipino as I am, and I am pretty Filipino, so just saying.
I think that it's interesting.
Look
that
like tired, because I am tired. I'm really tired. I want to sleep.
We all heard him just go like, "Hey, Onic PH are looking a little weaker compared to Indonesia," which was
he said Philippines is looking a little weaker compared to Indonesia. Redmar.
I think he said Onic
So
Philippines.
Shibuya, you can like support Onic Philippines right now. So they win and I go sleep.
If I was a three-time world champion,
Secret of Team Spirit. A lot of experience.
I'd be fuming.
I'd be fuming. I don't know how it feels.
They got a good coach that makes draft for them, that explains them how to fight. Kid Bomba is good at shot calling, and he actually like calculates how the fight should go, who they should focus, what they should do right now, where they go, and they trained. They got a lot of experience with different drafts, different rotations right now, so they can even go pair with like
at least for Team Spirit, I feel like
Indonesian or Philippine teams.
They found themselves in not only their playstyle, but the way that they kind of have.
So maybe they will show us something today.
Team Spirit are still undefeated heading into this. They went 2-0. They were in the 2-0 bracket.
No, they're not just lucky. No, it's not just lucky. Just if you do everything right, then sometimes you will get lucky.
We'll be able to understand their mindset a little bit more.
But that's not like a crucial factor for Team Spirit, luckiness.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with
They're good.
Kelra as well as Roast 8 in the translation, right? Why are you guys laughing?
I wanted to just go to the restroom and I was cornered by Kelra.
Okay, we'll get this quick though. Okay, first and foremost, we weren't able to get your response to how things went up. How did you feel about Team Spirit choosing you before Onic ID?
Ay, ba? Yung pagpili sa amin ng Team Spirit, di ko talaga in-expect na pipiliin kami ng Team Spirit. Ang in-expect ko talaga nang pipili sa amin yung yung RRQ, kasi parang napag-usapan namin na malakas talaga yung kutob namin na pipiliin kami ng RRQ kasi kita namin sa kanila na gustong-gusto nilang bumawi sa amin.
Okay, so he said that he actually didn't expect Team Spirit to choose them. And amongst the internal discussion that Onic Philippines had, they all thought it was RRQ that would be picking them because they could see the eagerness that RRQ wanted to get their revenge on Onic PH.
Oh, interesting. So why did you think that it would be you guys because of the RRQ? But I mean, there were only 2 teams left, right? It was Onic ID and you guys.
It's
so
easier.
Why did you think that you wouldn't be picked there?
Tingin ko kaya lang kami pinik ng
People really think Team Spirit can lose? Of course they will lose, bro. Of course they will.
Oh, okay, so he said he was actually teasing Kid Bomba, and he was saying like, don't ever drop to the lower bracket because if you do, I will beat you. So I think he thinks that is the reason why that Team Spirit actually picked Onic PH.
All right, with that, you have a message for Kid Bomba right now.
Message ko lang kay Bomba, galingan natin mamaya, tsaka enjoyin lang laro. Tapos bigyan ng magandang laban yung mga kalaban. Ay, yung mga viewers.
That's a very humble one. He said to Kid Bomba, good
Він
luck,
сказав, що
have fun,
він
let's give the
відпіздить Kid
audience
Bombu
an
за те, що
amazing,
той його Big Mac
game
спіздив
later.
на перерві.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. We're gonna close it there. Heading over
Absolute
back to the
cinema.
studio.
It started out with a tease. How did it end up like this? Here comes Team Spirit now entering the arena. And yeah, Kid Bomba, after getting teased by Kelra, said, you know what? He took that personally.
He took that a little too personally. I mean, we heard it from the group stages alone, right? Why he made the initial selection. Kid Bomba quoting like, Kelra was teasing me in the back, so we got to take him on.
I think there is some important though here for Team Spirit. They are yet to get a win, a series win off of a Filipino team thus far in MSC or M Series. So if they can do that here, it's a huge step
Game
in the right
will
direction
start
for
soon.
ECA.
Yeah, it'll be a
Really
massive
soon.
shift in the story of ECA, who has struggled against Filipino teams in multiple international tournaments, and of course a massive shift in expectations for this team, who are entering MSC as the defending world champs after their M6 campaign. They are not the defending Philippines champions, as they did drop in the grand finals in the Philippines heading into this two-team liquid, but people are still going, yo, Onic are still a damn good team. They're still really strong, but I cannot fault people also for having those doubts creep in because of their performance in the group stages.
That's why. I think that it's a similar scenario to SRG in this case, right? Where when we're looking at Onic PH, because of the regular season run and dropping a TLPH, that people are like a little, oh, I don't know whether this team is going to make it through. And then it's further enforced when they drop their games against Aurora. But it doesn't change the fact that this team is so mechanically talented, and why they're so together is what makes them dangerous in the first place.
Yeah, not only are they mechanically talented, but they are the super fan. They're in sync nonstop, great drafts. They're also one of the Filipino teams that's willing to bend the draft a little bit, pick outside the box here and there, and because they're so mechanically talented, it works.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we're seeing bans on Kagura is because Super Friends brought it up. So let's see if Onic PH will continue to lynch onto their captain, onto their mid laner to bring out draft surprises. While for Team Spirit,
imagine Fredrin now
textbook
coming to
as you
make you
can get
fit
in the
message.
scariest way possible. If
What's
RRQ
your
are textbook,
reaction?
these guys are that 2+ more, because Hiko, Mania, and even
Why fit
One Shot
message?
have definitely stepped up
Let
even
me
more
suck
since the
his dick.
M6
What the
campaign in
fuck?
Malaysia last year.
Absolutely. I think, Hiko, when he got the
Dick
moniker
message.
Hiko Mania, definitely he has shown that he can play up on that stage. One Shot was still kind of trying to find himself, converting from that, like, I'm that monster pub player, and I'll just beat you mechanically, to now I have to really think tactically, and there must be purpose in my movement if I want to be at the top level of professional play.
Yeah, my eyes have been on Hiko since before MSC of last year. I think when he first joined the roster, just a young kid. I think he came in at like 16 or something. It's been a bit now. And since the Hiko Mania event, he has, grown into a even stronger player. Reminds me of these young prodigies like Kelra who come in very, very young. The thing about Hiko, though, he seems much more level-headed than what we see. And I almost
Dazai
want to
is
see the
common
savage
emblem good
come
for
out of him a
Moscow?
little bit. I need to see
It's
that
not bad.
energy come from him, because that's what we need to see, I think, if he's going to push
Usually
past
they
his
use common
boundaries.
emblem.
Yeah, don't forget, Hiko Mania, one of the reasons why he got that name, he got a Savage in the M6 World Championship. Unfortunately, it was a lost game, but then they eventually went on to win that series. Now, though, another young man who made a name for himself in his international debut is the man who was interviewed by Eterna. It was Kid Bomba.
We're now here backstage with Kid Bomba, all smiles. You feeling good?
Вона питає, нахуя ти спіздив Big Mac Kellery?
Very good.
I'm very excited for today.
Very excited for today. Now, funny thing is, you asked Onic PH not to drop to the lower bracket because you will beat them. Is that true?
No.
Oh. What did you say?
Kara just said it as a joke, when I was walking by.
Ну, коротше, каже, що Келлер ж, блядь, і так худий, ніхуя не їсть. От я і спіздив, блядь, нашу йому.
That's the story.
Наїсться ще
Friendly
долбойоб.
banter. But what do you actually feel coming into this match? Because you guys technically were the ones to pick
Типу, вона
them.
питає, ти в курсах, що Келлер тебе відпіздити хоче? Ну, він каже, я його сожру теж, похуй. У мене все поміститься, блядь, їбай його в рот.
Are they feeling as confident as you?
I'll make sure that they feel.
He'll make sure that they will feel confident. A message, perhaps, to Onic PH before your match.
Good luck.
Do you
have fun.
consider to have boyfriend and
Let's have a
girlfriend at the
great
same
game,
time?
and
Nah,
like Kara said, absolute
only
cinema.
one.
Absolute Cinema again, heading over back to the studio.
Kid Bomba with the posture, the confidence, as always, one of the most entertaining figures we have in global
Dazai, I don't
mlbb
hear.
esports. And I like how he
They don't say
pushed
anything
on that
important
point. He
anyway.
makes sure his team is as confident as he is that they can beat the reigning world champs.
I don't think people have seen Sawo in the back rooms just talking to his team, because he is serious. He's a true EECAN, some may say.
No
And
smoking
really giving
cigarettes
that,
in my
energy,
room.
not only to the team, but to kind of put everybody in the right mindset. That's why I think this really is going to be absolute cinema, as they like to call it.
I definitely think every player on the side of Team Spirit, in terms of
King Kong, the best jungler after
in terms
Dazai, of course.
what they bring to the table for their mentality is important. All of them bring
I guess
something.
best
You have the
jungler right now
seriousness
is
of
Carl
Sawo.
TC.
You have, the young mentality
Then
of
probably
Hiko.
King
You have Kid
Kong.
Bomba, who kind of brings that lightheartedness to the
Kairi.
table, I think all of them supply something, and it's been a team that we've all gotten to really know over the past few years.
Yeah, I mean this in the best way possible. It seems like as he gets more experience, Kid Bomba
One
just starts
shot.
to exude like dad energy, like confident dad or uncle energy. Like he's going from Kid
Filipino
Bomba to
uncle
like
energy.
dad Bomba or uncle Bomba.
SRG.
Uncle Bamba.
Uncle Bob, I like that.
A couple more years.
Just a couple more years.
Uncle Bamba? No.
No.
Oh, no, he's Filipino, so he's Tito
Hello.
Bamba.
Good.
Kuya Bamba.
Kuya Bamba. All right, I'll go for Kuya Bamba.
It's good, but
Dobra,
I do agree
dawaj.
that this team is really growing up together, which is crazy, right? Because I think they're one of the few teams that
Окей,
have showed up
подзвониш мені
consistently
цей,
to
коли вже будеш тут.
internationals,
Добре, я
and
напевно
we've
просто
seen them
спати
not only change in
буду.
roster, change with back management, change with organization, but
Добре,
legitimately
я зараз
grow
кину
up from a
ти.
young age to where they are now. Sunset Lover is a really good example of that. Truly aging like fine wine into his 20s.
Yeah, as we look from the XP lane to the mid lane, we go to the other side of the map to the gold lane. As Kelra, the gold standard, will have to see how he will fare against Hiko Mania, a young man who took the world by storm in last year's M6 World Championship and who has so far have had a statistically, better performance than the gold standard this MSC.
Definitely a better standard this MSC, though we could argue that the stats might be a little skewed. We know that Keller got dropped, had a couple more games, which means a couple more deaths, a couple more kills, however you want to call it. But either way, this is a matchup I'm very excited for because Kelra has proved himself time and time again, and Hiko, for me, is still kind of on that road, and getting a win here against Kelra kind of finally does put Hiko in that position. Like, yes, the hype is building around him, but for me, he's still not yet at that, that gold standard point. And beating Kelra here puts him there.
Yeah, I got to talk about it with a bunch of other people before the day started, where it feels like what we're seeing is a slightly different Keller. We aren't seeing so far the M6 gold standard Keller. I feel like this is my hot take of the day. That what happened in the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 15, that dash out of the base where he got picked off by Sanji on the low E that eventually led
I'm
to
stronger
Onic
than one
loss
shot.
in the 7th game of the grand finals.
He just
has
recently
gotten to counter a
understood
bit.
he should team play
We're not
and
seeing
have some
the
targeting
savage
fights.
side of
Like,
Kelra as much as we used to.
I
We're seeing
already
a very
understood it a year
calculated
ago.
Kelra, but it feels like at times we're seeing more of that savage coming out of OHEB from Team Liquid Philippines.
Well, let's look at the other opposite side of this, right? I think it's important that not only is it, maybe it could be getting to them, or maybe the rest of the world has to keep up with Kelra at some point. That as the gold standard, competitive
Hiko
levels need to
Chinese?
reach his
No,
level
he's
if we
not
want to stand a
Chinese.
chance, because I don't think anybody wants to
He's
replay
half Chinese,
M6
but
all
born
over
in
again, where
Russia.
Onic PH basically
He
kind
has
of
Russian
washed the entire
citizenship.
world.
Well, real quick, Trex, you have I'll give you a few seconds here. What do you think about Kelra,
Good
man?
job, Dazai. Yeah.
I think there's still possibilities there. I like what you said. Every time he hits a dash, is he wincing? Is he like,
Yeah.
Is there some PTSD still there? I don't know, but the gold price does continue to go up, and if Keller wants to be that standard, he's going to need to keep up himself.
Inflation.
Onic PH versus Team Spirit, the champions of the Philippines, the reigning world champions against the champions of EECA, who have been flying high and rising faster than ever before. Is it a plot twist, or will it go as expected? Let's throw you on over to the stage to welcome our teams.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and boy, we still have one more quarterfinal, but our kickoff for today, Rose, was incredible. What was that at Game 5?
Oh my.
I predict
That was
1-1
one
ban.
heck of
It's like a normal ban.
We have
1-1 maybe has like 90%
since
bans.
we started the knockout stages yesterday, and oh my goodness, that was the first full series, and whew, I just gotta say, I am super excited for this last one.
Yeah, absolutely. It really changes the pace, because yesterday we got two best of fives that were 3-0 washouts, right? Today we got already match 1, game 5, everything great. Game 5 kind of mid, but the rest real good, right? Excited through the whole thing, so I'm really hoping we get more of that same action here at MSC for our final quarterfinal. Speaking of which, our players are ready. Let's bring out our teams. Joining us on stage, it's Team Spirit! The MCC champions remain undefeated at MSC 25, not dropping a single game to cruise into knockouts. Powerhouse regions do not even flinch the EECA representatives, looking to carve their names in MLBB history. With Wunderkind Hiko at the helm, can Team Spirit show their wisdom in picking the reigning world champions to face off against?
And of course, Team Spirit is coming in from the upper bracket. The reigning world champions were their chosen opponents. It is now time to call on the Super Family hailing from the Philippines. It's Onic time. It is Onic Philippines. The world has doubted Onic Philippines' ability after facing defeat to the now eliminated Aurora Gaming. However, after sweeping Area 77 and Homeboys, the Super Family is showing that their bond is now tighter than ever. And now they look to prove that Team Spirit has picked their poison. They are ready to hammer the nail to the coffin.
I'm really looking forward to this. So please, Team Spirit, Onic, you may place your keys. The gentlemen on both sides, Spirit, Onic, go ahead, all yours. Place your keys, take your seats. And I have one more question for you, my wonderful co-host, Rose. Is this game going to give us absolute cinema?
To know if this match will give us an absolute cinema, there's only one way to find out, and that is showing it to the Land of Dawn.
I really wish we had a one expletive clause in our contract just to show you how fish-sticking excited I am for this series, for Spirit and Onic. You can hear the fans. Everyone's rowdy, everyone's loud. There are a lot of Spirit fans on board as well, alongside Super fans. I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's going to be yucking great, my friend. It's so insane how these teams have kind of molded into this position. The fact that Team Spirit were the one who says, yes, bring on the challenge already.
My eyes are not closed. I'm watching Onic Philippines winning Team Spirit right now.
Embrace non-stop. They're not a region. Team Spirit is not a team to be scared of the challenge. Who always wants to pick
Dazai, don't forget our deal. I didn't forget.
Anything like that. They're a region that is
I
ready
remember
to roll
it.
the big dogs.
All right, here's some keys to victory for Onic PH. Full mid prio and snowball early. They've been struggling to hit that. Invest in the Kirkatech to make the plays. We saw Cram go Series MVP in the last one. And don't show all your cards just yet.
I disagree. I disagree with the last one. They got to show something, especially if they're on the back foot. It happens time and time again. I think their playbook is a lot deeper than Coach Why Not lets on.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think this is the time to show those cards. Well, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Team Spirit. Force King Kong out of his comfort zone. Exploit Onic PH's outdated draft pattern. And utilize one-shot's versatility and pave the way for Hiko. Who wrote that second one?
Yeah, I agree with first and third. The second one, dang.
What's going on here, Remar?
Wait, I feel like the Filipinos are actually on that boat because a lot of the Filipinos online and on-site are mentioning that the drafting order of Onic PH could be just a little bit sharper, a little bit more to terms with the current metagame that we have. We can discuss this a little bit further, but I have some breaking news for y'all, and we want to thank you all for this. We have hit 3 million peak concurrent users and watching. Thank you so much. Redeem the code right now, scan the QR code, and type in, if you're not going to be scanning the QR code, redeem the case sensitive, so you have to follow it as it is, into your in-game clients. Let's see if we can go past
let's take this QR code.
5 million, maybe somehow hit 4 for this second knockouts match.
I cannot scan this QR code. Oh,
to the semifinals.
I scanned QR code. Nice.
Onic versus Team Spirit. I think we have to start talking about the draft now. And I will want to focus onto the EXP lane first, because we saw the impact that it had for the first series.
No, where's the fuck am I?
EXP laners sort of like share that burden of being a roamer alongside the actual roamer of the team. And I feel like if they want to alleviate a little bit of the pressure that's been on Brusco, who's been somewhat struggling in the early game, they need Kirk to help him out.
I want to agree with you, but based on what we've seen from the group stages from both TS as well as Onic PH, I feel like
not redeem? Okay, I will not redeem the code.
We've seen, unfortunately for Kid Bomba, it's not like he's gotten heroes that allow him to make crazy plays. I think for the most part, he's very fundamentally solid, and the same can be said for Kirk. They always have to play weak side a majority of the time, and even in winning lane matchups, we don't see
just fit Kid Bomba.
take over the map.
Baxia banned, Lancelot banned.
Yeah, I mean, in
Arlo the
terms of Kid
band.
Bomba, this is another team that we only got to see 4 games play. We saw a Phoveus, a CC, and a Badong from the side of Kid Bomba. And then even for Sawo as well, we see a lot of pickoff picks. He played Cho's
I'm not
last 2 games
bossy,
against
right,
Homeboy,
Dazai?
and then it
You're
was,
just talking a lot, that's all.
It was Gatot and Kalea. So 3 of those 4 picks, pick-off plays. So far, I feel like Team Spirit, we've seen a very similar
30
draft
diamonds
overall
for
from
free.
all of their games.
Not bad.
Yeah, so let's see if maybe, alternatively, what if that's something Onic PH is going to use in this? Knowing that you have a very clear set of hero choices for the EXP lane roam, and a clear philosophy. It seems like what Team Spirit is walking into this MSC is what Onic PH has utilized before M6, during M6, and the run of
Uranus
championships,
band,
especially in
Kalia band,
SPS earlier this year,
and
is that they like
probably
having that
1-1
strong
band?
control,
Band?
that strong tempo-breaking control for XP and roam.
That I can get behind, because the way that we've seen these teams want to play the game is if there is a specific expressive style in their composition, they will fall on their swords to play that particular style. We're playing for late game and we need to kind of slow down. That's what TS and Onic PH look to do. If we need to kind of tempo break and force the advantage when we do have it, both teams are notorious at doing it at a high level.
By the way,
Now,
does he
looking at
play?
the band so
Does he
far,
play with
it's kinda
finger
strange
sleeves?
because I feel like a lot of teams have kind of strayed away from this Uranus, but not Onic PH. They seem to consistently ban it out for a majority of their games, and now that TS has that first pick already locked in, the Yi Shun Chin slips through the draft.
Now, something for Onic PH in terms of EXP lane. 4 of their games in the group stage were won with the Phoveus. I think it could
Hey, who
definitely
do you
be something
think
to
is
see
winning?
up front from them.
I think
Definitely a
Onic
possibility.
Philippines.
YSS as well could help against that, so I think it's something we want to keep our eyes open. We saw how much mid lane was priored last game. Do we think we see maybe, Farza Fove here?
Farsa, Phoveus, potential combo, but they go for the 1-1, which is left open. They do get the Phoveus, but now my question for Team Spirit. How well is Sunset Lover versed in the Selena? A pick that we've seen before supplements the YSS very well.
Where Barbie
Totally
wasn't
agree.
coach of them?
And I do
No.
think that it does supplement the YSS like a decent amount, especially in the earlier stages of the game where you kind of want him to like ramp fast. He kind of, Selena works like a jawhead, right? Speed up that farm, get him to those higher levels as quick as possible, double his gold as fast as possible. But the power picks and priority in terms of the draft is kind of strange, right? Boxia gets led through, Wanwan gets led through, Yishun Shin gets led through, right? And I'm still big question mark for me whether Boxia is still going to get considered, get picked up here from either TS or Onic PH.
Team Spirit, though, leans towards the Moskov and Juicing tracks.
I think something that I just, on a side note, what's so great about the meta right now is it feels like every 2 teams we see go against each other, there's a slightly different ban order, a slightly different pick order, and there's no cemented meta just yet, at least like for 10 heroes, it's always a little change up. And the fact that both these teams let the YSS through, let the Wanwan through, 2 picks that were barely seen ever get picked at all is
Barbie was the
insane to
coach?
me.
Yeah, somewhere in
is
like
exciting to me, right? So on
in the
PH
past.
now, do they lock in their mid laner right now?
I thought he was talking
Do
about
they
now.
place it? Kimmy's gone, Farza still up, or do they go for their jungle? Because with the differences, no matter what, they're gonna get banned against one of those 2 options.
Yeah. I think that Hayabusa is a pretty good option overall this time, but they could look to play for some of the other lanes. Fanny still wide open, which I think even better than the Hayabusa, especially when you're up against the Yishun Shin.
Yeah, now Onic Philippines, though, really needs to draft a strong Roman mid that can help the Fanny defend her side of the jungle. When you have a Juicing and a YSS on the side of Team
Dazai, you
Spirit,
think he can be a coach of some team? You know some stuff? I know some stuff, but certainly not enough to be coach. Coach is like different type of career. So if I'm a good player right now, for example, in jungle, I'm a good jungler, then to be a good coach, I need to start all over again and search for some teams, coach them, do mistakes, like have experience,
Number 1, decently good. I think that Badang is also a pretty good call since we're not 100% on what exactly the Phoveus has to play into, right? Yeah. The CC is still up for grabs, and then we've got a lot of problems to kind of fulfill, right? Do we care more about Kirk in his lane, or is he going to play weak side, right? And I think this final ban from Onic PH will predetermine that. TS, on the other hand, mid laners. You got to get rid of the mid laners right now. You got to make sure that mid lane does not have priority so that we can protect ourselves from the pressure that Fanny may apply to either side lane.
So what do we take out in mid lane on Team Spirit? What do we ban?
Yeah, I know, Gray. Hello.
I mean, obviously, Barza, Yves, ZTN are all options. Those are the hot picks right now.
Yeah.
I'm still
Is
flabbergasted.
he just banning all
with this
mages?
draft right now, the fact that so many picks have been let through, or at least
Maybe
these
ban
teams
Valentina?
seem okay to be let through, and we're about
Next
to watch a
ban?
completely different game than what we saw in the past series.
Yeah, I feel like this Eve ban by Team Spirit is very telling though.
Yes,
They're looking
Rasik.
to take control
Tylko daj
early
deszcz.
to mid through skirmishes. That's one of
Yes.
the main reasons why you want to take away an Eve, because you are putting priorities on turtles and invades into the purple buff of King Kong. But Dang gets banned by Onic Philippines instead of picking it up themselves.
Yep, so they're willing to say, Kirk, you're going to play weak side here, right? We don't want to have TS be
Selena.
able to hold on to such strong picks. And finally, the Selena is going to be the inevitable ban for the side of TS as well, trying to make sure that, hey, at least for this family, she's not going to be able to kind of keep up with how fast the raw jungling speed coming out from Yishin Shin is going to come through.
Is
Now,
Kid
we do
Bomba
see the
trying
Depthon
to
come
eat some
through as well,
papers there,
which now
or
makes
what?
the mid lane kind of obsolete.
I think they're also trying to whittle down the comforts of Sao. I think we might end up seeing Sao play a different hero than we're used to seeing.
How does he answer the Fanny right now? The Cho's gone.
Yeah.
They could go for something like
Taja,
Franco, something
Baby,
of
do
that
you want to
nature.
be as fat as Kid
Ruby
Bomba?
could
No.
always be slotted into EXP or something like that for Team Spirit. Could be an answer. Even Ruby Rome, I know it's not popular, but it's a possibility.
I wonder if, oh wait, that's a Kufra. Oh,
classics.
Yeah, they go for classic responses to the Fanny, Wanwan, and some of the focus I'm trying to remember. But okay, they go for the glue as their solid frontline
Team Spirit
presence.
is from Russia.
This Team Spirit draft is very well built for their main backline, for their YSS, their Moskov, and their Juicin.
And a little bit of underestimation of the Fanny, right? They have a couple
Don't spam
of,
Russian
couple
flags
ways
in
to
my
deal with
chat.
it, but not guaranteed. And that,
Thank you. I will ban you if you do that again.
It's literally, I swear.
It's forbidden on my channel.
This could
I don't
work.
doubt
This
you.
could work.
And it's undefeated so far in MSC.
Yeah, and it's come in clutch so many times. A very strong pick, especially in terms of what they want to bring. A little bit maybe weaker in the laning phase, just like in the first few minutes. But as the game gets moving, Onic PH to be in a great position.
We could see a lot of skirmishes early on. You pick up the Faramis, that's a sign to the other team that you are willing to fight. Once that Faramis is level 4, Brigida and Naisu, please take us into game number 1 for second series of the day.
We
It was a
are
time when
amped up and ready.
yeah.
Thank you so much to the panel there for breaking
If
it
you're
down.
talking about
We're ready for
when
another fun
Barbie
game.
was a
I'll tell you
coach,
that
yeah.
much. Welcome to the English desk here. I'm Naisu and this is Brigida to bring it the action between Team Spirit and
I mean,
Onic
just don't.
Philippines. Who will it be? I'm just
No,
gonna
not
throw it
even
out there.
spam,
I
just
called
don't
the
type
Kufra.
it even one
Right,
time.
Brigida is my
witness.
Is my backup. She's my witness here. What do you think? Is this enough to deal with King Kong's Fanny?
I mean, it does feel like they just decided to directly respond to whatever was brought out here by Onic PH, but I feel like it ultimately lies in how well they're able to play around this Yi Sun Shin, because it's going to be a very crucial part in this entire piece that Team Spirit does want to play in this game, because majority of the damage is going to rely on him, especially for those early skirmishes, as pointed out by our panelists, because we're expecting a lot of those to come in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think this is a very, Trek said it best there. It's like, this is a very different flavor that we're already seeing in
Onic
game
Philippines
1,
gonna win, of course.
with the drafts here, which is great. Again, and we also have another debut hero to MSC, and we've had so many picks. I'm not sure exactly the number we're at. I know it's like 87 or something like that. Here's a play though on Kirk.
Tyrant's Revenge towards the XP laner, but Brusco's also there to provide some sort of assistance. And for Kid Bomba, you generally have to play it carefully for the glue in this game, because the Faramis came in at the perfect time,
Yeah, the Faramis is great. A lot of teams kind of sleep on this pick still, but nonetheless, it's very valuable. The NetherRealm's great. It's got 100% win rate right now, and there are a couple times that we've seen it pop up, but you can see a whole lot of common emblem over here for Team Spirit to go ahead and play around this. Again, you're going to have to maybe just set things up with the Kufra if you can, if you're Sawo, but also you can rely on the fact that Kid Bomba is on this glue, and like we saw from the previous series, glue, or really any any of our XP laners right now, the main heroes that are picked up, could be so valuable to a lot of these games in and out. So this first objective is going to be the focus here. They're going to already poke back and forth, pulling Sao back, but they fight for space around the turtle.
Yeah, they've zoned out one shot really well, but the fight is still going on. King Kong trying to look for Sao, but the clutch shield coming in from the turtle might save him just for a bit. NetherRealm also committed as well, but they're still going for the fight. Kirk jumping in with the Infernal Pursuits, but this might be the time to disengage. The SOD is going to land, and it might be time for Hiko to go in if he does decide to join the fight. But Team Spirit will have full confidence that they're able to take it on even without Hiko.
Great comms there. You know, Team Spirit, I feel like Hiko probably was like, should I follow through? But, you know, it was the call from Team Spirit, and Kid Bulma's like, no, we at least got another kill, or we got one of the kills here that we needed, plus the objective. So that gives them that little bit of advantage now. And again, it's just one of those things that kind of can have the factor where it builds up on compound interest here throughout the game. But nonetheless, you just want to farm up. If Hiko has this opportunity to just farm up on the Moskov, that's where we've seen the capabilities of turning games around later on. He doesn't have to just join these fights. Even if he lands a Spear of Destruction, that's completely fine. But even then, King Kong getting the kill himself, giving him a little bit of a amp up time here on the Fanny. So far, though, it's interesting, Breda, because everybody still gets super excited for a Fanny.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's going to, I mean, this is Kid Bomba. He should be fine.
He should be. Gets or not. On Kirk, brings him under the turret as well, and that possibly saved him for this particular instance. King Kong and Kirk might play it a bit more safer now because the SOD is also there. Crimson Beacon in! Coming in from Sunset Lover, gets to find the knockup and the kill onto Kirk.
Man, oh man, I didn't know if Hiko would follow up again, but again, that's threat enough. I landed the spear. You don't know if he's going to follow through or not, but still, the glue pulls through.
It's such a suspense factor here for...
The spear or the glue?
The spear. Like,
I was going to say, glue is also suspenseful.
That's true. Both, you know? I mean, somehow, yeah. But the SOD landed twice. He never went in.
He doesn't, again, it's like there's this passive effect to it. It's like, okay, everybody's like paying attention to that. Like, does he follow through or not? So Team Spirit has control right now of this turtle because King Kong's got to get his own purple buff.
Whoa, Sao didn't go in with the Tyrant's Revenge anymore. Didn't have to. There's the knockup from the Lantern Flare and Kid Bomba. He finds Kirk. This time around, the spear won't land, but AOG will, knocking up multiple members from Team Spirit. But King Kong coming in from the sides. Will he be able to find a kill? Weber's one shot still alive. Gets to use the Traceless to keep himself safe. Kid Bomba mounts onto another member. That's going to be Super Prince, but he will have to walk away.
Oh, Sao. He's jumping in. He goes forward, but there's no dice there. You know, you can't. I thought they would stay a little bit longer, put some pressure there, but hey, Team Spirit gets themselves a 2.5k lead.
Dazai seems upset.
Kills in favor, plus that objective.
I mean, if they win, I'll need to watch it also.
1v1 for this.
I don't really want them to win.
Great because again, coming into this matchup, we were comparing the two gold laners here with Hiko and of course Kelra, and yeah, I think you need more time to see exactly the hype build up for Hiko. The Hiko mania we talked about back when we got to see him get that Savage over an M6, but right now it's just him and Kelra holding down the gold lane.
It's gonna take some time, especially for these two gold laners we're seeing right now. A lot of the focus, particularly in the past few games that we've seen here in MSC, definitely lies in the mid trio and how well they're able to manage that mid lane. But now King Kong, gets mounted here by Kid Bomba. One shot trying to apply the damage, and even right under the turret, they'll be successful in that pickoff.
And that is just how annoying a glue can be. Even sticking to a Fanny, making a flying Fanny, making you just have a hell of a time. And then you complement that with a Kufra. So they're going to put the pressure on the purple buff, and this is where it starts to really hurt. If you are playing a Fanny and you fall behind like this, even down to the purple buff not being available for you, it puts you in a really difficult spot.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like Sao hasn't been the one to go in first majority of the time. Even when there were moments that it felt like he could go in with a Tyrant's Revenge and find a setup onto at least two members of Onic BH, it felt like the way he's playing this Cooper right now is just to protect the key members of Team Spirit, at least for now, because they still acknowledge the fact that Onic PH, they can still go in at any moment in time. King Kong can still go in from any angle he wants to, and so all their priority lies now or falls into keeping one shot safe and handing over the snowball, which clearly is working because he's already 1,500 gold ahead of King Kong.
This is one of those situations where Onic Philippines has to figure an answer out for, you know, dealing with that setting potential that we're seeing from Sao or Kid Bomba's kind of front tankiness that the glue gives you, but also eventually, how do we get to one shot? How do we get to Hiko later on once he's activated for those fights? That's the biggest question here. Now, again, you can play around the utility that you have a fair miss. You can play around that King Kong should have some decent damage on the Fanny throughout the game, but as we're seeing, even for King Kong, he's having a hard time cabling in and out of these fights. You know, it's not the easiest for him to do. And you take a look at the items here, you can see the difference in the gold lane. Mind you, a lot of this has just been 1v1. So Hiko is actually with a lead against Kelra here.
And even the junglers, both junglers and gold laners of Team Spirit are 1,000 gold ahead of their counterparts in Onic PH, and now they're trying to disrupt even their attempt to take the purple buff. King Kong successfully secures it with the retribution. But jumps in, and there goes the Nether Realm, at least to keep them a bit more safe. But the Tyrant's Rage catching everyone from Onic PH, and another Tyrant's Revenge onto Super Prince, handing over a triple to one shot.
One shot, 3 kills. Gets a triple and makes it work. And that's all, again, putting pressure on the purple buff is all they have to do, because they know that now Onic Philippines is in this position where it's like, we gotta go ahead
please,
and get a purple buff
Onic,
to King Kong. Yes, he was able to go ahead and secure it with the retribution, but again, your team is in this position that they're going to be forced to fight because of the way this lineup works for Team Spirit. So now they find themselves with a very healthy lead, and you know, I'm surprised with some of the positioning here, some of the decisions from Onic Philippines to go and force this, you know, force these situations where they're up front to get information, to do what they can.
I don't even care who wins here, I just want to sleep, but I told that I will watch full games if Onic will lose first game.
Now that Onic PH are playing defensively, a huge responsibility is definitely going to fall into the hands of Super Prince. Right now, he doesn't have access to his ultimate, but he has to make sure that, okay, the Spear of Misery will definitely land there. See, but yeah, the way that he doesn't have the Purify too is going to be a big problem if he's the one that's targeted first.
Don't you
by
like
Team Spirit?
Spirit? Why would I?
Here, because he's the one who needs to kinda buy a bit more time.
They're a Russian team, I don't care.
He's the only one capable of doing that, because so many things have to be set in place for Onic PH and their lineup to work, and not even their attempts to manage the macro are working right now, because every time King Kong tries to go out with a Fanny, there's just this immediate response. You see it right now from Team Spirit to not allow them to go any further.
Yeah, this is great. This Lord is eventually going to go down here, but does get a charge up on the top. Sao's charging up himself. I don't think they want to force this fight. They're going to clear out the waves here. They hold on to these base turrets. So even with this kind of lead, Team Spirit doesn't want to overextend into this.
How did this spear miss?
Taking it through this. King Kong takes some damage. He'll be fine. He's just trying to clear out these waves, but they will lose that holy defense shield now on the bottom side. So Team Spirit has pretty much accomplished what they set out to do on this first Lord push.
I don't know how to come back this shit. Some miracle from Kelra on their tower side now.
Then that's just basically to threaten them to be very conscious of where they're going to position themselves, because it's not necessarily a surprise attack that they're planning to do. It's just another form of probably zoning Onic PH out, and at least for them, they've been able to defend all their base turrets. It's still intact, but all their holy shields, they're gone, and we're only approaching the 11-minute mark. No one from Onic PH is actually safe. There are just so many ways for Team Spirit to gather information, to gather vision, and to just zone them overall. Okay, Mountain Shocker nearly landed onto King Kong, but at least they're able to keep themselves safe.
You're just seeing, I mean, right now, this is such a tough game to get back and turn around if you're Onic Philippines. And you don't have any other option if you're King Kong to just push those, you know, the cross lanes, or, you know, push those side lanes. A spear is going to be thrown, but King Kong's going to be fine. And that's all he can do. He can put pressure. Hopefully they can get a turret. Because, I mean, look at this. They have nothing. Onic Philippines has no turrets, no objectives, just one kill. That's it. The one Yeah, the one lane. So like these are the surmountable steps that have to happen here for Onic Philippines, and the only person that can do that is King Kong. Now we have seen through MSC games 10k ahead turn around.
Wait, they actually go after Kirk, but there's a decent amount of
Look at the
damage. But the damage is just enough. Even the Nether Realm is immediately taken out. Kelra is the next target. One shot is currently godlike on this Yisun shit. It's only Super Prince and King Kong who will try to defend and clear the way, but there's a knockup from the Spear of Misery, and they have their eyes on nothing else but the base. There's the SOD, but clearly they've been able to deal with the minions, and now they might actually want to go for more. There goes the Ghost Bursters coming in from Super Prince too, but now it's a retreat for Team Spirit.
So close to ending the game there for Team Spirit. Nonetheless, they'll go ahead, grab the Lord. King Kong might actually get his purple buff here now. Now, will that be enough? They're facing down a massive gold deficit. This is so far behind for Onic Philippines that Team Spirit can go ahead and force a fight onto this next push with this Lord. Looking at the items here, they are completely where they need to be.
I got
you
you,
already
bro.
saw it in that last fight. If they decide, they almost just have free pickings to decide to who they want to go on. It doesn't matter if it's Brusco or if it's Kirk. These supposedly tanky heroes are not tanky enough to deal with this kind of damage that is coming through from Team Spirit. So they have to play the macro game here. I'm not sure what Onic Philippines wants to do here. Cut the waves if they can, but eventually you got to get ready for that base defense.
Yep. That's going to be the next big step here for Onic PH. They have a lot of catching up to do, especially considering the 12k gold lead that's currently in the hands of Team Spirit. But Team Spirit are going to take this step by step. A surprise setup coming in from Sao, but there's the Flicker and the Nether Realm. Brusco jumps in with the AOG, but barely makes it out alive! King Kong gets bursted down. There's the crossbow tank coming in as well from Kelra, but the damage doesn't seem to be enough. It's a legendary for one shot, and that's game number 1 for Team Spirit.
We'll watch more.
And Team Spirit, they had smiles on their faces coming into game 1, and it's clear why. What a dominant performance for the first game in the series. I'd have to say, you know, Bomba said, I'm feeling 100% confident. Hopefully my team is as well, and it looks like they're all on the same page here.
Yeah. Kid Bomba in one shot literally feel like
Rest
the make
in
and break
peace.
right now for Team Spirit, and the way they're able to establish this much dominant of a performance. And mind you, this is against
Did
the
he learn
Super
from
Fam,
you,
but
Dazai? Yeah, I was
they were the
teacher
ones who
Fanny to
seem
King
be
Kong.
a lot more in sync, or in a way, it's just inevitable that you force out these reactions from Onic PH because you kind of already shut down majority of the factors or the conditions that they need to pull off in order for their lineup to work, which is something I feel that the panel has constantly echoed as well. So there's a lot of bouncing back and resetting to do if you're Onic PH.
100%. I can't wait to see what the panel has to say about this game 1. Let's throw it over to them.
Like this Filipino said, here in this panel, Team Spirit are just way too good. It was clear what they wanted to do. Invade, disrupt, control. And I actually like what you told us, Trex, that Team Spirit just looked so much cleaner and more in sync compared to Onic PH.
Yeah, I think we saw it in the early game. Onic PH looked for a couple EXP lane ganks. They wanted to try to slow Kid Bomba down and continuously kind of mess those up, or Team Spirit just responded better. Whichever way you want to put it, either way, there was definitely some mistakes made by Onic PH there. Some mistakes that you don't normally see, and Team Spirit's now at a level of gameplay where if you make mistakes, they are going to capitalize.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting. That's why I say that Team Spirit really have found themselves in these games. Their execution is top-notch. Their mechanics are looking creme de la creme. And I think that right now, a lot of the EECA fans are cheering for them for a very good reason as to, honestly, moments before becoming champions. Because if Onic PH is struggling against them in the early game, what will it look like coming down the road? And I think the adjustments for Onic PH, not even in the draft, is we just have to play a little bit better.
Yeah, at this point, it becomes a whole point of execution. I do have my own specific pain points about the draft, but if this is, again, the bed that you chose to lie in and you just mess up a lot of the early game executions, that's a big struggle. And if this trend continues in the early game, we might end up seeing Onic PH getting swept because Team Spirit don't look like they are going to slip up. They know their timer so well. Trexie also told us behind the scenes that one shot has just been fantastic for the first 5-6 minutes of this game.
I mean, for practically the whole game, the guy went, I'm pretty sure, deathless. This is why maybe you don't give the YSS over. Maybe it's one shot. Who knows? Maybe that is one of those picks that needs to stay on the ban list unless you're going to get it for yourself. Again, maybe it's true. Maybe Onic PH right there did feel a little outdated in draft. We're willing to give some things for the Fanny that maybe weren't worth it. So yeah, we'll see exactly how things goes. But taking a look at this, Hiko, 944 gold per minute, also most damage. The young monster
Waiting
himself.
for next games.
I don't think it's
Let me
outdated in
sleep.
terms of how they're drafting. I think there are some very clear ideas from the side of Onic PH, but it gives them a very narrow win condition, which is what Onic PH is known to do, right? Because of what we knew them from last year, winning the World Championships, just perfect at execution, even if your chances are extremely slim with a singular win con.
And now that becomes the biggest question for Onic. What is going to be your next main win condition for King Kong? They picked that Fanny. You pick a Fanny because you want it to be a win condition, but then it wasn't allowed to be played. Like, King Kong could not play MLBB in that game #1 with how aggressive Team Spirit were just invading his jungle and freely doing so.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he could barely do that even in the beginning. There was the Kid Bomba just kept catching him. One shot kept catching him. Even towards the end of the game, he would try to get on a Hiko, and Hiko was so clean at sidestepping, spearing him against the wall. You know, it just felt like King Kong couldn't play that game from start to finish. It was a dead start.
And this is now where the alarms start blaring if you are a fan of Onic PH, because it was acknowledged in the group stages and we got to see it. One of the reasons why Team Spirit did really well in that draft, I feel like, was #1, they committed the first phase ban on the Lancelot right away. You take out the next best option for King Kong. But then what's King Kong gonna get left with? If he went Hayabusa there, it would have been an almost similar result with the
Dazai,
lineup that they
drink
ended up with.
alcohol?
We've seen in the past, not just here in MSC, but in the Philippines as well, the uncomfortability
Today?
of Onic
No.
PH playing around
Yesterday?
Fredrin and tanky junglers for King Kong. So now that has to start ringing some alarm bells for Onic PH of like, how can they prioritize the draft so that King Kong doesn't end up with a win condition that's just gonna get wrecked in the early game.
Oh, let me play chess. I don't know, because I'll fall
Because
asleep.
again, it comes at major sacrifice, and I think at the
I
same
just
time,
need to
Team
play
Spirit has
some
done
soon.
really good homework into how to kind of mitigate the problem. A lot of why we didn't get to see the Hayabusas come within that first phase was, hey, Moskov was already locked in for us for the side of TS. They had the insurance policy, paid the premiums for it, and now we're just waiting for the damages to come on through before they can claim and cash out.
Yeah, I think we could also say that the game could have fallen into Onic PH's hands there. It's just the early, there was, like I said, there was a couple early game ganks where they got bonked, where the advantage got taken. And when you have something like YSS that's gonna farm up, when you have a composition like Team Spirit, it's all about, because if they did, it's all about who gets those first couple kills, right? Who starts the snowball. Because if Onic PH snowballed there with the Fanny, with their composition, the game could have looked very similar, just on the opposite side of the gold, you know? So I think maybe we don't take a rush approach. Maybe we take a slower approach. Maybe we be a bit more patient. Team Spirit isn't a team that you're going to be able to just snowball against, I feel like.
I think right now for Onic PH, open up multiple avenues for win conditions, right? Have that curve, that bell curve that everyone keeps on raving about. You need an earlier stage of the game to survive. You need a mid stage where things really start to escalate, the peak of which you're fighting against your opponents, and a guaranteed late stage hero that could actually get you over the line. Because the comps that we're seeing, no possible siege composition for the side of Onic PH, right? You just have to win early to mid, and that's it.
Yeah, it looked like the composition that they drafted and went into relied a lot on just winning skirmishes early on. That's one of the reasons why you pick the Faramis, as we acknowledged earlier, wherein the Faramis comes out because you're showing the other team we're willing to skirmish and we're confident we'll be able to outplay you. That wasn't the case. So, real quick, before I go into my next big question, just a very quick one. Should the Faramis have been something else? Did it lean a little bit too much onto the idea of wanting to fight? Should they have gone for something with a little bit more crowd control?
No. I think that the way that Onic played it, they had an idea of, we know that we needed an answer to this glue. We wanted the farmers to do so. Brusco, we've already set up Brusco on the Gato to make sure that no matter what pick, even if it was a Valier for all intents and purposes, the laning phase would have been okay.
I think the Fairness was okay, but again, I think King Kong bit a bit more than he could chew on some of those ganks. I think maybe they underestimated Team Spirit a little bit. Maybe they underestimated Kid Bomba. Maybe they underestimated Hiko. Maybe they thought they could run in solo queue against 2 or 3 people and be able to pull things off, but they weren't able to. So again, I think it's more about how they approached the match than exactly how the draft went. Could the draft maybe been a bit better? Yeah, but...
Yeah. So if that's the case, would you like to see Onic PH still commit to drafting from the red side to see if, okay, similar to what SRG did game 4 to 5 against RRQ. They acknowledged game 4, they messed up early game execution of the first 3 minutes. Game 5, they went for a slightly similar approach in the draft in terms of their priorities, just changed some things up. Do you think that's something Onic Philippines could go for now heading into this game number 2?
I think, ooh... Okay, so there's 2 risks, right? There's 2 risks. If they go to over the blue side, there's a high possibility that, like, you know, we do see that Team Spirit doubles down on making sure that the high priority assassins from the side of Onic gets punished, right? Like, we've seen Kirk is going to play weak side a majority of the time. If they want him to get ahead, sure. Brusco, wide hero pull, Super Friends, high hero pull. Kelra can also play weak side, but he needs like a combo. He needs a big setter to make it work. So really, King Kong is the pain point. And I think if they want to double down on getting rid of the Yi Shin, getting rid of the Lancelot, they can still go down that route.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say in draft just yet. It's hard to say exactly what the right answer is, because for me, even though it feels so weird saying this, they just kind of played poor. I feel like that game, they were just a little off in the beginning. Whatever that means, what happened, I don't know what exactly happened in their heads, but TS just played better in the early stage, and that turned into a 10,000 gold lead. So it's a little too early for me to say, oh, blue side's the answer, oh, red side's the answer, oh, this is the answer.
I'm gonna wait.
Right there, they just need to play
They're
better.
gonna draft soon.
And as we saw in our fantasy lineups at the beginning of the day, a couple of us did include some key figures from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba's there. But now, we go back to the center of the map. We look at Sawa, we look at Sunset Lover. Will Onic PH now try to see if they can get a better matchup in the center of the map so that Sawa and Sunset Lover aren't so freely able to do the things that they did in that game number 1?
I don't think that they were... that's the thing, right? When you look at that laning phase, the God Thought makes it null and void, right? It's like, how often did they really get to interact with the farmers? I would say pretty much none. By the time that they've already made the mistakes in the early game, the gold lead was basically in the hands of...
I will not stream chess.
But alongside with
Draft
Bomba,
gonna start
right?
soon
That's when we saw
anyway.
the majority of that lead, and then obviously the YSS because of the amount of time wasted, but even so, it's a strong game from them.
We have a quote here from Kid Bomba. He says, we picked Onic PH because Onic feels like the more complete team. Referring to Onic ID, I believe we rather play against Onic PH. Now that we're in a single elimination match, we'll see what happens. Oh wait, no. I don't want to say that he was referring to Onic ID, just as Onic. So a little bit of a question mark there. So I'm not going to put words in Kid Bomba's mouth.
I think Onic is Onic.
Yeah,
Onic PH is Onic PH. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's true. We don't have Onic ID, it's just Onic.
It's just Onic.
Okay, so he could have been talking about the Indonesian counterparts.
Were they the first?
Yes.
Onic ID was the first, right?
I mean, they had 2 branches from like a very early stage. Yeah, from an extremely
first. Indonesia, the Indonesian branch was first, yeah.
Oh, Restreamer leaderboard.
Okay, by the way, there is also prizes for the most hours watched, and peak viewers actually goes to... Oh, Zcast Gaming, where are we right now? Okay,
Zcast
because of peak hours watched, Zcast Gaming is currently leading the leaderboard.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Especially when you have like Siteo Wanade and as well as like R7 on top of Skylar. Nice job. Well played.
Hold on, where's our boy Mirko at?
He'll catch up.
He's over in the other room restreaming right now. Make sure you guys tune in. Shout out to Mirko.
Shout out to Mr. Wolfcasts as well.
Mr. Wolf.
Also recovering right now in the hospital. We send you all our praise and our love, sir.
Might be recovering more after this series.
Yeah.
He needs that Onic Band-Aid.
just a little porcupine right there on his foot.
Considering that his cat is already named Meow, I think I'd be very curious to see what he would name the porcupine.
All right, so I do want to bring it back for a second. Earlier you mentioned like mid-lane control. I think if there's anything in draft that Onic PH can do is don't let that YSS go into the hands of one shot again.
All right.
I think if there's any hero, and there it is going to get banned out by Team Spirit because they know better. I do think this is one of the few picks in my mind that should not get let onto the map unless you are going to get it for yourself.
Team Spirit banned the YSS and the Lancelot, and that I think that's it in terms of like getting some of the best picks possible out in the hands of King Kong.
Baxia. They also have to
Dazai,
get
what
rid
do you
of the
think
Baxia.
about
They
Team
need to
Spirit
open up
performance?
A couple more
They did
mid picks
great
here, and then we'll see what the response is. Because so far the underperforming heroes that we've seen from King Kong also include the Fredrin.
Yep, Onic PH are actually the ones to ban out the Baxia. Could be setting up for a Uranus rush pick, but then Uranus priority has also went completely down ever since the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the last day, since yesterday, we didn't even see it picked or banned, did we? It's only these two teams are the one, only Onic PH has been the one to ban it so far in Knockout. They don't ban it this time. Is that another small tale of like, what's going on? Like, do they think so differently than every other team right now? We're gonna see now for Team Spirit's last ban, the Bosch is gone. They decide to ban out the Kalea.
See smiles there from the head coach of Team Spirit. Onic PH are now going into the first. Do they put priorities at the center of the map for Super Friends? Nothing to rush in the EXP. Gold, nothing to rush. Oh, they can rush the 1-1, but then it might end up becoming the same story if you can't build around it well.
The mid lanes is a possibility. I think with the 1-1, if they decide to rush it, there are still some utility junglers out there they can put on the front side, the Fredrin, things like that. I almost feel like if they wanted to go the Firmus last game, a Fredrin would have been a bit better. They go for the 1-1 up front. Team Spirit now with the response. Do they just pick up the Phoveus again? And Phoveus mid lane, Phoveus Jushin, just back to back. It's comfort for them.
Yeah, Phoveus Jushin, or I feel like Phoveus Farsa could be good alternatives as well. But they go for the CC for Kid Bomba. They want that priority for Kid. And of course, CC over Phoveus.
Dude, that's crazy. So they lock in the CC. I like the fact that Kid Bomba has that paper in front of his mouth just to try and just so that they don't read, the opponents don't read what he is saying.
Maybe it's loud in there. Maybe it's loud in there. You
They're
know?
wearing also, to be fair, Kid Bomba's on the side of the table that's closest to the side of Onic. Because right with how it's set up, see, it's very close to where Kirk is.
Right? It's so wild. It's so wild. But wow. Okay. No, wait. Huh?
With the phone?
Why? Why?
Romarlot?
Why?
But yeah, it will show both. This is, Gideon hates this for the viewers that don't know. His skin's crawling right now.
Mainly because the question is why. It's not like it's a strong synergy. It also reveals immediately what you're, it reveals exactly what you want to do, unless we are seeing CC go into the gold lane, which I don't think is likely at all in this particular case. So I don't value it as much.
And there's also a low percentage that Arlot's going to get banned in second phase. Like, you can honestly pick that up at any point after you've gotten the CC, or you could just pick it up front. But hey, Team Spirit's up a game right now, so we'll see what they do. Fredrin, Selena on the side on the PH. So there's the Fredrin that I was talking about to put in front of the 1-1. I think it's clean overall. Team Spirit on their last pick.
There we go.
Lock.
Why CC first pick? I have no idea.
Just three tanky boys.
Yeah, sorry, I really like, okay, the Arlot, I feel like that's them trying to avoid that Arlot Fredrin combo. Something that has done incredibly well at MSC. Yes, I'm a bit 50-50 on it, but let's look at where Onic PH after. So they pick up the Fredrin still, okay. They pick up the Selena. Still going up against the Akai, Arlot, CC. This Selena might have been a little bit, how do I say this, premature in being showed. I feel like a different mid laner could have come in.
I suppose this is just so weird to me, right? Okay, so yes, I agree that the Arlen as well as Akai is a pretty decent combo, and I think the Akai is a good response to the Fredrin. The blind pick Selena, the blind pick Arlet as well. I feel like these teams are thinking a little too far ahead when I don't think it's necessary, right? Yes, you have some nice synergies to actually work with, and I think that TS is reading into this a little bit by getting rid of the Paquito, because they want to make sure that this CC is going to basically go untouched and has that winning lane almost no matter what we see from the side of Onic PH. And I think the only other option is just to play either Sandbag Heroes or Benedetta, just to not interact with their opponent, because there's a severe lack of damage from the side of Onic PH for now.
Badang is the ban for Team Spirit. They take away another Brusco pick. They take away a Paquito, also thinking, I think this also reinforces the both of them are just a bit thinking too far ahead, as they are considering the possibility of that ending up in the hands hands of Kirk. Now the Kimmy is the last man there for Onic.
Okay, so I don't think they go for like a Farza on the mid on Team Spirit. There's way too many answers to it. They need some sort of mid lane though. Moskov does get picked up back over to Onic PH. Still needing a roam and an EXP. Do they go for the glue this time? With Badongon, Gatot also still open. Could be a possibility for them, I think.
I think the glue might lose in terms of map presence against the CC.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, but I feel like as Team Spirit shows their draft one hand out to say, hey, we could be punished, they already have the answer in the other hand. So it really is dependent on Onic to kind of decide to pick their poison onto where they want to have the weak side to be. And I don't think it's going to be from Calrus. I think he's going to be totally fine. The real question is, are we going to get once again a disengage mechanic from Onic? Yep.
Edith Rome, Lapu EXP, Valentina in the mid.
What a draft, and that Valentina pick, that was so expected already by the side of Team Spirit with how fast they picked it. They knew that Valentina was going to be, that Edith was going to be coming out, and they're leaning into it. Getting a lot of head scratch moments for me, even from Drex.
Yeah, both drafts are interesting, I'll say that. I think Onic PH kind of lacking in damage overall. Yes, the Selena, but I don't know. It just seems both drafts seem unnecessarily hard.
I agree, and I think that this time around, whoever their scrim partners are, it's kind of whack. I got to give it to TS. I think their comp is significantly better.
All right, let's see what Brigida and Nice think about the drafts heading into game number 2.
Thank you so much to the panel. Once again, welcome to the desk. Here it's me, Naisu, and Brigida. Yeah, we were scratching our heads too. You know, this is a very interesting draft, to say the least. But this is what we wanted. We wanted to see some of these variations going into this, and we have so far today. Now, mix it up a little bit more. It was very honest from TS early on in the draft. They had some things picked up. The Valentina, we don't even see that much. But over on the other side, we have seen Onic Philippines Brigida play a similar lineup. You know, even in our own region there. But we do know, hey, Super Prince loves this Selena. Maybe they can make this work, but this is not what you see often. A Selena and the Edith paired up together in the mid.
In the current meta, at least. But Kelra in the bottom lane, very, very close to finding a kill towards Hiko. But going back to what you mentioned, I agree. This isn't the first time we've seen Onic PH decide to go for a lineup that may be a bit mechanically demanding. Okay, so to answer our question, it does not matter, apparently, for Onic PH. Because even way back, you mentioned it, they've been going for the Selena go-ahead combinations, and now it's an Edith Selena that they're making it work.
Oh, this is, so... I know some people saw the draft and were like, you know, that might lack a little damage. Well, when you're landing the skill shots, when you're throwing people into the air, and you're winning a 1v1, it doesn't matter. Now, this early on, you got a nice lead there for both, but again, a lot of people that have been watching Onic Philippines for some time know that Super Prince, like, look at this. He is going to be hitting these arrows. There is a reason why teams would just ban out the Selena eventually against Onic Philippines. Now, this might be one of the games where we see that happen.
It's just so hard to move around if you're Team Spirit. Again, there's only one person with a Purify, and that's
100%
Hiko.
right now.
So far, all of the Abyssal Arrows, they're likely to land, and it's almost guaranteed that you could just follow up with your other crowd control skills if you're already able to land the Abyssal Arrow, especially from a distance, because that guarantees a much longer stun duration. And so far, we've been seeing Onic PH take full control of the early stages of the game just by the amount of pressure that Super Prince is able to do. And there you go again, another Abyssal Arrow, nearly causing Hiko to be taken out.
Hiko's dealt with a lot of pressure here, and I know Kelra got the advantage earlier on. We'll take a look here. Who gets the crab? Okay, Kelra, I see he can go 1v1 now with Hiko.
Oh, finds the stacks. Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised Hiko put himself in that position. That he knows he has level 4, he knows he can get the crossbow off, and now they're in trouble in the mid.
Now he's 2 levels behind, and now one shot will be the next to fall well. Sawo and Sunset Lover will have to do their best to keep themselves alive up against 3 members of Onic PH. There's the stun coming in towards Brusco, and they find the kill. Kid Bomba doesn't make it as well, but at least Team Spirit somehow finds some answers.
Sunset Lover is like, if you can do it, Brusco, so can I. Turned in to the Edith himself with the IMU, and that might be the case. You know, one of the things is just picking the right ultimate. Now, for the most part, that's most likely going to be Brusco on the Edith. Yep. He should be able to utilize that, but I think the most difficult part here for Team Spirit really is just kind of playing the dodge game. Like, you have to dodge a lot of these shots that are coming out from Onic Philippines. You have to be very aware even when the flickers are available, because not only can Brusco make those plays and then pop that Primal Wrath later on, but also for Kirk, we've seen this time and time now that Lapu Lapu has become more of a popular pick throughout MSC. And interestingly enough too, there's Brusco.
Flicker set up, but the Flicker final slash as well to answer right back. Super Prince will be the first casualty in this team fight with a heavy spin. It seems like they're trying to pin down and force Brusco away from the fight. Kirk still doing a great job onto Lapu Lapu though, and will actually pick up a kill towards Sawo. Now there goes the energy eruption coming in from King Kong, and the Earth Shadow once again. Brusco will try his best to run away. Barely makes it, but King Kong finds a double.
King Kong and Kirk, a little different on the KK connection, making it work this time. I mean, a great juggle for both of them. We're going to take a look at the instant replay here while the gold laners duke it out, but this is what I was going to say. Brusco rolling on this Edith starts this fight out. You know, I wasn't sure if Hiko was going to follow that Spear Destruction, but this was a great kind of communication from Onic Philippines, where we see them go back and forth for this, clear things up, and even win this fight into winning the objective.
I'm playing chess.
Great choice here for them to go ahead and secure this and lock that in.
I know we might have just pointed out the entire conversation about damage and the lack of not in the panel earlier, but it seems like the sustain actually worked wonders for Onic PH during that team fight, because they were able to stay in the fight long enough, especially King Kong and Kirk. And now they go for another target. It's gonna be none other than Sawo, who won't be even able to use the Vengeance to reposition, granted the amount of chain CC. So they pay a bit more attention to the gold lane, which I feel has been very much favored Kelra so far. Hiko sitting on a 0-2. There have been a couple of questionable decisions in terms of his micro.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know what the difference is right now. I'm sure we'll see that in just a second here, but Kelra's 2 levels above Hiko. He's been winning the lane since it started. You know, we saw that when we got into the game, that he was the one that got Hiko really low, and then he's just kind of continued to punish. And even if the Super Friendster shows up, or anyone really, Brusco as well, they put enough pressure on Hiko that he's kind of just forced off of the turret. And that's why we see that tier 1 down. So Team Spirit might want to just kind of decide, like, do we need to just let Hiko stay to himself and go ahead and farm up? And how do we play that? You know, how do we let that go?
Yeah.
Big shout out to the crowd there. They're super happy about this right now for the game 2, especially how one-sided game 1 was. You know, Team Spirit had that very decisive game 1, but it seems like Onic really in control of this one. Okay, nope, but hold on.
Yeah, he had to use the Purify there, but another final slash and the SOD. Hiko might decide to join this time around, but the moment he does, he gets taken out right there. Kirk and King Kong will be traded, however. There's another little arrow landing onto Kid Bomba, but Super Prince! The risky flicker in that he decided to go for. Kelra finding the stacks, but Sawo immediately falls. A 3-4-3 trade so far, Naisu.
Super Prince wanted to say calculated, but that was a little miscalculated. He thought he could get it. Unfortunate for them, not. But they will go ahead and get another objective, maybe 2, once that turtle's locked in here. Again, look at this difference for the gold laners.
Oh, that's a massive lead in the hands of Kelra. Not even the heavy spin could pin him down, and he will just continue to be a threat to Team Spirit. This is going to be one of the most most difficult parts of the game. If you just let the 1-1 snowball this much, you have a much harder time trying to lock down this hero, or better yet, even bursting it down, because you don't have enough damage to deal with this hero just yet. And that's only one out of the many problems you have to think about going up against Onic PH in a team fight.
Yeah, because Brigitte, you have to think about it this way, and I know our panel mentioned it. It's like the damage for Onic Philippines' lineup would traditionally need to take some time to build up, aside from, you know, of course, Super Prince here, but they've bought enough time because Kelra has scaled up
I don't know,
so quickly in this
Alexander.
game.
Oh, don't ask me today. I'm tired. I can't think. I can't analyze anything.
But it's actually the members in the mid lane who get punished heavily by that engage. Kelra taking down 2, and they just need one last hit to take down this tier 1 in mid.
As I was saying, the scaling here for Kelra happened so quickly, and part of that wasn't even the team. Again, he did this in the lane from the start against Hiko, and Hiko is continuously playing catch-up. Now sitting at level 9 to Kelra's 12, he's multiple thousands gold behind, and this is what Super Prince does best on the Selena. He will just continue throwing out arrows, landing them, and being a threat.
Doesn't get to dodge the Appraiser's wrath. And they were that desperate that they had to use even the heavy spin just to get away. Hiko will be trading things out for now, but there's Kirk that's up top to manage things for his team. Final Stash will be committed onto him as well. We're taking a look at the top lane. Landshaker doesn't land onto Hiko, and they're trying to run away, but Super Prince, will he be able to successfully block their path? Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, but even just Kelra standing right there, you know,
He's threat enough.
It's already enough.
He's threat enough. They don't want to go toe-to-toe with that right now. They're going to lose a whole lot here. So this is now, again, a massive swing in favor of Onic Philippines. Kelra just picks up the Berserker's Fury. They're in great position to just take this Lord. I don't want to see Team Spirit contest this. I know they're around the mid. They still have Hiko up top, but it's way too late.
Onic gonna win.
Super Prince tanks it to the face.
Wait.
Hiko
3-1 or 3-2, I don't know.
They might have tried to make a play, but it's better that they don't. So
I have
Lord
no
is secure
idea.
here now for Onic Philippines. We have to see if Team Spirit, down this much gold, 7,000 gold, if they have enough in the tank to hold the line, basically, with this push-in.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to do something away from the Lord, so there were potentially less members from Onic PH and less things to risk, and at least they get something out of that downtime wherein they were unable to find at least any trade away from Onic PH. Now that they've handed over the Lord, I agree. Defending might be a huge struggle for them, considering that it's a 4K lead in the hands of Kelra in contrast to Hiko. Oh, but that's a retribution already committed by King Kong. Slows down Sao by just a bit, but at least the arrow does not land. So that's what they'll have to deal with for now. Defending and holding on to the remaining base turrets.
Trying to hold on to these holy shields, but they are going to go down up top. Lord has made its way to the bottom. An arrow's going to be thrown.
Oh no, it's Hiko. He still has the Purify though. He will not use it just yet, but the Conceal, it sounded like Onic wanted to do something, but they're going to respect that Team Spirit. They're all complete, they're all full HP, but this might be the opportunity that they're looking for. Holy Shield's already popped, however, but they're still really trying to threaten them. Oh,
got a heavy spin out.
That was a massive ultimate already expected for Team Spirit, and Kelra finds the crossbow. Dan connects onto one shot as well. Kid Bomba, both of them, they're very low, and they're doing their very best just to defend their base turrets. Terrified for Kirk, but that's all for now.
They lose 2 turrets, so Team Spirit's still in the game, but just like we saw in Game 1, they're the ones facing down a 10,000 gold lead for Onic Philippines, and it's a massive lead. Even on the damage scale here, you're seeing how much Kelra has done.
Whoa.
They might look to just end the game if they can get a favorable setup even before this next Lord. They still have a minute to go ahead and buy some time, but TS, it just looks like they're in this position where they're not sure how this is going to go. You know, King Kong confident enough.
Oh, there's no curtain call anymore, but the heavy spin will actually be able to catch him. Tries to dash away, but it won't be enough. That's going to be a kill over to Team Spirit. And they're going to be very happy with that. They just want those small wins for now.
I'm not sure the play there. I'm not sure if they were, just trying to make it a forced situation, but it was clearly not part of the plan there. But it is just a kill that goes in the hands of Team Spirit. They do get some extra gold in the right hands here. But that's the thing. Onic Philippines is so far ahead, especially in terms of map presence, map space to work with. And with a Selena, it's even more. And that's why these traps and these arrows are paying, a huge value to Onic Philippines. But it looks like TS wants to go with a play. They're going to use a conceal, but I don't think they catch anyone out.
Yeah, and I feel like it was just in time. The stacks for Kellera were still there to get some information either way. Kirk goes in with the bravest fighter. There's the flicker attempt as well, but they don't get to set up for anyone. So Team Spirit are able to walk away safely, but now there is the Lord.
Okay, Lord is up. They're going to go ahead and fight for this one. It looks like TS still wants to go.
Yep, there's a stun, and they definitely will be closing in, but one shot! He doesn't get to dodge the crossbow of Tam! And now Onic PH, they're looking for more. They're going to be chasing after the other members of
the arrow.
The onward, the earth shatter, everything just lands on Sunset Lover.
Unfortunate for Team Spirit. I'm surprised they got a position for that Lord take, but with one shot being caught out and then just collapsed on, they had no other choice, no other space to work around. Enough for Onic Philippines. They might already have this one in the bag. The Lord is making its way up top. They have the base turret in the mid to work on, but I don't even know if they're going to wait for it. Right now, they still come up. Sunset Lover less than 10 seconds away. Team Spirit should be in a full fighting force to defend this, but they have to play dance here. They have to dodge these arrows and get ready for this Lord. The traps are all set up. Super Prince,
that didn't land. That attempt from Sao didn't land, and now the Heavy Spin is going to be burned as well. They're only going to try to go after King Kong, but he is too tanky, and they still have to deal with the Lord. And now they will successfully try and attempt to deal with it, but Sao trying to distract the other members won't be enough because Super Prince will just gain access to the members of the back line. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far, however, but there's still a wave coming in the mid lane. Kid Bomba will be trying his best, but he gets to receive the onward and the Earth Shatter. Final flash committed on to Brusco, and they pop the immortality for now!
do they have enough damage? They still have the waves pushing in, and Kim Bomba tries to do it, but the crossbow tang from Kelra's enough to clean it up, and that will be one more for Sao, but a game going to the hands of Onic Philippines.
Team Spirit held on, and they took that risk. They went for the final slash heavy spin combo. Supposedly that would have landed on a single or two members of Onic PH, but the reflexes were too fast.
Yeah.
Onic PH reacted to it just in time. So that resulted in multiple wasted important resources for Team Spirit before the final defense.
And that was everything that Onic Philippines had to do. They had to get those, spells out, the ultimates out, because it was good juggling, honestly, from TS to be that far behind, but, sweep things forward, stay in the game as long as they did, even despite that big gold deficit. But again, Onic Philippines came into game 2. They had some power picks in their hands. Especially with the Selena, was amazing here. But nonetheless, they brought this game plan to life and made it work in game 2. So let's throw it over back to the panel to break down our game 2.
Onic Philippines reminding Team Spirit and the rest of the world who they are. Super Friends on his signature Selena. He plays that like a mobile master.
He does, but I feel like after watching Game 1 and Game 2, all the MLBB enthusiasts after watching the previous series look at this one and they're like, what am I supposed to learn from this? What is happening?
I will say this, Onic 2 games, first game, they try to bring the aggression in the early game, they fail. Second game, they bring the aggression in the early game, and it passes. So, yes, I still don't think exactly it's the draft that we're looking at, but the gameplay itself, and is this going to be the story for the next possibly 3 games? Can Team Spirit withstand the first 2 to 4 minutes?
Yeah, again, game number 1, it was Team Spirit dominating that. Game number 2 is Onic Philippines winning all over the map. Hiko straight up losing to Kellera in lane. 2 kills early on. That 1-1 bully that Moskov.
What's even crazier about that, it's the same exact matchup as last game. Moskov versus 1-1. So my question is, did Hiko maybe get a little too confident after game 1? Try to push the limits? Forget who
Kelra was? I mean, the second death I think was the most evident, the level 4 into level 3. What are you doing there? Brother, man, he has a pure inbuild, Purify. You hit him against the wall. Why do you continue the trade? There's just so many weird things that happened in this game, but what was clear was Onic PH's early game, the laning phase especially, basically allowed them to do whatever they want, right? They were in the exact same position that TS was in game number 1, pulling it into game number 2. Onic PH draw the line in the sand. It's like, we're not going to let you walk over us like you did in game number 1. We're going to go toe-to-toe. If you want a mechanic, we'll out-mechanic you just as much.
Yeah, I appreciate this Edith pick that was part of the last set of picks here for Onic Philippines for Brusco. And most importantly, how Brusco executed this Edith. He was checking the rotations of Kid Bomba, Sawo, and Sunset Lover incredibly well. There was a bit of a mishap at the center of the map around mid-game, but at that point, Onic Philippines just had a massive lead that even though they lost, because Kelra was winning lane so hard, they could afford those little mishaps. They could afford those little slip-ups.
Yeah, Kelra getting so close to breaking that 1,000 gold per minute mark, but just showing that maybe Wan should stay in the ban phase. Even though you beat it in game number 1, it's still a problem. And outside from that, you know, you mentioned the other player. I'm mentioning King Kong because I feel like the Fredrin was actually a really solid pick from you. Like the Edith, I really liked the Fredrin. I feel like it forced King Kong to stay with the team a bit more. Whereas game number 1, he was getting caught off by himself too much, and he allowed the rest of his team to shine with the damage as long as he was able to peel and protect them.
Yeah, I feel like this was a little redemption game also from King Kong, who for the longest time now since last season, the community beats have been, oh, King Kong is not that great in the tanky fighter junglers. This game, I feel like they needed this confidence game for him. He needed a performance like this on this Fredrin to show team spirit, to show himself like, hey, I can do this too.
Don't get me wrong, I want to agree with you, but it's really, really hard when you've got a lot of contributing factors to why he was already able to develop a 2-level lead against One Shot in this case. And a lot of it is because, Selena was able to get pretty much a quote-unquote free lane after getting that initial solo kill onto Sawo, but also supplementing the fact that now King Kong has Selena with the traps to make him feel like an assassin jungler, like he's clearing obnoxiously fast because of him.
Yeah, it looks like we got a series here. We're not going to be getting any sweeps in this second quarterfinals matchup for the knockouts phase, as now Onic Philippines have tied things up against Team Spirit. What will happen in game number 3? We'll find out after this break.
Viviana, oh.
for impossible. Lenovo Legion.
What we are doing, watching MSC, yeah, watching MSC. I hoped for 3-0, but okay, it's gonna be not 3-0.
So far, this has been a series determined by how well you can execute in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the games here. Team Spirit did so
You know that
excellently
Alina
in game
spent
number
night
1,
at my
while
place
Onic
because
PH
Renata's mom
clapped
forgot to
back
leave her
hard and
keys.
reminded them who they are
She
with
woke
a
up me
near
at 5
perfect
a.m.
execution in game number 2. And of course,
Insane.
individual performances from Keller
I
and
didn't know
Golding
that.
being able to shut down
I feel
Hiko.
really bad
Now,
for
as we
you,
move on to
Sonia.
game number 3,
Alina should come right now to me.
no, not unfortunately. Fortunately, still have to talk about the draft here because that does help contextualize a lot of these early game requirements that we're looking for both Team Spirit and Onic. So, who would like to start things off? What are we expecting?
It's hard to say what we're expecting because so far from game 1 to game 2, there's been a pretty big change in the way these teams approach it and what they banned and what they pick. So I think game 3, I think we could be in for even more surprises, honestly. The questions on my mind is, does Team Spirit now ban out Selena? Do they ban out Wanwan? Do they change the way they approach this as well?
I'm going to put it in layman's terms. Stop sucking in the laning phase. There's really nothing you can do if that laning phase goes as horrendously as we've seen from both of these teams in game 1 and 2. Doesn't matter how good your draft is, especially if you're not walking out of there to go head toe-to-toe against your opponents when you are on equal footing. Most of the time, based on what we've seen, the draft plays to a degree a certain part, but even then, they're going so far above and beyond that it doesn't really matter if the early game is as abysmal as that.
Yeah, going back to the draft in game number 1, yes, that Kufa pick was a massive counter and did pose a lot of problems for King Kong's Fanny, but it wasn't just that. I think we also got to the point where we agreed that if the early game was just a little bit better from Onic in that game number 1, it would have been a much more different story. It would have been a little bit more even, where now Team Spirit had to really calculate things. So, yeah, I think I've leaned in now to, you two have convinced me that it really is all about how sharp these two teams are in the first 2 to 3 minutes and how well they can get their early win game conditions.
And that's the thing. I feel like once they get past the, all right, we're going toe-to-toe, both sides are looking for active advantages through the draft to apply into the early game, then sure. And I think that Onic does it a little bit better in game number 2. But coming into game number 3, right, it's not a matter of blue side, red side anymore. It really comes down to the synergies if they want to say, you know what, let's just bypass the laning phase in the first place, right? If that's what's costing us these games, we might as well, especially with Onic PH, the one who has the gas. They've got momentum, as we saw clearly in the same matchup between Kelra against Hikomania. I think that Team Spirit need to recognize, all right, let's make mid lane obsolete, let's rotate and save his lane as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they did in the first game pretty much. They played a little reactionary, but they did it well. They waited for Onic to come to them and then catch them off guard. Respond cleanly, and instead of jumping out, trying to win the 1v1, instead of doing things like that, they were able to take the win through letting Onic kind of bite their own head off.
Now, as we head into
Mom
the draft
Alina
for
goes to
game
her son
number
Mooney.
3.
Yeah,
Alright,
and
we talked a lot about execution.
his
I feel
uncle
like if Team Spirit can,
Julian will
it's
sleep
warranted to make sure
because
that Keller
he is
doesn't end
tired
up with
as
a 1-1
fuck.
anymore and that Super Prince doesn't end up with Selena.
I'm actually okay if he gets the 1-1, to be fair.
I mean, they did beat it game 1, right?
Yeah, they did beat it
game 1.
They did beat it game 1, but I think this is on condition. If 1-1 gets let through, please have the CC on your side, right? That curtain call is such a powerful tool to kind of keep
Onic is a new team, right? Not Kairi and all anymore. No, it's Onic Philippines. There is Onic ID with Kairi, Sans, and Kiboy, but this is Onic Philippines with King Kong, Super Prince,
Good
Brusco.
respect ban by Team Spirit, as Super Prince was also one of the big reasons, alongside Brusco in the center of the map, as to why they were able to supplement King Kong well, and then they were able to control the center, giving a lot of difficulty to the Arlot roam of Sawo.
Hey, it looks like Kirk is even getting onto the meta of don't show them our mouth movement, even though we're speaking in a completely different language.
Listen, man, Kibama's Filipino.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. I'm so sorry. That's my bad.
He's actually speaking Tagalog to his own teammates, and that's why he's covering his mouth.
So that Kirk doesn't understand. All right, we've unlocked the code, boys. Team Spirit has all the Kaleo from Brusco. I think there could be a possibility that we'll see Brusco still end up in one of his old comforts in the Cho. Not the favored rush like before, but still does very well against very specific lineups.
Okay, something's throwing me off a little bit with the Lancelot ban. Real quick, Basha does come in. Okay, now it makes a little bit of sense. But Onic PH, I feel like if you're not going to ban the Basha, maybe could have left the 1-1 open for yourselves at least. On their side, they get the CC this time.
Oh wait, can you move camera so we can see draft? Yeah, I can.
I wanted to see them maybe pick up utility here.
I'll be right back, 2 seconds.
Trio utility, whether that's Fredrin or Basha, and they do secure that.
I think they also need to pick up Kimmy. Kimmy can be picked up with Baxi on the opposite end. Maybe Farsa, I suppose. Unless they also want to... No, but they can't even flex picks now that they already had the CC in the first place. So I think it's really down to like, hey, let's just get winning lanes and just, smash the early game.
I think Farsa could be clean here up front. They go for the Granger though. Another long range. You have burst. You have your bases covered. Instead, you leave Super Friends with the ability to flex into any kind of mage he wants later.
Yeah, I appreciate this Granger rush also because now you don't have to worry about a Granger Farsa potentially end up with Team Spirit, and then if ever you do end up with a Farsa, you have a great combo already locked in for yourself.
Yeah. For TS, I don't know if they're going to utilize the Baxi as a flex pick. It doesn't seem likely because there's no reason to just yet. I think it's fine if they are thinking about synergies like, the Angela Baxia, but I do think that Kimmy is kind of a must here.
Okay, so Kimmy, but then I think Irithel might also do well for Team Spirit.
Both will do well, but I think it depends on who... Actually, they can show both. Kimmy is alongside the Irithel.
Yeah, then go early, and then later on, surprise Onic, if they do want to lean towards that Angela. It's a little bit greedy, but Angela Basha, Angela Irithel, you have a lot of avenues there. What do you think, Jerks?
I've been seeing the Granger pop up, and the Irithel has popped to my mind too, like for a couple games that we've seen. But I don't know, I'm still, it's such a weird hero. Like it either performs really well or it just bombs out, and sometimes it even bombs out against the hero it's supposed to do well against, i.e. The Granger. So for me, it's kind of scary, especially against a quick farming team like Onic that wants to get aggressive early on. The Irithel takes a little bit of time. So I kind of like the Moskov still on, possibly still on Hiko. Give him something comfortable. Beatrix maybe. I think Hiko has plenty of space to play. I don't think they have to rush him up front.
Beatrix without the combination. This is assuming that Sawo still has access to things like Kaja.
Well, that's why I think they could push him. I think they could push Hiko to the end of the draft, is what I'm saying. I don't think they need to rush him. They could prio Sawo, they could prio other players before locking in a gold lane.
I can get behind that, right? Especially if they're locking in like Kimmy. I mean, if they go Kimmy and then they have to figure something else out, what would be the other flex pick in this case? And I think that Cho, it's not the greatest, but it does kind of disincentivize Onic to look to play an assassin.
For flex, they could lock in a Badang early on.
Oh, that's also good.
Like lock in the Badang here, maybe their mage, and then they have nice movement, they have nice pivot position for their last 2 picks.
Now we're going to be seeing the draft return in just a bit. We're just sorting out some things on the stage right now to ensure that our players have the best and most even playing field. So thank you for this patience, for your patience, and we will continue discussing the draft here. If you have any picks that you'd want to throw up into the air, don't forget, wherever you're watching, feel free to comment, join us, and sound off online, as the online community have been very vocal, and we do play off a lot with what the community has been feeling with picks.
Can we get more shots of Coalstar? Because God, he's so handsome. They keep getting his perfect side profile, and I'm just like, geez, dude, he's got jeans.
Jeans.
Yeah. Great retort. I love it. Oh, Kelra's just vibing out into the meantime. I'm thinking whether or not Onic is still going to lean into the Edith pick. And I think more and more now that they've already conditioned 2 times that it has gone into not only the EXP lane, 3 times at this point, that it's not only gone into the EXP lane, but it's possible for people like Brusco to pick it up later down the line. I think it's a great flex pick, and I think that is something that they might want to even consider throwing into the rope position again if they're not looking to have like that hard disengage.
I agree. I think at this point I'm still so thrown with the drafts right now.
They're gonna be like Arlet.
Well, even just meta in general right now, it's not easy being an analysis trying to guess drafts, right? Because there's just so much room to move. They do finally lock things in. Moskov, so they take gold lane, they get comfortable. I mentioned the Moskov earlier, it is a possibility. Do we see the Budong or something like that pop
Bro,
up?
watching Hikaru versus Magnus.
Yeah, great prediction there. They do have multiple flex options, surprisingly enough. As we've seen Baksha not only go jungle, but also into the roam. We've seen Badang go roam EXP.
No, Uranus does not need the revamp.
But the possibility is there. So Onic Philippines will have to take that into consideration.
Bad idea.
They might wanna... Do they go Super Prince or King Kong here? Considering there's already a chance Team Spirit are showing their juggler.
Oh, I like Baxia Badang. It's good.
It's tough. Yeah, I think no matter what, it's a bit of a pinch. The Baxia really locks down like a majority of the heroes. You go for Kimmy, you basically have the counter pick. You go for Frederick, immediate counter pick as well.
Is coach even needed in pro teams?
Alright.
Of course.
So at least Onic isn't afraid.
You're
to say,
rooting for Onic Philippines? I'm not rooting for anyone, but I just think that Onic Philippines gonna win.
I think this makes Brusco's pick all the more important, and hopefully Team Spirit check and actually acknowledge the potential of a Cho on the hands of Brusco, because that plays into the Onic PH comforts that allows them to read the rotations of where the Badang and the Baksha is, if it is going to be going to the jungle, most importantly. So hopefully they do consider ban that out. If not, I think Onic Philippines might have a very easy time at the center of the map with Brusco on the Cho.
Yeah, Team Spirit's also been doing a great job at picking heroes and leaving, something that was a lot of problem in last year's the Barza open, but knowing like it's okay if you pick it. We have lots of answers for it. Gatot taken out. I mean, right now it's feeling very similar to Game 1 where Team Spirit's kind of putting Onic PH in this weird spot where what are they going to do with their mid lane here? You're running out of options.
The man does have a wide pool. I am not going to take it away from Super Prince to consider locking in the Valir or even a Kagura yet again.
Yeah, both of which would actually do pretty decent into TS, right? Because it's about peel, it's less about damage. There we go, the Angela. See, that's why. The Phoveus was such a weird ban. They could have let it through because they already had the counter pick on their side. Yes, it does a bunch of damages, but like, sure, you're not going to win the lane, which is kind of the important thing coming in. Sorry, the important theme. So pairing it up with also banning the Angela makes a lot more sense.
Okay, what's the last
ban from Team Spirit? Do they just continue into Rome here? Gatot's gone. Take out Tigreal.
The Tigreal might suddenly be a surprise option as well for Team Spirit later on, especially in the hands of Sawo. They are going up against a Joy. Then that means it's a Badang CC matchup in EXP and Jungle Baksha. If ever that is the route we're going to end up with. They take out the Kadita. I think the two bans of Spirit are a little bit too obvious that they're leaning towards Farsa for the center of the map.
Yeah, Onic PH, they can go for Kimmy, they can go for Farsa, both of which are pretty good. I think the Farsa might just be a lot better this time around because they don't need the inevitable engage, they need the big chunks.
Could be Brusco pick now, then just save Super Friends pick for 5 so that you go in with a little bit of element of surprise, because so far Onic PH, I feel like a lot of their drafts, or the drafts that they lean into towards MSC, has that one element of surprise. And I think for this one, it could be the Super Friends pick at 5, if ever.
It's definitely a tough spot, and I think both teams really taking their time with this draft. I think this game right here is going to kind of be the tilter on how the rest of this goes. They go for the Cho. Solid. I mean, overall, it's a
team without Sugar is fine.
It's not like, oh,
a team without coach is like
it's not out of this realm.
tea with a cold water.
This is better. That way they can really utilize Super Prince's like deep hero pool. It might end up just being like Valir Cho, really depending on what this pick from the side of TS, whether it's the Farsa or it's the Kimmy. Either or, pretty decent at this point. You've got some pretty clear direction with the comp.
could be Farsa, Kimi, and then maybe even a Lapu Lapu for Kid Bomba. I feel like they need something a little bit more explosive as well in the EXP. They already have the box of the Badang. I feel like Glue would be a little bit too overload in terms of thinking about crowd control and utility. The Lapu Lapu could provide them that explosiveness, but they go for the R-Lot instead, paired up with the Farsa. So they're looking to make a few of the maybe potential mispositionings that could come out from Onic Philippines a little bit more punishable.
I'm for it because you have 3 enablers, and I think Badang is already a pretty strong enabler for the R-Lot to kind of go crazy throughout the match. The issue now is that you can play on both sides. You have two laners that potentially, I think that Hiko should be okay, which means that unfortunately for Kid Bomba, he needs to be the one that stays alive, assuming that this R-Lot goes into the EXP, which I don't think it's going to be the case.
Yeah, we think what R-Lot Roam, Badang EXP. I like Team Spirit's draft. Last mage pick is the Lu Yi. It's the pick I wanted to see earlier.
Yep.
Onic Page, again, just kind of drafting with comfort, I feel like. Not being binded to anything.
Yeah, comfort plus that additional element of the Super Friend surprise pick.
Yeah, I think the TS right now, if anything, just don't suck at the laning phase, right? That's if they can survive that, then we're going to see a real match against them versus Onic PH.
Super Friends got a Selena in game number 2. Now he gets another signature pickup in the Lo Yi, a pick that has somewhat dipped out in terms of priorities, but when shown up, actually has served some surprises in previous tournaments, and especially here in MSC. Can Onic push the envelope and go 2-1, or will Team Spirit shock him and take this game number 3? Bring it in, Naisu. What do you two think?
Well, this is another pick over to Super Friends. One of the few players that I would say would be brave enough even to bring out the Lu Yi right now in the meta that we're finding ourselves in. We'll see if it's all enough to bring it to a match point for Onic Philippines if they get this one, or if we see it TS bring it together with this. Again, I have to agree with Gideon here. They got to win the lanes to bring it out.
Yep, getting past the laning phase.
Whisk cold water, I meant.
Regardless of the disadvantages of the lineup is going to be very vital for Team Spirit, considering that it has been one of the most noticeable things in the previous game, in the way that they just completely let go of the momentum, just allowed Onic PH to take over the entirety of the game. But I feel like with the lineup that they have right now, they have a lot more tools to be able to keep up. And right now, they're showing us how they just want to keep playing just as aggressively up against Onic PH. That was an early flicker forced out of Brusco, and that definitely already means something.
Yeah, I guess that was, better than nothing. They do get the battle spell out, and we've seen it before where even a, AHO early on can do enough damage. This is the same story right here. We saw this in the previous game where Kelra is just winning the lane, and you might need to do something for Hiko here if you're Team Spirit to be able to provide him a better laning phase, but it really does just come down to these gold laner mechanics here, and Sao taking some damage.
Oh, he might actually be the first to fall then. Fortunately, he has the flicker. One shot will try to chase after. Oh, catches Kelra, stops him in his tracks, and now it is clearly a better situation for Hiko in the early game.
That's tough. Loses the flicker too. Kelra being a little aggressive, I guess also mistiming that flicker because one shot comes through, finds that connection, and as we've seen before, Concussive Blast, especially early on, does considerable amounts of damage too. That's usually where we see like mid lane first bloods under the 1 minute mark. So with that happening, nothing too crazy, still evens across the board, but this Turtle's for the taking, the first one in the game. TS gets control of it. Brusco's not level 4, and King Kong's still working on the buff.
Yep.
They want to fight for this.
Oh, Fist Crack already used to King Kong. Will try to go for the stun, but it's still his retribution. That's going to be able to secure the objective for Onic PH. And now the curtain call, stopping Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba from walking to wherever they want to go. But Kirk actually gets caught. That will be the way of the dragon denied. But the duality coming in from Super Prince.
Everyone low
just dealing
HP.
so much damage to clumped up members of Team Spirit.
That could have gone way different if Onic Philippines had a little more firepower in it. Maybe even if Brusco had the flicker available, because he could have gone in and gotten multiple members with the G Kondo. But it didn't happen, so that's better for Team Spirit. But again, the objective went to Onic Philippines, so they're able to go ahead and get that. It's a small win for them for now. Nothing too crazy. Team Spirit still under control. I think, again, going back to it, the biggest thing is, taking care of Hiko, letting him have a better laning experience. He did get the kill earlier later on. So that is, you know, at least a little bit of a benefit for him to build up. But I don't know. This is one of the things where it's like you really have to see how Team Spirit plays around the options that they have here. King Kong, just taking that.
Gets stunned there briefly by Sunset Lover though. Oh, but Sawo off-cam kill by Onic PH as well. It seems like they're able to somehow deal with whatever intentions that they have, and despite them trying to actually pay a bit more attention to Hiko, Onic PH, they still make all that pressure felt. Like Hiko still we can't say that he still has the best time right now in the laning phase, but Super Prince gets to escape that attempt from one shot. Won't break out into a fight just yet though.
Great job from Brusco there. King Kong might go to the turret, has the damage, will pick up the kill and sidestep in the final slash as well. So a good response there from Onic Philippines. I was going to say earlier on, Brusco did the right thing. He was able to put pressure where he needed to on Sunset Lover earlier on. So now second turtle's coming up here, and Onic Philippines is in a good position. This is now a little bit of a spike that they have here. Genius Juan picked up 2 for King Kong. That's going to work really well with Super Prince on the Louis. That is going to help even do a little more damage that we're seeing from the reactions or the interactions of Super Prince. So the fight though for the space for this turtle is going to be crucial. Gold laner still duking out 1v1 though.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot since that pill we saw onto Kelra, but that's a way of a dragon. But it's on to get Bomba. Fistcraft will be used as well. And one shot gets to steal the objective. Now Sunset Lover right in the face. Takes down Kirk. And they will start to disengage after that. A surprising turn of events, but there's a diversion.
Oh, they're going for Hiko. They're going to go on the hunt, but I don't think they spot him out, and there's no kick from Brusco. So good job for Team Spirit. I mean, at least they're able to go ahead and secure themselves that, but Sunset Lover again. And this is what King Kong does, and he gets his hands on the joy. He will go and make these plays across the map. Sometimes if he gets the objective or not, it doesn't really matter in certain situations because he's able to get the right targets on this joy and put enough pressure where it's like, hey, I'm in your side of the jungle. Either you respond to me or you lose resources, or you lose these 1v1s. And that's the tricky part of a Joy, is keeping up with her and then like trying to catch her.
Yeah, things have been very uncomfortable for Sunset Lover, or more so for Team Spirit in terms of however they wanted to make use of their lineup and coordinate their skills. But they actually find a setup here onto Super Prince. There goes SOD, and Hiko will have to take him out on his own, but he will not have enough resources and gets threatened by the burst as well. So you see once Onic PH gets to split up the entire intention from Team Spirit, or just denies them of being as coordinated as they should be, Team Spirit can't just get the job done.
Okay. At this point, Team Spirit has to might have to transition here. They're going to stay, for the most part, building up Hiko, letting him do his thing, but you know, this macro level of play is going to be, I feel like, the difference in this game. And anytime you have the Louis on and play, that's one of the main things. We've seen it from the diversion, but you're playing a constant catch-up game because of this. Like I said, oh, hold on, diversion used. One shot's tanking up. You don't want to kick him, so he'll go ahead and pop the ultimate though. But this turtle's coming up, so he's going to go grab the purple buff. And then, I don't know, do they contest this? Because it's 1-for-1 for the turtles right now. Onic has control of this. Brusco will jump in.
Maybe not anymore, because they find a kill onto Sawo, making it 2 because they also find Sunset Lover. There's the setup coming in from Kid Bomba. SOD doesn't land, and there is the potential duality. Catching 2 members of Team Spirit who were just trying to walk away, and that's a clear win for Onic PH.
Really tough fight to take. Again, as we just saw, the damage that comes from a Joy to Louis. What a kick to set things up, and then they force a fight even further in the mid. So they already lose 2 members for Team Spirit, but then the fight's still breaking out, and even if you're trying to run to your turret, you're not safe against this lineup here. So again, a really decisive play from Brusco, and you know, that's the thing with a Cho, you always have this option to set things up. Yeah, you know, you can feel the heat there.
Yeah,
You can see the heat.
It's getting pretty intense. King Kong also picks up the Holy Crystal, so that's gonna be a lot more damage that you could expect from him. A lot more tricky for Sunset Lover to position himself, I guess, if there is that much damage already coming in. And like you mentioned, it's gonna be so tough for Team Spirit to pull off whatever the intentions they have, because like whenever they try to group up, there's that duality that's just gonna deal so much damage. But this time around, it might be a better situation for them. They find the kill on Kirk. Brusco gets away of the dragon, but not in the angle he wanted. But the damage from Keller and Super Prince is just too much. Brusco trying to close in. Kid Bomba tries to protect the other members, and that was a diversion that was no longer committed. But Team Spirit, they're just so low. They might not actually get to defend that mid-lane turret.
Finally you have normal name.
They lose the tier 1. And that last fight, so good from Brusco. Again, these kicks have been on point. Even if it doesn't convert to a kill, he kicked Hiko. So Hiko wasn't actually able to go ahead and fight in that fight, do the damage he needs to do on this Mozkov. So when they lose a lot of that, and then they just have, you know, the feathered airstrike that they're relying on in these fights, you lose a bunch of your damage profile to be able to use.
Ah.
That is really tough.
It's gonna be super tough.
Guess there's
right
microphone
now,
lagging, kinda.
considering that Team Spirit, if you look at the gold, majority of their members definitely are behind. Their XP laners, which we've put a lot of focus on, their XP laner is 1,000 gold behind as well. And now Brusco might just go for another setup, decides to use it onto Kid Bomba. He could barely do anything to make it out alive. And that's one member down right before the objective.
Okay, objective is up. They've fought for this at this point. This is going to be an easy Lord to take for Onic Philippines. Really no contestation. You can see the space on the diversion too. They're going to go send it up top. So there was some pressure up here on the tier 1, but Team Spirit still looking for, you know, these turrets to grab. And now we really have to look at this, Brigand, in the sense that, you know, what can Team Spirit do on this defense? You know, I would say they have relatively good firepower to fight a fight. The problem is a lot of that damage is being kicked away, or it's being zoned out from the fights, and it's being juggled around that they're not able to actually utilize it. Brusco's been a menace on this Cho. He's doing a phenomenal job at finding the right targets, but you can see it. I mean, there is still respectable damage being done from Sunset Lover himself alone. So I still think they handle this first Lord pretty well. Like, they're gonna keep their base turrets intact unless there's a forced fight here.
Yep. It does feel like majority of the times, or whenever Team Spirit does want to go for the counter engage though, Onic PH just have enough damage to either take that one member down and just consecutively look for other targets too, and just win the fight overall. That's the Holy Shield already popped as well for their base turret up top. So how Team Spirit decides to approach their counter engages is gonna be very crucial, but it seems like now what they're after isn't just any counter engage. They use the conceal, try to threaten Onic PH just a bit, and work on defending their waves for now. But Brusco's just seemingly waiting for that flicker to come in, and then that's when he might potentially go and look for an angle. So Team Spirit shouldn't be that complacent about whatever situation is happening. But wait, Sawo, he actually decides to go in, and now he misses the final splash and gets bursted down.
The struggle that we're seeing with the Arlots right now, and that's the case. Sawo goes down, try to force something, but ultimately, you're so far behind, you just get outmaneuvered, outgunned. Feathered airstrike to be used here to try to clear this out and hold on to this tier 2 turret in the mid lane, or bottom lane. But again, I think you're putting a lot of that weight now on Hiko.
Yeah.
He picks up the Malefic gun. He should be able to fight, you know? I think the biggest problem is just, again, he doesn't have much space to work with just because there's such a threat. I mean, look at Brusco. He's been doing this all game.
Oh, and now he finds the kick onto Hiko, taking down the most important member right now, and the kill goes over to Kelra. King Kong gets traded out too, however, but Sunset Lover doesn't land the skills. And there's the vengeance still from Kirk, and the side steps. Oh my goodness.
The bob, the weave, the skip. You know, it's they're really just kind of going with the fact that they have this kind of lead. They can get away with a lot, and that's what we're seeing. Even if it doesn't seem like there's an angle here for them to push in the base, Onic Philippines takes it anyway, whether they haven't conceal or Brusco is available to go for the kick. So they knew that was worth, you know, going for.
Yeah.
The Lord is going to be up now, and King Kong's back up. You're in a great position. Kelra, too, just having a great experience on the Granger here, picks up the BOD. So they're in, again, fighting form. And for Team Spirit, they have to make the decision. Do we actually contest this? Do we show ourselves for this fight? And it seems like they want to do that. And this has been the constant pressure that a lot of the roams in MSC have been feeling, especially when they pick up these, you know, these heroes like the Arlot. You're kind of reliant on setting things up like that, or the Badang, for example, for Kid Bone. But there's the conceal.
Oh, Brusco finds Sao. They decide to burst him down first, and King Kong finds the Lord. There's the final slap already committed on the Super Prince, but they don't have enough damage just yet. XOD will land, however, but does Hiko still want to fight it? He goes in, he looks for Super Prince, but there's the flicker, and now they use the diversion to just bring him back closer to the target, but the duality won't land, but still, they still proceed with the fight. Window nature used by Kelra, and one shot trying to look for another kill, but they just walk away.
What a play! He knew that the Feathered Airstrike was going to be set up, so he might as well go for it. Flickers forward, gets the kill. Kelra makes it happen in the 1v2 in the mid.
How?
That's Kelra.
That's okay.
I guess that's all we can say. I mean, he knew that there was eventually either he was going to go down or get Feathered Airstriked or something, so you know, having that flicker available gave him that option. Little setup down here on the bottom. Lord's going to be cleared out, so this is at least good for TS. Can they withstand this fight, though? That might be forced down on them.
And that's the tankiest member. One shot already using the Tortoise Passants.
That's your tanky dude, and he doesn't look that tanky. You know, it's, again, when you have this kind of build-up in items for Onic Philippines, especially for Kelra, it's really hard to go through that. Look at the stacks here. Just absolutely stacked up. He's fully item locked too. Locked in. He had to pop the Window Nature earlier on, but he's fine. And even though the Lord was taking care of him, this is something that Team Spirit can play around. They always, when you consider yourself down
Dazai tired already? Oh my god, I'm tired as fuck.
Literally buying time, they clear out the Lord. That's great.
I don't want to live.
In a fighting position. We've already seen it. He was in a good position to go and fight against Kelra.
Yep.
Like the damage is there, but they've been having a hard time with Brusco.
Literally fucking dying.
Honestly, for Team Spirit, I feel like they just really have to be mindful that no one at this point is definitely going to be safe. So wherever they decide to position themselves, it should be in a way that they could just immediately or easily find a way to regroup if things don't go too well for them. Because even targets
you
like
say
Sao,
I went to sleep 5 hours ago.
Bomba,
I know.
Seem like
That I made a promise, a deal.
Targets for Brusco to go for in terms of using the Way of the Dragon, and now Sao might just be able to find an angle. We'll be using the final slash on Kirk though, but the follow-up, it won't be there just yet. There's the Feathered Airstrike, as well as the back to shield Unity already committed onto Super Prince, but Brusco coming again from the sides will just have to disrupt the formation all over again. And not to mention, King Kong wasn't even part of that fight just yet.
Yeah, he wasn't a part of the fight, but I don't know. Team Spirit is looking like they're confident enough to take the fights, knowing the fact that they have enough damage.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even the question. The damage is not the question anymore. You've got a little more defensiveness now, though, for Hiko, which is really important. But you can see this. Oh, Sao goes in. Whoa, but diversion brings him to safety anyway.
They casted that even before saying Sao, so it was just really a way
The
to
insane diversion.
keep the discipline there, make sure that they'll be all complete before this upcoming Lord, which is looking to be one of the most important objectives yet in this game. Kirk will be trying to deal a bit of damage onto one shot, but where does Team Spirit look for an angle? That's the curtain call already committed by Kirk. But one shot, will he decide to go in? Brusco's just holding this brush.
Brusco's holding on. He's got immortality. Spear's going to be thrown out. So this is the moment for them to strike. Sao looking for his own angle, but he takes a lot of damage here.
Oh, there goes the final slash. But then again, the team fight's kind of split
Ooh,
up.
come back.
Will be the first
King Kong dead.
Hiko's making things happen. Gets to look for Kirk. But then Brusco, he blocks one shot. There goes the fist crack. Already committed as well. But all of them,
Ooh, so much damage from Granger.
Truly legendary on the Granger, still keeping his teammates safe. It's Kelra who actually protected his team.
He was there for them, and he's staying together. They're going to be able to find Brusco, but can Kelra do it? Hiko finds him, and they finally shut Kelra down. It's a turn of events for Team Spirit, and now Kirk on the run. But this is a clear sign for Team Spirit to take the Lord.
They probably stayed there a bit too long.
Oh, diversion, diversion, diversion.
Who was able to actually keep themselves in the game.
Diversion.
Gets knocked out by the Lord and bursted down by Onic PH. Sunset Lover trying to look for another trade, but Kirk is trying to work on that one, and that's gonna be a shutdown.
Fucking Louis.
Man, the tables have turned, the tables. It's all back and forth just when it looks so good for Team Spirit. A diversion comes in clutch for Onic Philippines. Talk about timing.
That was the most clutch diversion. Well, maybe second to that escape diversion we saw down bottom. There are too many diversions happening in this map, you know? Like, I'm not sure how to rank them anymore, but now it's another diversion used to pressure the bottom lane, and they take down the base turret even before the Lord arrives.
We need a diversion tier list at some point for people to throw out there, but right now it's this Lord making its way down bottom. Team Spirit trying to do their best to hold on.
They find Kid Bomba, but Kid Bomba still has the flicker. Now Kirk goes in, uses the vengeance as well, just tries to keep the pressure going for Team Spirit. And now they get to defend, to a certain extent, the incoming waves that are approaching their base. But now they have to let go of all their base turrets.
The work on the Lord here, base turrets all gone. Onic Philippines might just decide that's all we can take. Again, they're respecting what this lineup from Team Spirit can do and the amount of damage that it does have. Sawo is always going to be a problem at this point, because if they do get caught in a bad situation like we saw previously where it was a forced fight, and Onic Philippines, even with this, again, are in a position where they could make a mistake position-wise, Kelra gets caught out, or something happens. You know, and that's the thing. Both teams are actually doing a relatively good job at protecting the gold laners, but Hiko has to be a little more aggressive because of the fact that he's on a Moskov instead of a, you know, Kelra can shoot off a little bit from a distance from with the Granger. Now, that's the hard part for them. Spirit Destruction going to be thrown. Kirk will go ahead and give him a high five for that. And look at the positioning here. They want to force it in the mid.
Oh, maybe regroup for now, because King Kong might come in at any given moment. But they spotted him out, so they decide to play it safe. That could have been a close call for Team Spirit, though. Quick look on the in-game equipment.
Is there like 3 more match after this?
Already used by Sunset Lover here. Windsor Crown briefly tries to keep him safe. Mike gets to burst down. King Kong pops the immortality, and now it's his turn to use the Windsor Crown.
Oh, the setup's still going. Kelra has the space. Sao's 1 HP away, but he goes unleashing on Kirk. He jumps on over the wall, picks up an immortality, and tries to buy a little bit more time, but he has trouble with that. And again, the Lord is up. 2 fall
by immortality.
Okay, I can see how everyone is
Winter Truncheon, Rose Gold Meteor.
And you understand why. This has been such a close fight. We're already approaching the 21-minute mark, and Team Spirit have somehow just kept themselves in the game, despite how Onic PH seem to have dominated so much already.
They have pretty much handled a 7, almost 8,000 gold lead that Onic Philippines has had, and now I feel like Team Spirit, they got the spirit. They're gonna start up this Lord. There's diversion used. Does Onic Philippines decide to try to take the Super Friends up front?
Oh, duality used onto one shot. Lover gets affected as well, but Will Bruce will get to use the way of the drag, but it seems like he just is forced to walk.
Sunset Lover dying from Lord.
Very low though. King Kong, will he make it in time? No! And somehow, to Onic PH, the call is just to chase after the
But one shot will die.
King Kong, go for Hiko.
Behind goes for Hiko, but somehow gets to reposition and keep himself alive.
And Onic Philippines is full force healthy as Team Spirit lost 2, but they managed to get the objective. King Kong not there in time. Can the 3 hold out? With Onic Philippines now approaching the base. Can they end it here?
They have minions, but the Lord is going to spawn in a few
they can try to defend.
From Team Spirit, so they will have a bit more tools to manage this attempt. Oh, Kirk gets burnt down. There's a better airstrike. He gets to dodge it. Touch. These
And the feathered airstrikes, so good as well. They'll deal with the Lord here. But now, Team Spirit, Kid Bulma up in the front. He's got an immortality. I don't think he wants to force it. He does have the flicker available. And they know that Kirk is down for another 40 seconds. What can they convert off of this? That Lord nearly worked on here, but Onic Philippines, for the first time for the majority of this game, will find themselves on the back foot. They're definitely going to lose some space here. And right now, Team Spirit focusing on the top side.
Okay, so Team Spirit are able to hold on this Lord still and might just get this tier 2 up top. There's a conceal, so they might try to go for something. Force out the flicker from Kellera. That's going to be massive for Team Spirit here if ever they do want to look for an angle later on. But Onic PH, they get to hold on their base turret.
They hold on as much as they can.
There's gonna be another Lord gonna be crazy good. Yes, that's the longest minute, that's the longest match in playoffs right now.
What a game 3 it's been. They'll find the tier 1, possibly the tier 2, forcing Onic.
Badang with flicker and ultimate.
And this is where we see this kind of lineup, which is a much better sieging lineup if they can pull it off.
Okay,
oh!
quality catches up too many members, but Brusco gets caught as well. Curtain call committed on
Hiko low,
answers right back with a final slash, but Team Spirit, they're running away. They're low on HP. They have to escape. Sao barely makes it out alive, and that's gonna be the disengage. What a fight by both of these teams.
What a game already. Again, neither team able to capitalize on a kill from there, but Onic Philippines stays in it. So many immortalities, so many items being juggled at this point. Almost 25 minutes in, and this Lord is so crucial here for either team as both get ready for positioning here. Now, this is where we typically see an advantage.
Here is the Lord. Badang still with flicker.
It might not. You can already see the positioning here. But for Team Spirit, they're fully immortalityed up. They've got everything they need. They'll start this Lord, but they have to be crucial about it because it does a lot of damage. Just like
nice zoning from Farsa.
Keeps Kellera and Super Prince in check here.
Yeah, that diversion was used in a position that revealed where Onic PH were. So Team Spirit have full information and have an idea of where all of these members are. I don't think Seiko's gonna go for that, but yeah, they have to manage the waves first though. Team Spirit,
creeps are pushing.
Exposed,
it's hard to play when there is no 3 towers.
This is the new dance.
Salvo, conceal, diversion.
They won't follow through with it. This is about as rare.
Badang not there. They need Badang.
We don't see this too often. 25 minutes in the battle for this kind of Lord. Try to manage your base because for Team Spirit, that's the biggest disadvantage. All base turrets are down, and we've seen it before.
Another creep wave on bot lane.
Down on the opposite side of the map. That can happen here. So they've been keeping this Lord around half health, just waiting for that window of opportunity. This is a crucial point for Team Spirit to answer.
No, Hiko missed ulti.
Drop down too. Sao quite low, but do they commit?
Oh, they will actually commit.
Sunset Lover without ulti.
Hiko's still alive.
But he's somehow still alive, and he actually finds King Kong. Now Sao blocking the path off the members, but
flicker.
clearly Team Spirit at an advantage. They're the ones with the better
Lord hurts Hiko.
Fuck, creeps on bot lane.
I don't think he wants to take
creeps on bot lane.
Yes, same sentiments.
They just can't take a Lord.
Hiko was so close to that Lord, and we've seen it before, where a Lord at this point can take down some people and be an MVP.
Yeah.
So we're back to it. Onic Philippines loses a member, but they still hold it together. Again, that's the advantage I was talking about. Here's a concealed play. They're going to go for Super Prince. They get the flicker. And now Kellera and Brusco on the run.
Super Prince!
No.
Gets to use the diversion out. Oh my gosh, that's going to be top 1 on my ranking now.
The diversion tier list continues to build as game 3 has been absolute cinema already. Still the fight for the Lord to ensue.
They found Brusco.
Here. He does have an immortality. Can he buy
enough time? Nice.
What's the play here? They're going to go and focus on him.
But Kellera pushing bot.
Is he going to buy enough time though?
Kelra thinks he's in Moscow.
Kid Bomba's not going to fall for it. He was down in the base, so Kid Bomba, he's seen it time and time
Sunset
again.
Lover
It's
shaking.
not
Yeah.
happening this time for Team Spirit.
Yep.
Welcome back to the dance.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We're still here. 27 minutes in the game.
27-minute game.
Dancing for the Lord. Immortality already popped though for Brusco. That's one thing you could probably take note of if you are Team Spirit. So Brusco will have to be a little more.
They have Moscow. They can split push that bot lane before
Set
Lord.
up using the way of the dragon, but still, this doesn't change the fact that Onic PH can still have other ways to work around. There are diversion plays that can still come in, even if it doesn't start with Brusco. You just have to be very careful about it.
There's only so many immortalities, winter crowns, rose gold dogs that you can bring to the table. And eventually, those will run out. You'll have to switch things up. Brusco not close enough. Just about able to spot out Hiko.
So close.
So now they're on this bottom side of the map, but still, neither team can really commit to this Lord just because of how beefy it is, how much it hurts. You can't really hold it there, even if you're one shot, which is crazy to think. You know, back with our utility junglers before.
Conceal from Savo.
Right now,
They found Kirk. They'll try to kill Kirk. King Kong. Ultimate from Moscow. Kirk. Kirk buying immortality. Diversion. Hiko! No, he got Hiko! Oh, they stunned Joey!
King Kong's in trouble, buys time with the winter crown, but it's not going to be enough as they are falling on the defense. Onic trying to run, but Salvo jumps in with a flicker. He has Kelra in sight, as well as Super Fritz, and he can't escape either. Team Spirit has clawed back into this game. Kelra will keep them at bay. Another shot. Look at that shut down. Picks up another. Can he find Hiko? Hiko versus two. Kelra and Brusco on the hunt.
Everything's on Hiko. Hiko has to defend this game.
Oh, can Hiko pull this off? He still has these minions, but Brusco popped the conceal. They're going to run him down. That's the kick. But did they buy enough space here? This is already going to be worked on. And Onic Philippines will make it happen in game 3. Wow. Wowee. Wow. Whoa. What did we see?
Insane. Just insane. Everyone outplaying everyone.
You could see the fans rejoicing after that, 28-minute game? Full of back and forth. Full of moments.
Look how Onic are fucking like.
No.
They're just impressed by this shit.
It's such a devastating loss if you were Team Spirit, but Onic, they literally won by holding on.
I know everybody can take a deep breath after that one.
Thank you.
Not
yes.
bad,
That
not
was
bad.
absolute cinema. There's no other way to put it. I mean, what a game 3.
Third game gonna be absolute cinema because Team Spirit understands that they can lose and they will try hard even more. Yeah, I'll be right back.
To bring it almost to this point, you know, the brink of almost winning is insane. Props to them, but Onic Philippines showcasing again just how they can turn the tide. And I mean, Kelra, people have been looking for that Kelra, the Savage himself. Like, look at that last defense that they had to do.
Yeah.
I mean, the timing on the Destinatas, the Rhapsodies, the positioning. My God, you could see this, you know, like the sigh of relief even for the players as they went through this game. Again, just absolutely insane. Like, this is one of the, I feel like, just highlight games so far of MSC. Both teams super locked in
Super locked in, yeah. You could see it. You could see it. Right now, you could look at Kid Bomba and see how locked in he is. Every single one of them. And that's why it feels so devastating to be in Team Spirit's position right now, because that was such a long game.
Yeah.
It definitely has been draining for them, and this was when we thought that Team Spirit nearly had it in the bag, because they were just becoming so aggressive. They were chasing after Onic PH, pouring in all of their resources just to clear every single member out, but
and look at Kelra.
They forgot about Kelra, yes.
Look at this. Again, the fact that he's able to do that keep him in the game and make it work. And then he knows, okay, Brusco's with me. This guy has a conceal. We can get this little speed boost and make it happen. And great time. Brusco knew it as well. Goes in with a kick. Has enough range for Kelra to work. So just absolutely amazing. You can everybody was hyped for it. Kip Boma as well. Very close. Let's throw it over to the desk. Oh, I can't wait to see what they have to say.
Oh boy, it is just, I hope you guys are enjoying the time of day. It is crazy how much cinema we are seeing here in this match. I take it back. El Clasico, turn it into Team Spirit versus Onic PH.
That was too much cinema.
And it's only game 3. It is only game 3. How you doing? Game 3.
That was only game 3? We can have 2 more maybe?
Maybe.
Oh God.
If you're lucky.
Di ko na kaya. I mean, I can't take it. My heart can't take it. Brigadier couldn't take it. What are the graphics
wow,
gonna show?
wow, me wow.
Wow, wee wow. Oh my goodness, what a game! Showing time and time again why consistently 2 EWCs in a row we get the highest viewerships, we break records. And never doubt the Savage, never doubt Kelra to show up when his team needs him the most. Team Spirit, they got me scared. They got me terrified. They got me bubbling in a whole lot of ways I usually don't like. But Onic,
what?
I don't know what I'm saying anyway. You guys are my analysts here, so please take over.
It was an amazing series. It was definitely an amazing series. I don't think we would have asked for anything less. Down to, what was final game count? 30 minutes? Did we break 30 on that one?
Oh yeah, we broke 30 minutes.
They broke me too, yeah.
They broke us all, and I think no matter who lost that game, we were all going to be sad at some point, happy, excited. It was a roller coaster of emotions.
That was insane. Truly an insane game. I would say that there was a lot more weight on TS because, again, they were the ones with no inhibitors, the terrible early to mid, the constant lead for the side of Onic PH, and that final sequence alone was
Absolute
crazy.
cinema.
For all the moments where we saw Sawo not be so good with that final slash, finally gets an amazing one while still...
No, they didn't forget about Kelra. Fight was great until they threw under tower.
Kelra pulls through. Max Stacks, Sky Piercer, the difference maker.
Kelra pulled through. Brusco eventually supplemented him, but yeah, what did you say about Kelra? How he was performing? He was like John who?
It's John Wick. There was I don't even remember what minute it was because the game was so long. I thought that was last game actually. That flicker.
Yeah, to pick Sawa, to pick Sunset Lover.
Pick off Sunset Lover in flicker sidestep into the feathered airstrike, and then just bing bop boom bop bing bop bam.
Oh, and the crowd goes wild.
It was, honestly, it was a great game to watch. That was a beautiful game. Oh, I thought it was 30 minutes. It was 29-37. We were so close to it.
It didn't hit
Yeah,
30
game was
minutes,
great.
but I think it took 30 years out of my expected lifespan. With the roller coaster of emotions that we saw there.
I don't care what team wins, Julian.
Crazy for Onic Philippines
I
here,
just
but then
like
was
those
starting
good
to feel for
plays
TS. It's like, yo,
from
if
both
you guys get
teams.
this win, y'all deserve the love from the Filipino on the panel, but what a crazy back and forth.
Like, I want to sleep, so the faster team wins, the faster I go sleep. So I am for Onic Philippines because they are 2-1.
To be fair,
If they win one more game, I can go sleep.
He needed to make sure that not only did he have the tankiness, but more so to heal up from his lowered state to chase Hiko down at the very end.
Just in case Hiko tried to turn things around, Brusco was
Yeah,
about like
Team Spirit
50%
got greedy
health,
in the last
60%
flash.
health. I was like, let me pick this up real fast. It's going to be a long run from my base to
I'm
your
fair
base.
enough.
I need
Yeah,
a
you
couple
can go
more
sleep
health
down
points
the side.
in
Nah.
my pocket. You
I
know,
promised
Gideon,
to
you
watch
said that-
all 5 games.
I think Team Spirit definitely felt that a little bit harder because you're right. The game was not in their hands for a while. I mean, they hung tooth and nail, and then finally we're in control for the past 5 minutes. I feel like for the last 5 or so minutes of that game, it was theirs. It felt like they were winning all the team fights. They were coming out on top. All I could think in that last one was just go for the Lord, for the love of God, just go for the Lord, and they overstepped their boundaries.
They didn't want to spend another minute longer against this team. And honestly, I respect it. But the one thing that they forgot was the fact that Kelra had a majority of his Sky Piercer stacks stacks maxed out throughout the entire game. And I'm pretty sure if it wasn't maxed out in that last sequence, it definitely was after taking out.
It can be 2-2, right? It can be 2-2.
Sunset Lover. Again, we saw his build earlier, right? He was not looking for anti-heal. He trusted that one anti-heal was going to be enough, which costed them the early to mid, especially when you have a Boxia on your side. I get it. But the real profit is when you get to that late game. Maxed out items. One shot against Kelra, he's put down to 50% of his HP. That's when Team Spirit felt, yes, we have a fighting chance in this battle.
I was actually talking about this with Chantel before the day started. Chantel, one of the Filipino casters.
I wanna watch from big screen. Interesting game, not gonna lie. I have second stream on my channel with a big screen.
One of their best qualities as to why they were able to end up becoming world champions is that
Onic won 2-1 right now.
Because they know they have so much coverage. King Kong falls, you have Kelra. Those two fall, you have Super Friends. And all the while, you get Kirk, Brusco being able to do little things that actually have big impacts in the long runs in the games. This time, that was a huge highlight reel of that, especially there near the end, with the fact that with majority of the team down, since Kelra stayed alive and was getting stack after stack and he could not be found by Team Spirit, he was the difference maker in that game.
Там чел чисто видно на камере сказал, блять, пизда.
Emotions on all the crowd's faces right now. I mean, I don't even. It's hard to even analyze a game like that when it's like when a game goes 10 minutes, it's hard to size what the winning factor was. When a game goes that long, it's, you know, items, so many things are just kind of out the window, and it just goes down to who makes the final mistake there. And I do feel like Team Spirit made the final mistake there.
They did. If we're talking about potential adjustments for early to mid in terms of the draft, I hope they get Sawo off of this Arlet. It is costing them games. And right now, with the mechanics and how sharp we see Onic PHB, they have got the Emperor Eye. Everybody's John Wick. They apparently can see everything that is going on within the battlefield, and they pivot so fast on the balls of their feet, like actual fighters. So at this point, if we are going to see Team Spirit try to bring it back like they did here in game number 3, they're going to need something that they are not only comfortable on, but are consistently able to execute.
Yeah, I think that has to be the main linchpin now, because we've seen for all across the board for Team Spirit, you don't need to worry so much about the hero pool. They have heroes locked in, they're ready. It's just what does Sao end up with now at the center of the map? Because now we have two crucial games where Brusco, on what used to be, but way back then, a very comfortable Edith pickup for himself, so good in game number 2. Now in this game number 3, this Joe for him, I feel like, was a huge unsung hero, but multiple times, whether it was for initiating or stopping Hiko from being able to follow up to what eventually Kid Baba and Sao got to do, that was a big problem that Team Spirit had to deal with. So you need to look at the Brusco-Sao matchup and make that your focal point now for these drafts.
They were in the zone. They really were in the zone, which is why we are seeing a lot of the tricks
I'm more for Onic than Team Spirit, but
really
I enjoy both teams' gameplay.
We saw Brusco go for the horizontal, vertical, the back flicker G Kundo onto Kid Bomba because he knew his exact position with the help of Super Friends. Process of elimination. The only thing that I have to say, the resilience of Team Spirit, the adjustments from Kid Bomba as well to make sure that they weren't getting consistently outplayed in the late game. It was all him.
I think resilience is honestly going to be the key in either this maybe last game or one more game. We've seen Team Spirit go the distance, even with a pick that maybe Sawo's not doing good on. And we heard Brigida said earlier, how do you go 30 minutes, you take a loss, can you keep yourselves collected? But honestly, even the winning faces of Onic Page, they seemed worn out after that game. Prince was just sitting in his chair, blank stare at like I had like, holy crap, like that was a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
We're at a point now where we could still have 2 more games. It's still very possible after seeing that last one, unless of course Team Spirit taps out here, unless of course Onic PH is tapped out here.
Just like for the first 3 games, this crucial game number 4 is really going to be determined by the early game. Which of these 2 teams are going to pick the more aggressive lineup, and which of these 2 teams have the sharper execution in the first, I won't even say 3 minutes, 2 minutes of the game now. It's all on that, because if any of these 2 take momentum very quickly and get very quick double kills early on, that might spell doom for the one that didn't.
The adjustments are here, boys.
The adjustments are here, but it's actually from Onic PH.
Is Loyi not worse banning?
Team Spirit is going to pick up the
Not really worse banning.
Blue side now.
It's a threat now. She's still an S tier mage, but not ban worse mage.
Team Spirit won their first game with damage on one shot. Should they pick up some damage for one shot here? The Bosch is gone. You might as well at this point.
Oof. Brusco gets his Kalea, and it's Onic PH saying, no, we are going for the throne. Those first two picks from Onic usually signal that they're going to be going for a fast tempo, high scaling, or quickly scaling lineup that can end the game sub 14 minutes. It's
I don't know.
Team Spirit now to adjust and respond
Technical
to that.
pause and go cook.
Keller, he's the first player in MSC history to surpass 300 total kills. He now has 312 after scoring 14 kills as Granger last game. Again, to remind you, Keller is a former MSC champion, won it in 2021, and he did so at the age of 15 or 16, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's only been to 3 MSCs, right? This is his third?
Yes, this is his third.
So he's averaging a little over 100 kills per MSC.
That's nuts.
Just to put that into perspective for everybody.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. However, based on what I'm seeing in the draft here, they're not taking immediate counter picks against Onic PH. Again, they're foreshadowing what Super Friends is going to do. Because again, Super Friends as well as Brusco were huge problems. Not to mention the fact that King Kong was kind of eating up both Sawo alongside with Sunset Lover for the first 13 minutes of the game.
I like this draft from Team Spirit here so far. Even though I said damage one shot, I think the Fredrin is solid and it does preemptively stop the possible joy. But Hayabusa is going to get picked up by King Kong. Remar, see your face.
Yeah, Onic PH are clearly going for aggro. We end this quick. Team Spirit are taking a more defensive route. But now, since it's a Hayabusa Fredrin, you're actually looking at Team Spirit's lineup to have that exact same potential as you have the.
What time in my country?
So yes,
5:36 p.m.
1-1, but there's a chance if Onic slip up with the execution in the early game, it's Team Spirit taking the momentum early.
Yeah, that too. I think at this point, right, Onic PH are kind of read into the situation. They see that TS, hey, if you want to play that Fredrin, and more importantly, the fact that you pick Lapu into
No, 1-1 Fredrin and Lapu is like insane draft. A bit.
Right?
But there is Phobius that counters all this shit, that's hard.
He did a good job. He was down a couple of was always felt during the team
What the
fights.
hell just
So
happened?
now, being someone who is not as resource heavy kind of alleviates a lot of the pressure from the side lanes. We now have to worry
Moscow
about
and
this
Bruno ban? I don't know
Hayabusa
what
locked in
else.
so early for the side of Onic PH, they're probably going to repeat their strategy for game number 3. Consistent pressure on Hiko.
And if they want to pressure Hiko, ooh, they ban out the Arlot. Okay, still don't want to give that combo, even though the Arlot at the previous 2 games for Sao hasn't been the cleanest. Team Spirit, I think, ban out the Farsa, but they don't lead. They ban out the Claude.
Claude, okay.
Take out gold laners, limit down.
Why didn't they ban Farsa? Why didn't they ban Farsa here? Why are they worried about this Claude?
Especially when there's still a Granger open, still plenty of options for Kelra here.
Yeah, and Kelra can honestly also even just go like carrier Matrix.
He can do whatever he wants. He's Kelra.
I don't know if he's gonna go Granger here.
Yes, they want to limit it just enough.
I mean, he can go Granger, why not?
One more time.
But something like Bruno would be better.
And then look to pick up maybe Farsa for themselves. Maybe
Bruno or Irritel.
in that mid lane, and they're trying to initiate this trade. The
Or
question is
Beatrix,
whether
yeah.
Coach Why Not is going to allow it. Because worst comes to worst, right? We get the Beatrix on the side of Onic PH, and they can pick Farsa now.
They do not go for the Farsa. They go for the Granger instead. So I think on Team 3 you pick up the Farsa. But again, I think a lot of teams overestimate the counters of Farsa.
Moscow
like
bent.
Maybe that's why Onic PH doesn't pick it up. The Hayabusa, things like that. But either way, Sunset Lover did a great job on her last game. They decide not to just yet. They're still taking their time with that mage pick.
Should just be a quick Farsa pick, right?
Because if they pick Farsa, Hayabusa can definitely punish them.
Yeah.
And I think that it's better not to give it over to Onic PH more than picking it up for yourself. Because, again, your composition still lacks the innate burst other than the Lapu Lapu. And let's not forget that they don't scale as well.
I mean, the most obvious pick now is God. They lean towards his more niche picks like the Kagura, the Valir.
Low Yi again?
Low Yi actually still would be a great choice.
What's brought us here?
Yep. Oh, is that a Novaria?
Yep. There she is. Novaria makes a lot more sense, right? Because then it kind of alleviates the pressure from Brusco to try and open up the map. You are playing Kalia. There are some pretty long cooldown timers, especially for the tidal waves.
Why is the fuck Novaria
That
interesting?
we all look at as utility just because of the ultimate, but honestly, mid to late game, those meteors hit hard, and it can outrange the Farza. It can poke down. It never has to get involved in the fight and have to worry about getting, getting stunned up by the Fredrin or anything like that. It's always safely in the back. This is why I mentioned this last series, I think. But I think this could be a solid pick.
After an epic game number 3, game 4 could be
Yeah,
the
it's good
final
combos
one
with
here.
Granger and with Kalia ultimate too, no?
Pushes the
Like,
series to 5. Bring it up and nice you. How are you two doing?
Hey, we've gotten our feet back on the ground here, I'd say, for this one after the amazing
yeah, let's go, let's go.
But I'll tell you guys what.
Another 30-minute game. I have energy to watch now.
I'm expecting a game 5. I'm expecting
I
Team
woke up.
Spirit to take a game 4 because that's the Brigade Bless. That's the Brigade Bless here.
Well, I think we should also be mentioning that the Mother of All series is in the stadium and the arena.
So you're both here.
Maybe that could be another way to look at it, but yeah, it has been a very close game number 3, and it seems like Team Spirit this time around could be the one setting up that same tempo. They got the show for themselves, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out, because this is the typical Cho-Farsa combination. You could expect a very aggressive early game, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, pressuring Super Friends constantly. Brusco even had to recall in as early as less than a minute into this game.
Yeah, this is interesting because as you guys saw it from the draft, this Novaria has not been picked much. It's been picked once, other than now from Super Friends, and it's one of those heroes that, yeah, was pretty strong before, kind of fell off a little bit, but it just seems to be the case for Super Friends. He's one of those players that likes to bring some of these more non-meta heroes to the table. Now, will it play its part? Will it be able to provide Onic Philippines with what they need? Maybe. Again, it gives you a lot of vision, extends some of the hitboxes that you can have, and they can play around that. Now, that is actually a pretty beneficial thing, especially when you have a Granger on your side here. So, again, I would like to see Team Spirit take this a game, even if it was down to the lanes here, as I was just going to say with Hiko and Kalra. If Hiko can get a advantage in the early game just by himself, and that's what all gold laners have to go through. They have to go and have this, point of the game where it's like, it's 1v1.
Yeah.
They have to do that. And if he can get an advantage against Kalra, that would be great for Hiko and overall for Team Spirit as the game goes through those early to mid-game phases here. So they start up this first turtle. They are in position for Team Spirit. They're going to fight for it, though.
They got to poke one shot down, but the first one to go in is actually going to be Kid Bomba. Does a great job in zoning out the other members. Energy Eruption also committed onto Kirk, but he still has the Infernal Pursuits, and that just allows him to reposition and get away. So it has been a better start so far for Team Spirit, and you can see it in their fans. They're really rejoicing right now, but again, it is still somewhat the early game.
Yeah, Hiko holding his own. He's doing all right. He is taking a couple shots, though, of course, from Kalra, but objective over to Team Spirit. Great for them to go ahead and set up to. And now, at this point, when you have these level 4s available, you really have to go ahead and look at how the compositions are going to be utilizing the ultimates that they have. And just like we saw in the previous game, a big part of that is for Salo. He has to go ahead, get these kicks off that he's looking for on the Cho, and that is always a difficult task. But aside from that, you also are going to be relying on Kid Bomba on this Lapu Lapu to be able to go and have these fights, these skirmishes in your favor, because he's able to put pressure where it needs to be. That's what Lapu Lapu is so good at, not only being able to just kind of tank up quite a bit of damage himself, but even dish out respectable damage.
And
so that's one of the big things.
That's how they got the better of Onic PH in that first team fight too, but then the Tsunami Slap is going to be committed onto Sawo. Look at the damage in as early as 3 minutes in the game, but the Crossbow of Tang is going to be committed by Hiko as well. Brusco will just have enough time to get away though, but now Kirk is forced to flicker out. After one shot, even uses the Retribution. Clearly tried to go for a trade there, but were somehow lacking in the damage to get that. They still go on though, use the Feathered Airstrike as well for Sunset Lover.
Yeah, this is one of the things, it's a King Kong. Because he's on the Hayabusa against one-shots Fredrin, he has to, in some cases and some points of the game, rely on the team to help him secure parts of the jungle. You can see right now, he's actually getting pressure pressure it out from his orange buff. And so King Kong, whoa, not just pressured out.
Show was flicker on the bot lane.
That was just Sunset Lover in one shot.
Yeah, but I guess he got feathered airstrike because Sunset Lover doesn't have it. So, as I was saying, he has to rely on the team a lot of times to secure this because that's not where you want to be. So he gets down, and now the turtle.
That's pretty interesting. If we could find a way to revisit how that happened, because Brusco was also nearby, but it felt like he didn't have enough time to catch up and provide the necessary assistance for their jungler, and that's gonna be 2 turtles that'll go into the hands of Team Spirit. And they barely struggled to get it for 2 times in a row.
Yeah, seems like it was a little too easy for them, you know. And again, when you are able to put pressure on an assassin type jungler, you can usually continue to play into that advantage that you have. One shot also just picks up the empty Karas, so he's got a little bit of that extra defense now to deal with King Kong and even Kelra in a sense. So in a good position to continue to just kind of not let up on the gas, continue to put pressure there. You can see this pressure from Kid Bomba. I'm not sure if Kirk and the rest of the squad wants to make the play.
He sensed that there were other members coming in for him, and now he uses the flicker to get away. Star Shutter lands, but Kid Bomba is still alive, and he got to clear the way too. So Onic PH, they probably will get to make something out of it, but it's just going to be mirrored here by Team Spirit. Hiko works on the bottom lane as well.
See this, just waiting patiently there. If it was one auto attack, and yeah, that would have been Kid Bulma going down, but it's great that he survived. Team Spirit gets that push in. Hiko's having a much better time this game 4. He's got the tier 1 down. He's going to get some pressure here, of course, but the rest of the team's just around the corner here. So far, if you think about the majority of the series, this is the best position that Hiko's been early game.
Yep. Even more than that one time in the previous game, or in the game before that, I'm not sure anymore, where he got the early rotation coming in from Team Spirit. This definitely looks like the much better game, especially as it was mostly just on Hiko alone. Like, there wasn't much reactions from Team Spirit, because again, even in other parts of the map, they were the ones clearly winning it out. And look at Kid Bomba also being able to take down that tier 1 up top as well. This has been the most, I don't know,
early game?
The most easiest situation for Team Spirit in the early game. It feels like everything is just handed over to them for free.
It's like this, Brigitte, you know, they know everybody experienced the last game. They're like, all right, we'll tone it down a little bit for the early game. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case when we get to that mid to late game transition either, because this is a lineup for Onic Philippines that really needs time to go ahead and come online. Part of that, like I said, is the Hayabusa. You can't do too much if you're King Kong against this kind of lineup, unless maybe Brusco gets the Tsunami Slams, like we've been seeing. That's usually been the case. But you're almost forced in this situation where you just have to farm up.
Ты підпідіться. Нажми на цифру 9 і зараз відкрию двері.
Find a pick-off, and that's going to be onto Sao. So maybe that's the biggest difference, because I feel like for a huge majority of the past few minutes, Team Spirit were aware of the resources that Onic PH decided to pour into that potential pick-off against Kid Bomba in the top lane. But ever since they failed that, Team Spirit were just being very decisive and trying to look for other things to do across the map. And now they've been very efficient. As you can see, 7 minutes into this game, they've already cleared out so many turrets away from Onic PH.
Wow, Team Spirit gets a tier 2 under the 8-minute mark already. It just seems like there's not really much that Onic Philippines can do, except for play around the Tsunami Slam. Like, that's their only option right now. The fight for the purple buff, though, might force them.
Brusco's isolated because Kid Bomba, he just zones Super Prince away, and now he will be the first to fall. Star Shutter doesn't latch onto anyone. And all tier 1 turrets are already taken down, even the mid lane. So this makes things so much more easier for Team Spirit, and so much harder for King Kong.
It's kind of crazy because, in essence, Team Spirit isn't doing anything fancy.
Yeah.
Like, they're literally just playing around. If they catch Brusco or Brusco Tsunami Slams, they follow on through. They have enough damage already, too. Like, Sunset Lever picked up the Divine Glaive earlier on. So, a lot of the times, it's not even Sao that has to start with a kick. Now, if he decides to, then they're in a great position to win these fights. And that's why we're really just seeing Onic Philippines watch the turrets go down. There isn't a whole lot of space to work with. There's not even enough really firepower just yet. It's in one of those situations where we gotta wait for Kelwer to farm up. We might even have to give up this first Lord. That looks to be the case, as Team Spirit is just gonna go ahead and start this up and take this. You know, King Kong's like, I want my orange buff. Like, I need this.
This could be the only time I'm gonna get it without any other member from Team Spirit disrupting me. And so he finally gets his hands on the orange buff, but as you've mentioned, just looking at the lineup...
I realized what's on the screen. I was just opening the door for my friends
just
with game.
having Kid Bomba use the bravest fighter, just by having Sabo stand there with the threat of the Way of the Dragon, it does feel like Onic PH are getting a taste of their own medicine, because this seems too
the owner of Zemuni came to me.
able to actually present themselves in the previous game through Brusco and the Cho, but now it's Sao applying all that pressure, and yes, this is a 0-2-0 standing and a
This is owner of Zemuni.
You know that all those instances where Onic PH were able to get the kill onto Sao were greatly I'd say Team Spirit were able to make the most out of it. Like, they didn't allow Sao to go down without trading anything massive, and now 10 minutes, it's such a...
No, it's not my girlfriend, just a friend.
Gain access to the base turrets and take down the holy shields.
Lord is still up here, so Onic will clear it out, but I don't know, Sao might want to force something, I guess. Conceal is going to be used. They still have the holy defense, though. That's going to go ahead and pop now on the top side. The most, you know, clean game so far that we've seen. Just 2-2 across the board. It's, again, Team Spirit doesn't have to do anything, but they are going to jump into this one.
Kid Bomba times the bravest fighter alongside the minion wave, and they actually find 2 kills even before anything happens. Clutch crossbow tag as well, coming in from Hiko, keeping him alive, and Kid Bomba
Seems like Team Spirit is winning right now.
he doesn't care.
Are you still living in Lviv? Yeah, I do.
Flexing right now on the Lapu Lapu. Staying in the base, he'll be fine. They gotta wait for those waves to push in, but man, they took out 3 from Onic Philippines, and they have to scramble for the defense.
How is he still able to regroup with Team Spirit? He was sitting right behind that tier 3 turret, and he got the reset on his bravest fighter too. So that was a very long time that was bought here by...
Look at how much damage he's done.
35,000.
Talk about a performance from Lapu Lapu.
But it's like 6k farm lead, they still have a chance to defend. It's not like 10k.
MSC, because of the impact that they can have. And I know all the XP laners out there
I think Dazai lives in a reception in some hotel.
It was pretty stale. But now you get to be in a
just
good
recently too
position
many
where it's
friends
like
coming to me, coming over.
as an XP laner. Now again, Team Spirit, they haven't done anything fancy, and even in the sense because Hiko has had a much better game in terms of just winning the lane.
Don't worry, next month no one will come. Maybe even 2 or 3, I don't know.
You know, this is one of those cases where it's like Onic Philippines is really far behind.
After this tournament, I'll just stream at night only.
They're not going to be in a place to actually get the
Happy
next
birthday,
sword
your
for a
cat,
while.
Dazai.
So it's all just a
Is it
waiting
Mooney
game.
birthday
Are they able to
today?
do it? Because
I
every
don't think
single
so.
time We've seen Brusco try to set something up. Who's he going to tsunami slam? Most of the time, even if he tsunami slams Sunset Lover still has a Purify. You still have to get through that. So
okay, now it's 9k farm lead.
It's really just kind of trying to make something happen for Onic Philippines. And the only place that's going to happen right now is in their base.
Yeah.
That's the best place for them to possibly turn this almost 9,000 gold deficit around.
And I mean, Trex and the panel did mention it earlier too, that if you look at Onic PH's lineup, especially the Novaria, they will have a bit more damage to rely on come the mid to late portions of the game. But the thing is, could they defend this part of the game? Oh, there seems to be decent damage already though. He will already have HP, but now it's another Bravest fighter. He gets to receive the Tsunami Slap as well. It seems like Kid Bomba right now might just get punished. He is the first to fall in this team fight, and the Infernal Pursuits coming in from Kirk are just too much. They find another kill onto Sawo as well, and that definitely keeps Onic PH in this game.
Wow, that was a great defense, and it was actually a shot from Super Friends that even checked Hiko. Hiko couldn't go forward because of the fact that he was like, all right, that actually that got me pretty low. I shouldn't push this any further.
Yeah, and that jump from Kid Bomba was something Onic PH team to have calculated already, because yes, the Lapu Lapu, once he does use the Bravest fighter and his enhanced skill this one. He is
No,
actually
No, I'm not his
in a
girlfriend.
different form.
Yeah.
You get to immune crowd control, but there is a great moment that you can't. And that's what Onic
No,
were
not
able to
his
capitalize
girlfriend.
on. Clearly taking down the frontliners first, and that's where things started to fall for
Yeah,
Team
his
Spirit.
friend.
More importantly was, yes, the amount of poke that came in from Super Fringe towards Hiko before that fight.
Yeah, and you can see that, like, in terms of gold lane,
Dazai's
Kelra's
here.
where he needs to be. He's farmed up. He has the items that he needs.
I really
King
like
Kong
the
should be
memes
able to
that
get
he
away.
did.
He's gonna get stunned though, but
Whoa,
They're
watch out, he goes
really
back.
fun.
He goes back in, and now Sunset Lover gains easier access to him. There's another Tsunami Slap committed onto Sawo, but now Hiko, he needs to reposition himself. There's just too much damage coming in from Onic PH, but will he find the stack? So not for now.
Yeah.
But that's still another kill, and goes into the hands of Team Spirit.
Super Friends. He's gonna keep them at bay for now. Wave is still pushing in bottom, but as long as Kelra is alive, they should be fine to clear these out. Unless Team Spirit decides to force a fight, they might want to get this mid turret down. Salah's gonna go ahead and jump on in. Can they defend?
Oh, they want to make things happen now. They set up. They go for Brusco. There's the Winter Crowd.
His
Gonna
old
buy him some
friends
time,
are
but it will take him from the energy eruption and from the kill. Now we
Yes,
hand it over to
he's
Hiko, but the
gay.
Appraiser's
He's really
wrath, though.
comfortable with
It's just too
women,
much to handle as well. But nonetheless, Onic BH, still another successful defense.
That's what they have to do. More time bought for them, the better. Earlier on, we saw the difference. Gold lane is fine. They are in
have some
fighting
more than
form,
the
but the big thing is, again,
It's true.
their front guys, Kirk, even King Kong, Brusco, for example, need
He's
plenty
a
of time to
kitten.
build some of that defense. So Shadow Kill?
Oh no, it's Sunset Lover who gets picked off for Team Spirit. And even though Kid Bomba and Sawa might just make it to the fight, they don't have Sunset Lover, and that's such an important piece in the equation.
That's a lot of damage gone. This is still a risk for Onic Philippines to go ahead and start this up and take it. Their base is fully
Get back
exposed,
here.
but they
He's
know
here.
they have at least one advantage, and that's Sunset Lever being gone. But look at the pressure from TS. Still keep them at bay. They might force the fight.
Oh, they find the stacks. The crossbow attack might just be committed anytime now. And there he goes. But the Winter Crowd is going to keep Kirk safe. But Brusco might
Kelra
not be
has
able
the
to
space.
escape this. There's the Bravest Spider as well from Kid Bomba, but gets
Kelra.
knocked down. The Appraiser's wrath won't be even used at all. He's the only one left. And Kelra finds the shutdown and the triple.
How did they do it? Again. But now Sunset
He's so
Lever,
gorgeous
Slover
than that
trying to just
lady.
clear the wave
Oh,
out. He's
thank you.
forced down, and Kelra will pick up the kill.
He
And
is.
they'll work on the
He's
tier
my son.
2, even with a base fully exposed. They'll win a huge fight, dissipating any gold lead that Team Spirit had.
It was just so unfortunate there. Hiko found the stacks as well. Also got to land the heavy crossbow. Kid Bomba also got to use the Bravest Fighter. All the resources were used just in time, but they weren't enough anymore because no one had their eyes on the
Yeah,
damage
but-
that came in from Kelra. No one was able to deal with this guy yet again, and he's the least guy that you want to be left after a team fight, after all resources have already been burned. How many times has Kelra turned things around for his team already?
I don't know. I mean, I know we talked about the gold lane here leading into this game, but, you know, it doesn't seem like there's any hesitation at all for Kelra. He is
Dazai
sitting at
girlfriend?
7-0-4. He's very aggressive, but very
See,
calculated.
he doesn't want to be
this
my
time.
girlfriend.
And this gives them a little bit of an advantage to push towards the base. They still have a lot of grounds to cover.
А, це твій, я думаю,
TS
яку хрін
defend
він
against
піде.
this push it.
Oh, Dark Wave, one shot, already half HP. Hiko as well. It's not just the Star Shatter, it's also those Death Sonatas
Come back.
coming in from Kelra that really deals a huge amount of damage towards the gold laner of Team Spirit. So he definitely has to constantly reset every now and then because of all these skill shots that are coming in from Onic. And that's going to be a problem. Like, there has to be someone blocking all these damage, or Hiko has to do his part in dodging it. But these are also members you want to hide because they need to come in from unexpected angles so they could take Onic by surprise. But now
Hiko dead just in 1 second. Nah, it's GG's, it's GG's.
and this might just be an opening for Onic PH as they get to cap the Onic shadow kill. It's another maniac for Kelra and the wipeout for the Super Fab as they gradually make their way towards the base. The reigning world champions prove themselves once
Nie. No, some beats, nie.
They take out the Dragons of EECA.
What a turnaround. What a victory.
King Kong.
Onic Philippines in a
You saw how Novaria one-shotted
When
1-1?
they had the lead, it was so close to getting to a game 5. But defense after defense from Onic Philippines kept them in the game. They stayed calm and collected. And again, it's this guy, Kelra. Kelra seems to be just something always in the way of team spirit here. Again, big respect to them for putting on one of the best series so far
Respect.
that we've had here at MSC 2025 at EWC. Simply amazing.
Yeah. That was indeed absolute cinema.
Okay, guys, I go
All
chill.
Series long, brought to us by these two teams.
I
And
kept
must
my
say,
promise to watch all games. Now I go chill and sleep.
to see the way
Eat
the
and
first
sleep.
round of the knockouts turned
Whatever.
out.
Yeah.
Because it's only
See you at night. I'll start another
the
stream.
sole 2-0 team who picked their
Team Spirit
opponent
fans
who
can go
actually
cry.
got to win against their choice.
Bye, guys. Good luck in your game. See you
Time
at night.
and time again, these teams have just been constantly proving themselves, even despite and against all odds. It was such a good fight by Team Spirit, but
Hey, how many times have we seen this, Brigitte? I mean, if you've been watching MSC up to this point, you know that even if you have a 7, 8, 10,000